the boat disappeared, and then you pull up your camera and zoom in into that location, and bam, you see the
Yeah, I
ship
still
again.
see the ship, but it's still cut off. Like
What?
you.
So
No, you
Well,
don't.
I'm
Do you
not
actually
asking
wait?
you.
Do you
I'm
actually
not
like zoom
talking
in and the
about
ship
being
reappears?
cut
Like
off.
that's a straight up lie.
No, you don't
Listen.
zoom at the ship and it reappears. The ship is there, but it's barely visible.
hold on.
But
Did
when
you
you
hear
zoom
what I
Yeah.
in,
first
it's
said? Stop. Don't go to where you think I'm leading this discussion. Just hear me out. So, at first, I told you that you make an observation with your naked eyes. And
Okay.
the thing you observe the ship disappear into the horizon completely. So you don't see it anymore with your naked eyes.
No, not completely. You see, like, it's very far in
I
the
said
distance.
you don't see it anymore with your
I've
naked
never
eyes
observed such a
because
phenomenon.
the ship went so far away that with your eyes you cannot see it anymore.
No, I've
Have
never
you done this?
had. No,
Wait,
I've never.
Zoidberg,
Never had.
are you
Well,
telling me you've never seen objects go beyond the vanishing point of your vision? Yeah, never.
I mean, I've not retained like visual permanence on such objects like that. Care, like
yeah.
that.
So
Like
when you go to Rimini port, are you actually you are capable to see like USA, Spain,
of course
all
not.
the African continent, everything? You see everything?
I see Croatia, kind of.
Yeah, Croatia. Yeah, is some days, not every day.
Hmm, that's true.
Yeah,
But like,
but yeah. So I'm telling you that when you go to the port and you see a ship sailing away, follow it until the moment you no longer see it with your naked eyes. So the ship is beyond the vanishing point and your eyes cannot resolve it anymore. So when you look at the horizon line, you will see a straight line, yeah, and you see no ship with your eyes. Now you bring up your camera and zoom in that location where you last saw the ship, and you can bring it back into view, that ship, because you are actually implying that the ship disappeared from your eyesight, from your line of sight, because the ship went behind the curvature. This is your
yeah,
claim that things disappear because they go behind the curve.
yeah, I see the
Now,
top last. Yeah.
We know that's not
yes,
true.
now
We know
when
that's not
you
true.
bring your camera to your same eye level of observation, yeah, and you zoom in and you can now extend your vision to further distances, you enhance your vision, you can see much far away. Now you will see that ship is still there on the sea, sailing away from you, and I don't deny there will be refraction which will obstruct you to see a part of the bottom of the ship.
Okay. Well, I've never done that particular scenario. What I've done is
Yeah.
what I told you.
So, yes, now when you follow the ship with your Nikon P900 camera on the sea, you follow the ship sailing away, uh, try to pull up a navigation calculator or website, yeah, and actually follow the these ships which are sailing away from you. There is a live tracker applications, there's many of them, and you can see the distance that ship is from you, from your location.
Okay.
Yeah. and find how much, what distance you no longer see it with your P900 camera, yeah? Find the distance where it disappears from your eyesight, yeah?
Okay.
And next day, repeat this and see how the weather of each day affect to how far you can see with your naked eye, and also affect to how far your Nikon P900 is also affected to how far you can see with it because of weather conditions.
No, I'm talking about
Now,
usually in like good conditions, like a clear day
yeah, but
in
you
the summer.
see, in some days, you can see like 5 to 8 miles far away on the sea. In and even with your P900 camera, you will not be able to see further than 5 miles on the sea.
Sure.
But next day, you can see like 30 miles far away or even 40 miles.
Okay.
So when you can see 40 miles in a straight line of sight, an object on the sea, we have a problem. Because your claim is that when you look with your naked eyes and you see the ship has completely vanished in the horizon, you invoke that there is the arc curvature of the earth, the geometric arc curvature. And if you follow that ship, you are tracking it on a live tracker, yeah? So you know the distance, approximately in miles, yeah? I'm not curious what's the precise distance between you and the ship, like feet or inches. In miles, yeah?
Mm.
Now, when that ship disappeared from your eye vision at 10 miles away, yeah, that's where your claim that the arc curvature is. And anything that goes beyond that distance disappears behind the geometric curvature. Now, next day, when you can see 20 miles far away, uh, what happened to that arc curvature? This is what
Mm.
we want you guys to explain to us. Yeah. Even also explain to us why the military are using infrared laser targeting systems and they can acquire targets 150 kilometers far away in straight line of sight, on the ground, on the sea, on the
Oh, I don't
ocean,
know about
you
military
name
tech. I'm just telling you what I
it.
did. Like,
Yeah,
That technology
a
is
lot of
not.
you guys don't know about the military stuff, but you are asking us to actually ignore all the technological advancements, civil technological advancements, and military.
That technology is used from the air. It's not used from the land.
There are
At least if
technologies
you want.
used from the
Have
land, yeah.
that
No, what I mean is it's
you don't know what you're talking
when you
about.
need. Excuse me.
Listen,
When you need a when
tanks,
you,
modern tanks, they do have laser targeting system,
no
infrared
no no.
laser
Uh,
targeting
l- l-
systems.
let me
Yes,
rephrase.
yes.
Uh,
Listen, the
hang on a
tanks
minute.
or even soldiers are given laser targeting systems, and they go on the ground, they put a laser dot on the target, and which an airplane, yeah, a fighter jet, is using to strike that target.
Yes, it's for targets that are extremely far away. It's usually used from the air. For targets that are very close, it's used on land.
Well, they use from airship carriers and warships. They use laser targeting systems, and those have a range of at least 150 kilometers. They can
These people
point
have
a target.
these people have like instruments that can detect line of sight targets over 30 miles.
Yes, but
That
those targets are usually targeted from the air when it's.
line of sight. Don't
Yeah.
say yeah after line of sight and then tell me something else. It's line of sight. Line of sight
Yes,
means
whatever is in line of sight.
you can see it. It's not underground.
Uh,
It's not underwater. These
yes.
people are able
Also,
to shoot a target line of sight from
Yes,
yeah.
line of
Also,
sight.
also the submarines, the nuclear submarines. Yeah. Uh, Having this vast amount of energy, they can actually make use of a infrared laser targeting system, a much more powerful one, because when you want a laser to shoot in a straight line, um, when you want to double the distance which you can use that laser for, you need to increase the power input exponentially. So yes, nuclear submarines, they have nuclear reactors which actually can supply those amounts of energy to use those very powerful lasers, and they can acquire targets uh, at least 150 kilometers, and the submarine laser targeting systems is not like high altitude. It's only that periscope which comes at the surface of the water, like a couple of
Yes, but
feet, three,
the
four,
range.
5 feet.
Yes, but the range, the maximum range of that
Yeah,
laser
the
becomes
range
redundant because
they
it
acquire
becomes
targets at
redundant.
150 kilometers
Great, but
straight
that
line.
becomes yes, but that becomes redundant because at some point, uh, you would be targeting off into the sky. See,
okay. What would be the point where it would be going off into the sky instead of hitting?
because long range lasers to target something that is at extreme long ranges, such as 150 kilometers, are usually targeted from the air. Whereas if you need to target anything below
Oh,
that, it's usually targeted from the land.
okay. So we don't.
And submarines, if submarines use lasers, and I'm assuming that's for scanning the seabed,
No.
especially to scan, yes, because the seabed is not, it's not, it's usually, it usually has features such as mountains, underwater mountains, and sonar.
Yeah,
Sonar is
the
just
infrared,
radar.
listen, the infrared laser system, targeting system of submarines, it can be used to actually acquire targets at the surface of the water, even from very low depths. Yeah, because the infrared laser light is has the least refractive index. So the military actually is considering that negligible. The refractive index of infrared light is taken as negligible. It doesn't affect
So what
it
about
Right.
the sea sparrow?
refraction. Yeah.
What about
So
what
when
about
that
the sea sparrow?
submarine is acquiring a target, it can target even an airplane flying in the
Okay.
sky from a 1,000 meters depth.
Did you know that you could also scan the Earth using a laser?
So what about the Sea Sparrow Block 1 that uses the surface as a
Yeah.
line of sight?
Do you know how lasers are scanning the Earth? Actually, the principle.
Yes, the laser is fired at an area and it's returned back to a receiver. And then it measures the distance from
What
point to
is the
point.
receiver?
Infrared receiver.
Infrared receivers. No shit. How
Okay.
do you know that? What
Well,
is that device?
uh, can I move on to that from that to
Yeah,
what
and well,
I wanted to mention earlier?
I'm sure there is stuff here, yeah, in rangefinder technology, which have no clue about.
Okay,
You
but
don't know, you don't know the principle. It's working, using, yeah, the way it's functioning.
sure,
Yeah,
the
well, the
basic
Sea
principle is
So
a
Sparrow,
what
laser
do
is
you know?
fired at
Yeah,
something and then
what
it's
can a
returned back.
laser diode do? You said there is a infrared receiver sensor, yeah,
Yes,
but
basically
actually
that's how
there
it
is
works.
not. Actually, there is not. All laser emitting diodes, yeah, they can be wired to also be a laser receiver sensor.
Okay, well,
So it's actually one and the same device. It's not two separate devices.
okay, well, anyway,
Well,
earlier,
okay.
yes.
I have to jump around. Yeah.
No, you've said what I've said. You've just repeated what I said. I mean, I
No,
said
I
there's a
didn't
laser
say
that
what you
fires.
said. You said they are
There's
two separate devices.
there is a laser. There's a diode that shoots a
You did
laser, and
not
there's a
know. You
receiver.
did not know laser emitting diodes are also yeah, sensor, unless I told you so.
I said receiver specifically. I mean, they
Yeah,
can be
receiver.
one. It can be one device. It can be two devices. Doesn't matter. It can be multiple devices. The general way a laser works is you fire the laser at something, and then the returning laser. I mean, you can pick up the distance with like how long it takes for the
Yeah,
laser to get back.
tell me what phenomena is taking place when the laser light is coming back into that diode. What is it
Yes. Can
happening
I?
there
Yeah, I
so
wanted to comment on
that
that.
laser diode actually receives and interprets the laser light?
I appreciate the fact that you're talking about lasers here because I earlier mentioned
Well,
I had an internet problem.
you pose as the
Can
scientific
you? I'm
expert
trying
here
to
and the
finish my sentence,
technologically
sir.
expert. You take this position towards us and you insult our intelligence, but you are not capable to educate us.
I'm not
And
here
you are
to
not
educate
capable to bring a
anyone.
citation for your claims.
Yeah, as I said, I would like to move on because you brought up lasers, and I
I
earlier
don't
I
want
wanted
to
to.
move on because this is a practice which blind belief parishioners are actually doing. Yeah,
But this is
they
not
like
blind
to
belief.
move from story to story.
You,
Yeah,
excuse me.
even if
The
that
lady
story isn't finished or
asked for
logically explained.
the lady by the name of Flatsy Klein asked for empirical evidence, and you mentioned lasers, and you mentioned also submarines. So you also would know that sonar technology and lasers are real and they're not fake. And you would also
yeah,
know
but
how lasers work.
okay, but
Give me a second,
no, what
please.
I specifically gave you was the Sea Sparrow Block 1, which had nothing to do
Wonderful,
with
but
sonar and
w-
only radar.
wonderful. But I would like to get to the point here, which is what I mentioned earlier, which is the scans of the seabed and altimetry of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
And
So,
3D
what do
scans.
you know about the
Wait, hang
seabed?
on a minute.
Yeah,
3D
the
scans of the
floor of the
Earth.
ocean.
3D
How
scans
much
of
of
the
it is curved?
Sir. 3D scans of the Earth be it from ships or from submarines or from planes or from any other vehicle, all all come up to the same conclusion that the Earth is round. There's also
You're
measurement. There's
working
also the
this out.
measurement of the
Just
Earth.
burp.
Because
You
people have
just
asked,
burped
we
it
want,
out.
people have asked,
No.
excuse
Listen,
me,
listen.
but people, wait a
I
minute,
don't
I'm trying to
excuse you
finish my
because
sentence here.
again, you are putting words into our mouths, yeah, and you
No, I'm
make
not.
positive claims about the military or these so-called scientists, yeah, pseudo-scientists, that they confirmed some bullshit.
Yeah,
What?
well, see, the
Listen,
thing
no,
is,
well, the military, the military do have a map of the floor of the ocean, bottom of the ocean, and
and
a percentage of about 70% of it is flat. That's what they are saying. That's what they are confirming.
yeah, well,
The bottom
well,
of the ocean, the vast amount of its surface is flat.
well, you're wrong there because
I'm not
no, it isn't.
wrong. This
Uh,
is
okay, can you please source
scientifically
that?
confirmed,
Yeah, can you source that?
and
It's in the chat.
we have limited
That doesn't look
maps
flat to me, sir.
given by the military, yeah, and we use these
You can also
maps
look
in
at
commercial navigation.
Well, these are
So
just sections of, these are
those
just
ships, listen, the cargo ships of this world, which do merchandise trade and stuff, transport, yeah, uh,
all right.
they have specific routes and they know where they can sail or where they cannot sail because yeah, they were given these maps which have been thoroughly studied by the military with their
Yes,
technology,
yes, they have been
so
thoroughly studied.
they know
And
the depth of the oceans in all locations, yeah, and they provided this information.
right,
And
but you see, you're
there
gonna
are
monologue, sir. You're
certain
gonna let me speak.
areas in the ocean where there is not allowed any civil or commercial traffic navigation over that portion of ocean.
Okay, awesome. Well, the pictures posted by
Not
the other members
Ascom,
here. Hello, the
not
other pictures,
Ascom.
excuse me. The pictures posted by other members here are all sections of a region, and none of them show absolute flatness. All of these features are to some degree rough. They're not flat. And secondly, when all these regions are scanned, and most of the regions of Earth are scanned, and indeed all of Earth
Yes,
was scanned,
you're
and when a
getting
map was,
exactly
excuse me, when the maps are
where I
placed
was
together,
told you.
excuse me, when the maps
Specific
are
regions, sir,
when the
remote
maps are
locations,
when the
exotic locations, yeah,
when the regions are
where you
placed
have
together, sir,
different
the scans. When
different
the
topography of the seabed.
when different sections of the regions are scanned, and when it's put together and compiled into one data set, you get a round Earth. And not only do you get a round Earth, you get a
Yeah,
very
you have to
accurate
compile them
you
into
get a very
a
accurate
spherical
measurement
map.
of that Earth,
Listen,
sir.
no, you have to compile
Yes.
them. What they measured a flat seabed floor overall, 70% of it, yeah. But there are the Mariana Trenches and islands and elevations, yeah, like hills, underwater hills and stuff. Those are not many of them. So the floor of the ocean does have
Here.
its own
Here's
topography,
a
but
3D scan. Here's a
overall
3D
it's
scan.
flat.
Here's an interactive 3D
And
scan of Earth, sir.
now you put all this vastness of flatness, you have to compile it into a fucking spherical map.
Yes, because that's what the information
No,
says.
no, because that's
Sorry,
why.
you can
Because if
you
you
can
can
deny the
do, if you
information all
can
you want.
virtually do this, that doesn't mean it's actually
You
virtual
can,
reality.
sir, you can deny the empirical evidence all you want. Empirical evidence
It's
says
not an
otherwise.
empirical evidence.
Yes, it is. These are 3D scans of Earth, sir. These are 3D scans compiled together
Yeah,
to
3D
build what
scans
seems to be a Earth.
which
You
show
stitch them
the
together onto a
vast
ball.
majority of the
No,
seabed as
these are
flat,
automatically
and
stitched.
now you put
Using
that
math.
flatness to make up a sphere.
These are
I know you
scans
can
of the
bend it in your
surface.
mind
When you
virtually,
when you
but that's
take
not
these
reality.
when you take these scans of the Earth and you compile them bit by bit into a larger map, it automatically creates a spheroid. You have the interactive map right there. Here, I'll repost it.
Okay, explain that process of
There it is.
compilation.
Sir, I'm not. I don't work.
Take each bit, take each scan, and explain us how they compile it onto a ball.
He doesn't know how to
So
compile
they
or
take
I think
they
it
take one
sounds like
region.
he has a
doesn't know
claim.
what
He
a
has a
cross
claim. He doesn't.
No.
Hold on,
It's a 3D
Hold
model.
on.
It takes you take that. No, excuse me. He asked me a question. So this is a 3D scan, which
define
comes
the
into
word compilation.
point.
Hold on.
Into
Let him hang himself. It sounds like he has a claim that he doesn't understand. So let him show that to everybody.
Right. These scans are made and turned into vertices in 3D space in a 3D program. When they are vertices, it's called point data. This point data is a 3D scan of whatever was scanned. The point data given inside the software that scans this stuff turns it into an image. These images of these regions that were scanned, when put together into a larger scene, you eventually end up building a spheroid. And continuously doing so, you'll end up constructing an entire image of what we see Earth, of the
So a
current
program
Earth
tells
that
it
we
how
have.
to stitch it together.
Obviously,
tells it how to stitch it.
you have
Right.
point data. You need to turn it into an image. It's scanned. It's a scanned object. When you have a laser that scans something at a certain distance, it returns as a point data, a distance.
Each segment is
Trips look
independent.
like.
Each segment, yes, sure, it is independent. Each segment scanned is one region of Earth. Eventually, when you put these images together from one seam and another seam of these images, you build a bigger picture. Eventually, this picture becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually it turns into a spheroid.
Because it's told to stitch it together that way.
No, because that's what the images show, that the Earth is round. The 3D scans, sir.
Just agreed that it is told to how to stitch it together.
You can cope all you want. That's a fact. It's empirical evidence right there.
So
You
it's
haven't
not told
presented
how to
the
stitch it together.
empiricism of it yet.
This
Is it like
what is you have a let me slowly go through this again. You have a laser, it fires at something, it takes the distance data. It turns this distance data into point data, a point. When you
You're
keep
going to need
scanning,
flat angle measurement.
no, everything's there. It's in 3D space, XYZ. Right? The point data is taken. The distance is taken. You're scanning a 3D object.
Wait.
As it
when
is
you
in real
take
life.
distances- One moment. Legit question. When you say that they are taking distance, is that from the sea level to the bottom of the ocean? Is
Wherever
that
wherever
distance
the
that you talk
position
about?
of
Or distance between what?
wherever you are, whether above sea, below sea, or on the sea level, you can still scan and receive a 3D image.
So
In this
they
case,
scanned. They were actually using a tunnel drilling machine. They were going underground and they were shooting laser to which
no,
surface? And
no,
get
because
the
then you would
reading.
have then you would have a 3D scan of a tunnel.
No,
But
but
clearly, we
if they were, I mean, you say like they could be like worms in the ground and they shoot laser at the surface bottom floor of the ocean, yeah? And they
no,
can
that's not what I
see
said.
what shape it is.
No, that's not what I said, sir. I said
Okay,
if you
so
have, for
yeah,
example,
they were
you're
doing it
interrupting
from a
me
submarine, from an airplane, from space, from where they were doing this.
from any point of input, whether from submarine, from ship, or from the air. The data returned clearly shows a 3D scanned surface. Doesn't matter from where. It's a 3D scanned surface. You can even walk on this if you want, if you wish. You can walk on the surface of the water of the sea,
So,
on the surface of the ocean
does
floor
this,
Yeah,
and
so how do you
scan
get
it
an
yourself.
elevation
listen,
angle?
does this measurement scan, this mission, does it have a name?
Altimetry scan.
Well, when you hire,
What?
bodies like
What?
naval ships, submarines, and airplanes and helicopters and space agencies, yeah, to work
Yeah.
together
Helicopter.
to
Yeah,
do
you
a
need to.
scan of the bottom of the sea. Yeah, they usually give it a name when they work together in a mission to do something. Yeah.
You can call it sea ocean altimetry if you wish.
No, I
Seabed
don't want to
altimetry.
call it how I wish. I want to know what's it called, this mission, which you say that it took place.
It's not a mission. It's multiple missions. It's multiple
Yeah,
inputs, data inputs,
who did those missions?
multiple agencies.
Yeah, which agencies?
Sure, let me name you one.
Yeah, I want their names and
So
the time
Institute
and
of
date and
sure,
places where they did this.
sure. Yeah, I linked the website. It's here. Let me link it again.
Yeah.
Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics. Institution of Oceanography, University of California, San Diego.
Okay, so these guys, they were given access to the nuclear submarines, all the military submarines, yeah? Embarked on the
You don't need
submarines, they went
you don't need
into
you
expeditions,
don't need a nuclear submarine. You can still make a 3D
but
scan
you
with a
said
normal ship.
nuclear submarines were involved.
No, that's what you said.
Well, you said all these, they did it from all the,
Input points, yes,
uh,
data input points. That includes ships on the surface level. I mean, or ordinary ships
well,
scanning the
why
seabed.
are you reducing now to ships?
This is
Yeah.
one of the input points.
So when we talk about ships, we're talking about the ocean surface, yeah,
Uh,
navigation
See,
on the surface of the ocean. But
this
you
institute
said
of
it has been done from submarines, from ships, and from airplanes. So,
yeah, I said
uh,
multiple input points, yes, including satellites.
yeah, tell us the airplanes that they had, the fleet of airplanes,
Well, why don't
because
you do the reading
you
yourself?
cannot listen. You cannot do a world scan, yeah, with
Yeah,
one single airplane. Like that
did I say
will
that?
take you forever.
Yeah, did I say that? I
Yeah,
said
so
the
how many
data.
airplanes did they use in
I
this
don't know.
mission?
Contact them and ask them.
Yeah, you tell us. You are reading that article.
Sure. All I know is, well, see, I've done 3D scans before. I understand how 3D
But
scanning works.
listen,
And
you
if you,
come here
no, you
and you
listen and stop
impose on
interrupting.
us to believe this, that it has been
No,
done
I'm not asking you
from
to believe
submarines,
anything. I
from
truly
ships
don't
and
care if you
airplanes.
believe it or not. I would like to
But
just finish my
when
sentence.
I ask you, what's the registration, the airplane, yeah, that they used, so I can go and verify what instruments were installed on that airplane,
Okay, I can mention a few here. I can mention now, if you really need to know, at least satellites here. This website speaks about satellites here. You have Cryostat 2, you have JSON 1, NVSat, and ERS 1.5. And you also have
No, no,
Geosat.
no. Let's leave the satellites at the end. So first, I need to verify how many ships were involved and how many submarines in this scanning mission.
This is not one mission.
Yeah, I know. It took years for them to go over the ocean.
You're
Yes, and
confusing
it
one
wasn't one
mission with
submarine. It was like 100 submarines from
You're
the
confusing one
U.S.
mission
Army.
with what I said, and what I said was multiple data entry points, and by that I mean data from ships, data from satellites, data from planes, data from submarines, data from all sorts of
Yeah,
places that
okay.
all
Which
do
ships?
3D scanning
Data
of the
from which ships?
surface of
Name
the ocean
ships.
and
Listen, dude.
the
The
landscape.
ships all ships have a name. So give me one name of at least for to begin with.
Okay, give me a second.
Says here they used Google Earth overlay.
So I
So
need
you
the name
asked what kind of
of one
system was used?
submarine, the name of one ship, and the name of one airplane, the registration of that airplane that they use.
So, sure. So the systems used involved in scanning are hydrographic survey equipment such as LiDAR scanners, okay, and laser scanners. Okay, this is all connected with GPS. And if you want to ask in detail questions, you should contact this Office of Coast Survey, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, U.S. Department of Commerce. You're welcome to go contact them and ask them for more information which ships scanned what and where.
And you said there was no other way to stitch the data together except for it to be stitched
To
together into a
compile
sphere,
it,
right?
yeah.
Right.
No, I didn't say that. I said a software is used because that
Oh.
data, yeah, I said specifically the software used, you require a
Oh.
software to take that data point information so that you can build
That
it in
doesn't
3D
necessarily
space.
so
Because
it
you're
doesn't
making a
necessarily
3D,
conform to a sphere.
you're making a 3D scan. A 3D scan works in 3D software. You need a 3D software to take that information and turn it into an image, a 3D image.
Right, like a world map.
Like anything, any 3D object.
Right.
So this person here, the get, he himself
Which isn't really
mentioned,
a 3D object, right? It's a representation of a 3D object. What they're assuming would be a 3D object, right? So
no, because
Google Earth overlay.
Well, you see, 3D in 3D space, 3D is very, very accurate because it's got measurements down to millimeter, and even if you want to go further, even nanometer if you really want. So if you want accuracy, 3D scan is extremely accurate. So when you do scan an object, it turns into point space data, and then you input that data inside the software.
Show me that LiDAR system, which has nanometer capabilities.
Okay, do you have an iPhone? Do you own an iPhone?
No.
No? Okay, well, anybody here own an iPhone? Because that iPhone has LiDAR scanner on it. Yeah, if you want to see how 3D works, right? 3D scanning works.
Yeah, we all know this and we're not impressed. Why don't you show us the actual data?
I did.
No, you presented a claim. This is claim stacking.
No, I showed you data. I showed you the data in raw
You
form.
told us to go get your data from San Diego University, who has it
No,
from the military.
No, I provided data. If you really want the in-depth, nonsensical which ship and where did what, then yeah, I don't have that information. You need to contact the agency that did the gathering of this information. But
Then why
what I
did they map
provided
it onto WGS 84?
here, I provided data that they gathered, and this is the data
Okay,
that
why?
I just.
Why did they map it to WGS 84?
What do you mean WGS 84?
You
Okay.
claim to be doing these scans. You don't know what that is.
Well, yeah, but please tell me, what is WGS 84? What are you referring to?
It's a mathematical ellipsoid.
What does this
It's
have to do with
it's
this
based
3D scan?
it's everything. It says there that they use Google Earth.
Great, but this is a 3D
Yeah,
scan. What
great.
does this have to do with your argument?
Well, why would they have to use a mathematical datum? Shouldn't they just measure it?
Well, they 3D scanned it so that you can do the measurement of the 3D scanned object. Why do you need this WGS 88 or any equation? You have the 3D scan right there. Speaks for itself.
No, it's not a 3D scan. That's not
That's
what
a 3D scan.
WGS
Yeah.
84 is. No,
No,
it's
that
based
is
off of
a
the
3D
Clark
scan
ellipsoid
of
of 1866.
It's
It's a
3D scan
mathematical
of the
model.
surface of Earth, sir. That is a 3D object, a very accurate representation of what the Earth looks like, and all of its features and details. I don't know what is so difficult for you to understand here. I'll link it
Well,
again.
you haven't answered any of my questions. You told me to defer to the authorities. You don't even know what this datum is that they claim to be using.
I don't care because I'm not talking about that datum. I'm talking
Okay,
about
you
the
are
3D
done.
scan here.
Bye.
Right. I'm talking about 3D scan here. I'm not talking about your datum. But you can call them and talk to
Oh
them
my
about that,
goodness,
though.
dude. You don't understand that they need a matrix to interpolate all the data together to
No, they
form it
don't.
upon. Oh yeah,
No,
they do.
actually, they don't.
That's why
No,
they,
they
yes
They
actually
they
don't.
said they
do,
did.
dude. Oh, yes they do.
No, they don't, because
Then how do they coordinate the data between all the systems? How do they do it?
because the
How do
regions,
they do it?
sure, the scanned regions, all this scanned data that is in 3D form is stitched together. Stitched together.
How? How?
Yeah, stitched together. All this data is brought together into one software, and then
Right.
reconstructed, and then it automatically just turns into a ball. It's just how it is.
Right. And how do they do that?
Just stitch the regions together, you'll get a ball. Simple as that.
No, it's
Yeah,
not that
well, the
simple. If it was
software
that
is
simple,
programmed to
if it was
automatically
that simple,
interpret that
my
data.
fuck,
Yeah, it is
dude.
that simple. Yeah, quite simple.
Anyway, no, it isn't. It isn't that simple. You
Oh,
need
yes,
that
it is.
datum, dude. Okay, then why did they use the datum then?
Where does it say that?
Well, didn't Homeboy just tell you that that's what they did?
Well, you're very confident that they did that, so please, where did they specifically say that they used the WGS88 datum? Where did they use that?
Dude,
They claim to use Google Earth to starters. They also claim to use GPS coordinates. Do you know
No.
what
From
GPS coordinate systems
any of
datums
this
use?
any of this information that I provided just now, tell me where it specifically says that they use WGS88 datum, as you stated.
Well, that's what Google Earth is based on, and also that's what they use for GPS coordinate
Where do you
references.
see Google Earth in any of the information I provided?
I'm just saying what one of our members found out.
Oh, so one member told you that they use something, so you assume that it's true. Where is it?
Hey, we're familiar with this process entirely. I mean, we're no stranger to
How
this. We
did
know
they
that they use
determine their
WGS 84.
location then?
Where here in any of the information I provided, which is a website and this 3D scan of Earth, tell me where in
that
any of the
3D
information I
scan of
provided
Earth
does it state, excuse me, stop
has
interrupting
been
me.
performed in
Right there. I
a
pasted it.
location in the world.
Do you know how GPS systems work and why they use the
Where
datum?
does it say? Where does it say
doesn't.
it's used WGS88? Where is it? Where does it say that?
Right there. Well,
Well,
not
it's
GPS,
Google.
not WGS. I clicked
Where is it?
on I clicked on to learn more about these data, visit David Sandwell's website on exploring ocean tectonics from space. So I clicked on that, and it took me to exploring ocean tectonics from space. Data on slight variations of the pull of gravity over the oceans are recorded with satellite altimetry and then combined to map the sea floor globally. And then it says, get the marine gravity map. Global data grids, Google Earth overlays, G-plates, web visualization.
Where
This
does
is
it
all about
say?
the data that's used. This
Where
is what
does
they
it say?
use to this is what's being used to show what your original 3D rendering, 3D globe rendering.
Awesome. But where does it state anywhere in any of the information I provided that it used WGS88 in any of the information I provided? Where is it? You've just made a false claim. Where is
Well,
it?
I'm not seeing anything about 3D scanning anywhere. Like, what are you talking about?
You don't see that? Okay. Well, it's a
It
3D
says that
scan.
it comes from maps of the Earth's gravity field derived using satellite altimetry.
Yeah, satellite altimetry. Yes. What about it?
Right. What's that?
What are you gonna do? What? I mean, Mr. Get.
I don't know much about
Get.
this stuff. I'm asking you. You seem to know all about
Sure.
it. What's satellite altimetry?
Sure. Get mentioned how lasers work, and mentioned how scanning works, and he agrees that scanning and lasers are real and that they work. And altimetry is the measuring of the altitude of an object from a certain point. So if you have a ship scanning the seabed, then you're trying to get altitude information from that ship to the seabed at one point, such as a sea mountain or the bottommost of the seabed, or from a plane using a radar or laser to scan the landscape, or from a satellite with a very powerful laser or radar. All of this information taken from all these different input points, such as ships, satellites, or submarines, or boats, or whatever, can be, gathered into one place and then stitched together, so to speak, into a concise, compiled image of what appears to be a globe Earth. It's 3D scans. Nothing to fake there. It's just how it is. Cope about it.
Yeah. Yeah. How do they define altitude in the globe model?
Yeah. How do you define altitude from one point to another point, sir? From the point. Well, from the point where you're standing to the point of your foot, how far is it? How high is it?
That's not what I asked.
How high? What is your height, sir?
That's not what I asked.
That is
That's
altitude.
not what I asked. Yes, I told you. How do they define altitude in the globe model?
It's called altimetry.
No, that's
Yes.
not how they define it, dude.
Oh, how did they define it then?
From the center of the Earth, from the radius, which is already pre-assumed. So it's a radial.
we're not scanning.
To be a radial.
No, that's not the
we're not
definition.
scanning the center of the Earth. We're scanning the surface of the Earth. And the surface of the Earth has features on them, such as mountains, rivers, underwater trenches, whatever. For ships to safely traverse oceans, you need to be sure that there's no mountain or rock under that sea.
Yeah,
and to do that, we have wonderful things such as sonar. We have, as Get mentioned, lasers. We have sensors that gather this data and information and then build an image, a 3D image of the surface.
Right. Yeah. So it gets an altitude, let's say straight down, right, to what's below it, right?
From the point you are from the current point you're in, down to the surface of the ocean or whatever.
The point where you are, right, which you're going to reference, is already pre-assumed to be on a globe. So when
No,
we get the
it's not.
data, you have to wrap it. Yes, it is, dude.
No, it's not. It's just a
Yes,
3D
it is.
scan, period. You know, in fact,
Yeah,
these
that's what
so-called
you like to believe.
No. All these people working in agencies do simple 3D scans. They don't care about your flat or globe Earth. This is their job. They scan the surface. The information is given to the institute or whatever research agency that takes this information and stitches it together, and then the image, the 3D image of Earth's surface, clearly shows not only that there's a curvature, not only that it's round, but clearly shows well-defined ridges, trenches, mountains, underwater trenches,
Ridges,
landscape
trenches,
detail.
underwater.
Right.
So I don't
as,
know.
as an
Let me ask
object
you a question.
moves, as an object moves, right, over the Earth, if it's a globe, it's going to follow an arc path, right?
I'm sorry, what?
If you're assuming a globe, right, and you travel, let's say you're on the water or you're at a plane at a particular elevation, you're going to
But
maintain your
sir,
elevation.
but sir, I'm not assuming anything here. I can see it.
Sir, could you please not yell while you're in the deep nuclear submarine, please? Please.
Sir,
Thank you for your patience.
A 3D scan speaks for itself.
Right.
3D scan speaks for itself.
Sure it
There's
does,
really
dude.
nothing. Yes, that's how
Listen,
3D works.
Bro. You need the reference.
How
You
about
need the
4D?
reference. Here's
The
thing.
reference?
So, dude, that's okay. Never mind. It's gonna. I'm done.
I mean, look.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask my question, dude, so I can actually get to the end. Okay, so what I want to know is, when you have the reference, which is the object which is taking the scan, you're claiming it's a plane or a boat, and it's traveling, right? The plane or the boat's going to maintain a constant altitude, right? Oh, he deafened himself. All right, just get banned. There you go, bud.
What the fuck? Get
Are you
back.
gonna
Well,
listen?
I wanted
Are
to
you gonna
ask him
listen to
because
the question, or are you gonna constantly talk to me?
well, I just wanted to ask him when he says 3D, that's horizontal and vertical.
Good flow of conversation right now. Really good flow. Are you
There's
just
no
talking amongst themselves or what?
and there's no bend to a horizontal, so I don't know what he's talking about.
So the one guy in the single interlocutor engaging with you is now muted. Is that what's going on? You don't want to hear about lasers? I mean, this guy has worked.
No, what we want to do is for like me to be able to ask a question and him to be able to answer the question rather than just talk through it and be like add on infinitum repeat. Right? Literally parsing him out, like what the object is that's taking the scan, where it is, what its location is in free space relative to where it's scanning, all these types of things, right? That you need to know. It's not as simple as just something goes and scans and then it just magically appears in this data, right? But whatever, he clearly isn't competent enough to understand what's going on and the relationships between the objects in free space and the datum that they need to use in order to understand their points to be able to even begin to stitch it together. So I'm just gonna unmute him, and it's just a waste of time. So I'll unmute him, let him be back in whatever the heck he thinks he's doing. We're gonna waste everybody's time.
How is it a waste of time?
All right, there you go, bud. But dude, I just explained it. You couldn't comprehend that? All right, Russia guys, since I couldn't answer my question, properly, you're just unmuted to spew more of your circular nonsense. Go ahead.
There's literally no one else talking. How is it a waste of time?
I'll talk.
What are you talking about, dude? You just want to hear people drone on saying the same sentence over and over again? Okay, go ahead. Enjoy.
When you guys say 3D, what do you guys mean?
Okay. So a 3D in 3D space. 3D space usually involves 3 axes: X, Y, and Z. So
Right. So tell
horizontal,
me,
vertical, and
right,
perspective.
horizontal and vertical. Now let me ask you a question. There's no bend to a horizontal, is there?
That is not relevant because in 3D
Uh,
space, it
yes, it
is
is.
in all axes. In 3D space, you
Hold
can
up.
go yeah, in 3D
So
space.
if you use 3D, then you have horizontal and vertical. That's it. There's no bend to either of those, is there?
No, well then that's 2D.
No, that's 3D.
No, that's not 2D.
Well, in 3 dimensions in a 3D software, you can go in all directions. Yeah, in horizontal, vertical, and front and back. So
That's horizontal.
well, I welcome you to download a 3D software and play around with it so you can get a
I
better
already know what 3D
idea.
means.
Well,
I
I
already know
mean, you're
what that is.
confusing 2 dimensions with 3 dimensions here, so
Wrong. Forward, back, left, right is horizontal. Up, down is vertical. There's no bend to either of those axes.
okay.
Thank you.
Then how can you animate things in 3D then? In 3D
Don't know,
space?
don't care.
Oh, okay. Great reply.
I don't get it. Was there a joke?
Well, I mean, I asked you how could you animate things in 3D space and your reply was I don't care. So okay.
Because it's all within horizontal and vertical. That
And
is
yet
3D
you can
reality.
you
That's
can
it.
still animate things in 3D
Yeah. So what?
and
It doesn't mean that the
travel and even travel in 3D space. It's great.
that doesn't mean that the axes are bent, does it?
How does this translate to any bending of axis in 3D?
Because you're saying that this thing maps a globe.
Yeah.
There's
sorry,
no
what?
bend to a horizontal.
How does this have anything to do with 3D space?
You said that it maps the Earth in 3D, horizontal and vertical. Problem is, there's no bend to horizontal and vertical axes. That's your problem.
But you seem to not understand how 3D space works, though.
I just told you how it works.
Actually.
All right, is the dimension we're in currently right now 3D or 2D space?
3D.
So why can't you bend things in 3D space?
You can't bend axes.
So you're saying that if I had a ruler in my hands right now in 3D space that I can't bend it because it's horizontal?
A ruler is not a axis.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
dude.
but you said that there's no bending in 3D space.
No, hold on. If you take a ruler and you hold it horizontal, level, and you then bend it, it's no longer horizontal.
Yeah, but he said that you can't.
Bingo.
There's no bending in horizontal, though.
Wait, what
So
did I say?
if you held a ruler horizontally, he's claiming that you can't bend that ruler when you clearly can, and you can also see it in 3D space by moving the ruler around.
Yeah, if it's bent,
So
then
if
it's
you have
not
one ruler,
horizontal.
just listen, bro. If you have one ruler and you put another ruler underneath it parallel to the above ruler, and they're both horizontal level, and you bend the bottom one, and you want to use the top one as your reference, you're just going to have declinations in the y-axis, right? For each point, right? So, like, let's say the first point is 1, the next point will be 1.1, and then the next point will be 1.25, the next point will be 1.3, and so on and so forth as it decreases on the y-axis. And then you have the coordinate plane of the horizontal, which is the z and the x. So it's expressed completely in horizontal and vertical. It's not expressed in curve.
Right. If it rises or drops.
When did anyone?
If you just say what does that mean, then that just shows you have no freaking idea what you're talking about.
No. When did anyone claim at any point in time that in 3D space you have something curving? I mean, like an axis curving. I mean, what is this new kind of extraterrestrial physics?
You guys are not. You guys are not using the known vernacular for these terminologies. So just explain to him what you mean when you employ these terms. Like, it's a fair question to ask for an explanation. He wants to understand what you're saying.
Dude, he
I don't
wants
know.
to come
Sounds
in
to me
here
like they're making
and say
a.
that you can have the 3D model of the Earth, right, without a reference coordinate system or a datum to go off of. That's what he's claiming. That you could coordinate all these ships, right, without some reference.
Sir, okay, if a question for you. I once joined this channel sometime earlier, and I asked people to show me some kind of model for the flat Earth, and I was presented with a sort of a dish, and basically the sun moving around this dish to represent the cycle of day and Earth, and I think you would agree with me that that is in 3D space, right? You'd agree with me that this ball, or this whatever, this sun, is rotating around the dish. And it's quite interesting, actually, the fact that this sun is a ball on that, circular dish. But then again, this is in 3D space, this animation. And now you're saying that that in 3D space there needs to be something like a curve, or there isn't a curve, because I'm failing to understand here the logic.
We know you're failing to understand, brother. It's painfully obvious.
Yeah, I don't understand this. How is there a curve in an axis? It's just X, Y, and
The
Z.
point is, there isn't one, right? And you're going off the ship of the plane, and the ship
there's
of the
three
plane is
axes
being
there.
assumed to be curved. Holy,
But there's 3 axes in a 3 dimensions, sir.
dude, you got problems?
No, there's there's
Yes, you
3
do.
axes
You
in
have a
a
problem of not letting
3D.
people finish 4 words out their mouth, bro.
There's 3
So
axes.
here's my suggestion to you. Try listening to the end of a sentence.
Are you gonna
Right?
say anything of substance?
No, I'm not. I'm going to berate this fool for not.
In 5 minutes, I'm
And
wasting
then
my
I'm going to
time
mute him. There we
listening
go.
to you saying
It's
nothing.
muted.
Oh yeah,
There we go.
you're gonna mute me for what? For disagreeing with
No,
me?
I'm going to let you keep
piece of
talking about
shit.
nothing while the other guy's muted. That's what
You're gonna mute him for actually saying something.
he said. He says nothing, dude. He literally just
Welcome to the
interrupts
Flat
people
Earth
as
Room.
soon as they open their mouth. Yeah, welcome to the Flat Earth. It's peaceful. It's not my fault this topic triggers people so badly. Right? But this dude doesn't understand that you need a reference for your 3D matrix. You can't even be asked parsing questions. And then when he's asked about horizontal and vertical axis, it's like he doesn't even know what's going on. It's quite laughable. All right, let's listen to some more mumbling.
Oh, you unmuted me. Okay. I was simply saying that in a 3D space, in the software at least, you have the you have 3 axes, the X, Y, and
Yeah,
Z
everybody knows
axis.
that. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Get on with it.
Wonderful. So
Yep.
in these 3 axes, the X, Y, and Z, you can move things around in all directions, amazingly enough. Whereas in 2D space, you only have
Everybody knows
X.
that.
You have only X and Y,
Yep,
which is
everybody knows that already. Move on. Keep going. Next.
which is horizontal and vertical. So
Yeah, we all understand that. Keep going. Next point. Let's
Daryl,
go.
dude, just let him talk.
okay,
Watch who's gonna
okay,
No,
Red.
I'm not. Every time he says 3 words, I'm going to speak over him, just like he did. That's the way I'm going to treat him.
Okay.
Yep. Yep, we know that already. Okay, yep, keep going. Next.
just employ
Awesome.
the
So,
golden rule.
Yep, keep
when
going. Tell us how 3D space works. Go ahead. Let's go.
Be the bigger
awesome.
man.
So the fact here is
Faster. I got places to be. I ain't got all day. Let's go.
so the
Like
fact is that in 3D
Yeah, we
software,
understand the facts. Let's roll. 3D software. Yep, let's go.
His brain hasn't woke,
so
moderator. You gotta go slower.
as I was saying, in
Yeah,
3D
it's kind of
space,
annoying, isn't it? Yeah, keep going. We
it,
understand 3D space. You keep saying, as I was saying,
right.
get to the next point. Let's go.
So in 3D space, the 3D scans of the world clearly show that the world is round and a globe.
Yeah, what reference do they use?
Multiple input points from multiple ships and vehicles and all sorts and types using multiple sensors such as sonar and laser and radar.
How do they understand where the ship is to reference it?
Sure. So the
don't understand?
The ship is in a certain spot and starts scanning, and you can clearly see where the ship was with the scans.
Don't you understand?
It's really simple. I mean, you ask, how do you know where the ship was? Well, when you start scanning, you can clearly see the environment around the 3D environment of where the ship was.
Sure.
Without the need of GPS, of course.
Right. So how do you know its location on the Earth then, compared to everything else?
Well, I mean, if you stand in,
How do you know
say,
when the previous scan stops and the next scan begins?
sure, if you stand in, say, a fishing
Yeah,
bay
you know
in
your
LA.
location on the Earth. There you go.
If you're in the fishing area of LA, you clearly know what a LA fishing area looks like. And if you start scanning the area with, let's say, a drone, you can scan also with a drone, by the way. You can clearly tell through the scans
And
when you do a scan.
If you scan straight down.
Yeah, when you scan, no, you can scan. In fact, scanning is awesome. You can scan from top down. You can scan from the side, from a certain angle, and still get a beautiful 3D image of what you're scanning.
Right.
Right. So you can tell where you are without the need of GPS. And when you constantly scan and you constantly scan
How
and
could you
scan,
tell where you are without GPS if you didn't already have a reference for that scan in the first place? You would have no idea where you are in the scan unless you had something
yes,
to
you
recognize
can.
it from.
Well, you see, the wonderful thing about scanning technology nowadays is that you can take both LiDAR scans with just infrared and also image scans. And in point data, when you take this information, you can make a 3D representation of what you scanned, literally the same object, with an image attached to it. So it looks like exactly the same thing in 3D.
Oh, no doubt, dude, but that doesn't tell
And
you
you
where it is.
obviously
Unless
can
you know where it
recognize
is
that,
in the
right?
first
So if you
place.
scanned a lighthouse, you would know where you are compared to where the object is in reference.
Yeah, only if you know where the lighthouse is in the first place.
Right, because you're standing next to the lighthouse scanning the lighthouse. You know you're
Correct. So
by the lighthouse.
eventually you need a reference, correct?
But that is your reference. You are standing by the lighthouse, scanning the lighthouse, therefore you're next to the lighthouse.
Right. And in order to be able to place that lighthouse into a greater mosaic or puzzle piece, you need to know where that is.
Right. So in 3D space, you're standing at that lighthouse. You can clearly tell it's the lighthouse, therefore you're standing there.
Right.
And when you constantly continue scanning from that point on, you build a larger image, a 3D scan of the area. Correct?
Right. Sure.
Right.
Where do you anchor that point?
Well, by the lighthouse.
Right. Where's the lighthouse? Where's the information of where the lighthouse is located?
On the 3D object itself. It was scanned, remember?
Dude. Painful.
What? What? You scanned the lighthouse, right? You're standing next to the lighthouse using a drone, correct? So you're next to the lighthouse. So that's your reference point. So in 3D space, the 3D object comes out scanned, and you can see the lighthouse in the 3D object. And you know for a fact that you're standing next to the lighthouse in 3D space. So moving on from that point, you constantly keep scanning a larger image until you have an even larger and larger and larger and larger image. Eventually, you'll get a 3D scan of the entire environment which you're in. And then you compile that into a larger image in the 3D software, and you get a more detailed, uh, if you will, measurement of the surface in 3D space.
Sure. That's
Okay.
understood. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
Great. So now if you saw how much, of course, this requires resources. You need bigger drones. You need ships. To scan the surface of the ocean. You need a ship or a boat that has lidar or sonar or some kind of scanning equipment that can take a decent enough image, a strong enough image to get a nice resolution image of the sea floor. And when you constantly scan that from the reference point where you begin scanning without the need of use of GPS, because I understand that you hate GPS, you can build a larger image of the sea floor. And then you stitch that information together with surface scans.
Okay, so the ship is on the water, right?
Right.
And so from the surface of the water, it's getting a range to the subsurface. Whatever, let's just say it's shooting a beam straight down,
Sure.
and that's
Yes.
giving it that value, right? Okay, perfect.
Right.
So it only knows the distance between, let's just call it the return. So it goes out, it hits its limit, and then it returns and gives it a range to that thing. And then it keeps getting a bunch of these, right, from the vantage point of the ship. And so it's going to say 75, the next one might be 77, and the next one might be 62. And so you got a little depression there in the ground, right?
No, sir. LiDAR scanning can be very effective when you scan the surface of the ocean at very deep depths. Laser can penetrate through the ocean quite effectively. And there's also sonar and radar,
Okay,
which
so
also
what did
assist
I
in
say?
building an
Why
image.
would you say no? All as I said is the signal goes, whatever signal, it doesn't matter what signal it is. It goes down, it reaches the limit, it returns. It tells the machine, I went this far, right? And then it moves a little bit, it does the same thing, right?
It doesn't reach a limit. It hits the target and then it returns back. And
Dude, that's just what I said, bro.
yeah, but can I just comment? Your mic is very, very, very bad. I can't really hear what you're saying. No offense.
Yeah, so anyway, I'll wrap it up quick because I will be getting in a bad location soon, which is it reaches the limit, it returns back, it gives it a distance from the source, and that's all it gives it, right?
Right.
And it's going to maintain that from the altitude that the ship is maintaining on the surface of the water. So in order to do a reference to the ground from the surface, you need to know the shape of the surface in the first instance. Otherwise, you're just going to have the same horizontal altitude profile.
Sure. Yes.
So
yes.
you
Absolutely.
have to reference it. Yeah, exactly. Which
Right.
means you
But
have
that's
to reference it to a datum, assuming the Earth is curved in the first instance. I rest my case ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into
no.
the
Hold
past.
up. One moment.
No, hold up. I win. I'm out of here. Bye bye.
What? What? What?
Wait. He got
What?
he
What? What?
he
What just
left.
happened?
He couldn't take it. I don't know. I think that was a success. I mean, I don't think you're gonna be able to talk as freely any other
I'm surprised that wasn't banned from this.
Yeah, that you went for a good run.
I mean, I'm not here to offend anyone. I just wanted to see their point of view on this whole scanning thing. I mean, I've worked with scanning before. I know what point data is. I've converted raw LiDAR scans into images in 3D. And I know how it works, and it's very, 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 very accurate. And I mean, it's not, it's not rocket science. You just point your laser at an object, you scan it, it returns back, and you have a 3D image of that object. There's nothing else to it, and it works the same for the surface of the Earth. If you have a good, powerful enough piece of equipment, you just shoot the laser down into whatever object you're scanning, which is the surface of the ocean, and just scan it. And then the image returns into point data. And by the way, that data is massive and in gigabytes and in hundreds and thousands of gigabytes. And then you have to have a powerful enough computer to stitch all that together into a reasonable image. And I'm sorry to break it. I'm really sorry to, say this, but the 3D scan clearly speaks for itself. And again, I will post that link if I can find it. Oh, here it is. Sure, this is a bit of a low resolution 3D scan of Earth, but still, it's quite accurate. So
Yeah, but you admitted
I rest
that
my
it's
case.
told how so someone's telling it how to stitch it together because it can be stitched into other ways, and you admitted that
Look, sir.
too.
Look, sir. The way you stitch the so-called stitch this point data together is basically when you scan a region, because of course the world is massive, right? When you scan a region, you get a 3D object. You get a 3D, a 3D object of that specific region, and then you go and you move on to the second region and you scan that region. And you take these two regions and you stitch them together into the 3D software as best as you
You're
can.
not being responsive to his objection.
So how do you control for error?
Right. So when there's a small section of the region which overlaps with the other section of the region, you just, you align it as best as you can, and you
What, with like
delete
a
the.
mouse?
Wait.
No, there's a region that, because obviously you're going to scan a section of the region, and the other section of the region will have small areas that stick out. Then you're going to overlap these two regions together, and then you're going to blur out or blend it.
Well, wait, Angry, do you understand that you weren't responsive to his objection?
He specifically asked how it's stitched.
No, he
How do
raised
you
an
know that the
objection
software?
that the software, all inputs need to be processed by a computer.
Yeah, how do you
or
know the
some-
software doesn't presuppose globe Earth?
Right.
Because the software doesn't have that coded in it. It doesn't need to presuppose any Earth. It's
Why?
not the purpose of the software is
If
not
it's
to.
if it's putting patches onto a surface that is curved, it's presupposing globe Earth, no?
No. This is a 3D software. It's got nothing to do with Earth presupposing anything. It's got nothing to do with Earth at all. It's just a 3D software, period.
How does it know to put it on a plane or on a curved plane? On a
It
flat
doesn't
plane
need
or
to. It doesn't need to. There's
Doesn't
no
know. It
flat
doesn't
or
know.
But
it's.
why is the product then a curved surface, not a flat surface?
It doesn't matter. It's a 3D object. The 3D
Okay.
object, in whatever shape or form, listen to this. The 3D object, in whatever shape or form, even if it's a piece of spaghetti, a swirling piece of spaghetti, if you scan this 3D spaghetti and you scan another piece of 3D spaghetti, you stitch them together, you're going to have a longer piece of spaghetti, whatever shape it is.
It's completely objective. It has no bias.
Why do you think it has no bias?
Because that's how 3D works.
Right.
Well, but if you're scanning a plane in three-dimensional plane, right? You're receiving a three-dimensional plane as an object. Like when you attach three-dimensional place to three-dimensional place, it's going to be a larger three-dimensional plane, like a flat plane. It's not going to be a globe, right?
It doesn't. The 3D software does not. does not care if it's a plane or a round ball or anything. It's just
Yeah,
3D
that's what I'm
software.
saying. But if you're scanning just this flat surface, and you're attaching smaller flat surfaces to larger flat surfaces, smaller flat surfaces to other flat surfaces, you're going to get eventually a larger flat surface, right? It doesn't matter.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
but these are not flat
Yes,
surfaces.
but in the case of scanning the Earth, when you scan the supposed flat surfaces, eventually, automatically, just because they're 3D, they will build a spherical object. Because
What's
that's
the
the 3D
algorithm?
scan. That's
Yeah, but
just
what's the algorithm?
just the scan itself, the 3D scan, the 3D object.
It's not an
But
algorithm.
because I assume you're scanning a surface of a plane, obviously not scanning the depth of that plane, right?
Yes.
So how would you, if you're scanning a surface of a plane, right? How would you like account for the fact that the scanning ray will not be able to go over the supposed curve, right? So you will never get a curve if you don't go over the supposed curve, so you can account for that curve, right?
No, because the surface automatically you can. There is a height difference. There is a height difference.
Well, there's obviously the relief in any surface. There's like patterns and hills and valleys, but that doesn't get a flat overall plane. It just gets like a rigid plane, right?
But that's the magic. That's the magic here. This is the magic. You see, because the world is so big, to us, it is flat because it looks flat. But when you put it in, when you scan it, there is a difference in height. That's the problem. The height
in height between the planes, or like what?
Yes, there is a difference in height between the planes. Yes.
Can you explain that in like I'm
soccer
5?
ball Earth.
Like I just done.
We found the dataset models that it uses, man. It uses dataset models.
Explain
Not like
it
this.
better.
He's making it like it's this one software program that is objective and unbiased, but it uses a whole collection of different dataset models.
No, it's just a very simple 3D
It does. I went to the
scanning.
resources, man.
Very simple 3D
it uses
scanning.
Earth-bytes.
No, it's a very simple 3D 3D model
I
software.
went
Simple as
to
that.
the resource page. It's listed there. It shows every single fucking thing they're using there.
Sure, that's them. They've used multiple data entry points. Yes, they've used multiple data entry points, and that includes satellites, that includes ships.
Modeling.
Does that matter?
Wait, are you against modeling?
Yeah, they don't have a model that it really don't like that.
It's not. It's not unbiased. They're using these models. They're using
Do you think models? Wait,
Wait. I really think you're
biased?
speaking outside of your knowledge here. It sounds like not
What
saying
models?
expertise, but your knowledge. Okay, it sounds to me like you don't really know what it is you're looking at when you say like, "Oh, these are models," and things like that. Are you purporting to have sufficient knowledge in this area?
Well, no. I guess we're asking is what is the justification for the model? How do we know if the model is true? Like epistemology, ontology, all of these things.
Let's start with whether they're inserting some kind of model. For the guy saying that, are you purporting to us to have sufficient knowledge, either amateur or professional, in this area?
Yeah, my knowledge of it is very limited. I'll agree. Yeah, I'll admit that.
Wait,
but he's making out like it's this simple program, and it's not biased. It just puts into this 3D rendering system.
I don't think
like
he said it was
fuck off,
simple.
man. It uses all this different shit.
Look, sir. Look.
in here.
Look. If you have an iPhone, if you have an iPhone which supports LiDAR, there's a nice app called Scaniverse. Download that app and scan anything you want. And scan anything you want, and you'll get a 3D image of whatever you're scanning. It's really that simple. And that wonderful app takes LiDAR data in point form and builds it into 3D space. It's that simple. There's no bias there. There's nothing.
Yeah, but
it's just
my
it's just a
point
3D
is
scan.
How can you
Let me
account
guess,
for the
you're the
curvature of the
after-developer.
Earth? How can you account for the curvature of the Earth if you're not like having some sort of
Because
intersection when you scan like huge pieces of land, like hundreds of kilometers, like square kilometers in terms of like area, surface area, right? You don't have this in some sort of a like section, right, where you like can see that the Earth crust bends over like hundreds of kilometers. You're just scanning the surface of something.
We
I'm
have
asking
reached
you how...
peak intellectualism once again on the server.
True. Like, that's the
when
question.
when
I think that's
when
why people
the
are
when the
disagreeing with you.
object is scanned along long distances, you're assuming that it should return as a flat scan.
Well, I'm
No,
asking you, how do you
no, it
Well, this
account
guy
for the
doesn't
fact that...
understand how these scans work. When you try to make an object, it already tries to a shape beforehand.
So look.
If you just take
If
pictures of
you're
the
on the
surface of the
surface,
Earth, it's gonna be flat pictures.
so
Next to
this is the wonderful thing.
Yeah,
If you're on the
I know.
surface,
You guys like human. Why waste your time?
why don't you listen? Stop. Why don't you stop insulting me? All right.
No, thank you.
No ad
Okay.
hominem
So
starts.
I'll just mute you. All right.
Fine. How about
Okay,
you give
Don't
me a
mute,
break?
don't mute Guardian.
So
Don't mute him.
when you're on the surface of the Earth, and when you're walking on the Earth, obviously, as long as you go on the surface of the Earth, you're going to have a flat image. However, the higher you go on elevation speaking, this is how altimetry works. If you have for example, an airplane scanning something, you're going to eventually get a curved surface.
Yeah, but I'm asking you,
do
like,
you want me to draw it out? Do you want me to draw it out
if
for
you like, okay, I'm giving you an example. If you cut from the surface of the Earth, right, a patch, 200 kilometers by 200 kilometers, right?
Okay.
And maybe when you lift that, you cut that patch, and that patch has like 50 kilometers depth, right? And you lift it up in the sky, maybe you can see the crust bending or a crust creating a curvature. But if you're just only scanning the surface, it will be difficult because if the curvature exists, you will not be able to scan up like beyond the curvature. You'll be able to scan at the horizon, right?
All right.
You'll
So
still see a flat image.
Okay, when these, not to offend anyone, but when these flat earthers say that there's no such thing as satellites and that there's weather balloons, for example, when you have a weather balloon and it's in one specific point, even if it moves slightly, right, and you have an altimetry lidar scanner, you scan a region, and by scanning a region, you make an entire sweep of the region. Okay, it's not just one point or one laser shot. It's a sweep. It's a constant sweep across an entire region. You get a 3D model of that region.
Distance will remain
That
the
3D model of that region will show a curvature.
Don't you think that the software has to account for the curvature in its calculation? So it has already presupposed the curvature? I think that's the problem.
No, it's not. No, it doesn't. That's the wonderful thing about 3D. No, it doesn't. When you have a high enough object making a scan, and the scan makes a 3D representation of whatever you scanned, it clearly shows that there's a curvature. You're not going to see a flat surface. You're going to see a slightly, slowly curving surface.
Okay, but if you scan directly from, like, let's say you have a satellite. Let's say the Earth is a globe, you have a satellite, and the satellite is scanning directly down, like 90 degrees down, right? And it's scanning an area. Like, you will still not be able to account for curvature. You'll be scanning the image you'll receive, even though they may be curvature, will be a flat surface. No matter how you patch this, unless you presuppose the existence of curvature, you will never get a curved Earth. That's the point, right?
That's not. No, you're
really far away.
But that's exactly the point. You're wrong, because the 3D scan doesn't care if there's a presupposed curve or not. It scans, period. What it scans is at a certain height. When you scan at a certain height, you get a bigger scan area, and the bigger scan area shows a curvature. A 3D.
So you're saying is simply because the software is 3D, it will make a curvature?
No, I'm saying that the software represents what was scanned, and what was scanned is the surface of Earth, and the surface of
when you
Earth
take a picture, of Earth,
form shows that it's curving.
Okay, but when you take a picture of Earth, right, from high altitude, let's say 300 kilometers, like in the ionosphere or whatever the fuck, right, you would still not, with a 2D image, you would still not see any curvature, right?
No, you will
So the
see
3D
because
image would not
How would you
improve things that
ask him, please?
much.
Ask him,
no,
please.
you
Yeah.
will see a curvature because it's going to be a 3D scan, a sweep of a zone, an area, and when you sweep
That would
an
be better.
area, the 3D model clearly shows that there's a curvature.
So, I'm curious, does the data itself imply curvature?
Wait a second. Okay, you three have been going at it for a bit. T-Dubs brought up that a point that I just want to address is that it has been they've done the same technique with multiple different scanning devices, and that is true. But I don't think that points to less data to prove it. It points to more data. Also, at 300 kilometers, Zoidberg, you muted yourself. You deafened yourself. At 300 kilometers altitude, you definitely see curvature.
It depends. No, it doesn't depend on the altitude. It depends on how zoomed you are in, right? What the area is that you are scanning for. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how far you are away. It just matters on the range of the surface that you're scanning.
Optically, at 300 kilometers, optically with one-time zoom, you will see
with one
curvature.
time, probably.
Yes, you will see curvature at 300 kilometers altitude.
Can I ask something about that app?
No.
No.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, Angry Pro Wrestling mentioned an app.
If we test that app in Bolivia, it will show the exact things what is it will scan everything.
Yeah, if you have a iPhone that has LiDAR support, you can download.
If I go to Salt Lake in Bolivia, there is a Salt Lake with 4,000 miles squared, and its elevation change is 1 meter.
But wait a minute. This is a small app that scans small objects. Okay.
Okay, but listen this. I don't need app. Of Bolivia, 4,000 miles squared, 1 meter's elevation change. That's the natural app.
Is the natural app?
Natural app. It's Salt Lake in Bolivia, 4,000 miles squared of the surface. It's changing elevation 1 meter.
Wow. The Earth must be flat.
Oh. Yeah, that's that app.
We measured one fucking place in Bolivia, therefore the rest of the Earth must follow the same thing.
Yeah, you have other places in the
you
world.
have 5 more places. Wow, can you name more than 3?
Kansas.
Okay. 1.
I will tell you now. All land.
Okay. 2.
All land, all continents.
Oh, so now you went to all continents. You didn't manage to give 3 more.
Because I realized,
Yeah, you realize. You're so smart, man.
Yeah.
You're so dumb.
Yeah. Can you tell me how you measure the curvature?
My dick, by putting it against your mom's arm.
Wow. And you mean you mean that now that because my mom has 75 years old, you mean that this kind of swearing?
And I will dig her even out if I have to.
Yeah. But do you think that this kind of swearing will give you a curvature in reality? You'll believe.
I mean,
You
my
think
dick
that,
is a bit curved to the left.
But you think, yeah, it's on YouTube.
But
you
it's so
think,
big you cannot see curvature.
So your dick is left leaning?
I will not follow. I will not follow your. I will not follow. I will not follow your childish, your childish behaving, because man, everybody can
Shut the
swear.
fuck
Everybody
up.
can
You're an adult talking about flat Earth. You like the definition of a child. Shut up.
Man, shut the fuck up now, and you will not speak in for now. Shut up. Shut up.
Thank you.
Shut up.
No, thank you.
Shut up.
No, thank you.
Shut up. If you have a proof for curvature, you can say something. Other
Go
case,
get a
shut
better
the fuck
mic.
up. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, guys, we're
Child
live
doesn't
on.
want to listen to you anymore.
Little
Careful, careful,
child.
Ardian, you're live on YouTube right now.
Thank God I am. Hey, what's up, YouTube
Yeah,
gang?
yeah. Everybody's
YouTube
up.
whose
What's
That's
up?
thing
okay,
am I
man.
on?
There's
Man, if you want to,
there's
if you
7
want to go,
viewers, 7 people watching right now.
70. Hey, what's up, all
No, no, no,
70?
no, 7. There's 7.
7. Whatever, man. Hey, all 7.
okay, good. Are you? Is it your ego fulfilled, or you need to swear more?
Boring. Man, you discovered 2 places on the Earth's surface that have some weird constellation. Therefore, the whole Earth's
No,
surface
man.
has to follow your
I
bullshit
didn't
reasoning.
discover. I didn't discover anything. You know, I'm living.
I asked you
I'm
for
living.
3
I'm
spots.
okay.
You didn't manage
I'm
to
okay
mention
with.
3. You just said all continents. Like, bro.
Okay, can I
Imagine
say
I say
one
the
only?
Earth
Can
is
I say
shaped
all
like a
that?
globe because
Can,
all
can,
3
can
are.
I say only that first one? What I said. Bolivia, Salt Lake, 4,000 miles square.
Can I have subtitles on this guy? I don't understand what he's saying.
Bolivia, Salt Lake. Country is Bolivia. Salt Lake is that where it's salt. It's a little bit water
Man,
on the
Bolivia
top.
doesn't exist. Prove Bolivia exists.
Okay, make you more ridiculous for yourself. Okay, come on.
I mean, you guys say the moon doesn't exist. It's a CGI.
Well,
I think Bolivia
man,
is CGI.
who said that?
Prove Bolivia exists.
You said something like this. You know
Prove
why?
to
Why you
me
saying
Bolivia exists right now.
that Bolivia exists? Okay.
Yeah, prove to me Bolivia exists right now. Yeah, you cannot. I win. Bolivia doesn't exist. Your example is incoherent. Therefore, I win again.
You win. This is 20 points for you. Next question is 30 points, and then you will have 50 points. And then what?
Damn, 50. That's crazy.
50 points against my 0 points. What shall I do? I will start. I will continue to live in the nature, you know, and you will have been, you know.
You sound a bit mad.
Me? No.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I will continue to live with the nature around me, and you have 50
Well,
points,
your
and you
mic
won.
doesn't want to listen to you anymore. It's like surrendering. It's literally suiciding. I accept your submission.
You got another 50 points.
You didn't even manage to give 3.
100 points against 0. Okay. But that's not the issue. Issue is curvature. You know, sphere. That stuff. Not about points. But whatever.
Did you calm down now? Are you unrageous?
No, I'm thinking about your dick now.
It runs in the family, it seems.
Oh my god. Man, everybody can do that sarcastic things, that ironic things, that swearing things. That's easy, man. That's fucking easy.
Yeah, believing in the flat earth is difficult. It takes a lot of IQ.
Yeah, IQ, man. You know what?
Yeah. You smart, man. You're smart. I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
If you have IQ, you know that you
Man, I'm low IQ. You're so high IQ, man. Holy shit. I can hear it.
Man. Can you tell your number? Do you have a number?
Yes.
What it is?
Go ask your mother. She has my phone number.
I don't ask for the number of phone. I ask for your IQ number, man. When you're thinking about something. Okay.
I do have a number.
Good. What is the number?
I don't know.
Okay. Good.
IQ?
I mean, unless you're an idealist, I guess you could say I don't have a number, but I'm not an idealist. I'm a physicist, so I believe I do have one.
You're a physicist. You're measuring people by IQ. I don't know.
Ardian took the IQ test and it caught on fire.
That's true. My head caught on fire, not the IQ test.
Good. That's good for you.
You score too high on the IQ test, you become borderline psychic.
I mean, that's based on, no? Like, most leaders in history were, like, psychopathic, so it's based.
No, not psychopathic. Psychometric.
Oh, okay.
You mean psychic.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I think that was with Left 4 Dead 2 or something.
Not psycho, psychic. Psychic.
Psychic? Like
The fuck you just call me?
I said you're a Yiddish small circle.
Damn. You just called your family tree a circle.
Is there any actual direct measurement of Earth curvature, or is the best we've got, well, we made this claim about this shit that we did and then wrapped it around a ball, and here's this cartoon?
The second.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a
Well,
claim. It's done with
you have a
math.
3D model, so you can, measure the 3D model if you will.
Yeah, you can measure the
No, he's right. It was the second.
There's lots of models you can measure, but also it's done with mathematics. It's not a claim. It's logic.
No direct measurement then.
I think a 3D scan is very accurate measurements, sir.
I concur.
I mean,
it has laser precision.
Yeah, you want laser precision measurements. This is what 3D scanning does. It's
Across the
scanned.
surface, yeah, across the surface, right? Yeah, like so direct measurement of Earth curvature, and then not putting it through
Yes.
some sort of fucking software, like just getting the raw data, right?
No,
Canned.
it's just a 3D scan, sir. Just
Oh,
when
a
you 3D
distance
scan the
measurement
surface,
will
it just
not-
automatically shows a curve.
Yeah, which then gets
curvature.
processed through some software on a computer and told what to do, and yeah. So can we just
No,
do
the
a direct
software-
measurement of
the
the Earth's
software does
surface
not-
and find
the s-
curvature?
Sir, the
Yeah,
software does not need to be
take
told what to do. It simply
Yeah,
takes
forget
3D
computers
information.
and shit, right? Like forget that. Forget running it through a program that's been programmed
like
by a
two to,
human with biases, right? So let's just measure directly the Earth's
What are the
surface.
things called that
Would
you measure distance with?
Would you rather use a ruler to measure the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, use a ruler, like two very long rulers,
something like
make
that.
them like go
Be my
around the
guest.
Earth.
Does anybody here have that? An example of that?
Yeah.
I think laser scanning does the job pretty well. And you asked if there's measurements of Earth. Well, I mean, you can deny the information, the measurements provided by these agencies because you have perhaps distrust of them, which is understandable.
The thing
But
that
they still
this guy
provide a
doesn't
measurement,
understand.
and measurements
thing-
can be backed up by empirical evidence, such as 3D scans.
The problem that this guy doesn't get is you need more than one laser to measure
Sure, why that is so difficult
curvature
to
of the
believe.
If you only use one laser to measure, it will always come out flat because you will have
I mean,
on
if
average
I,
the same distance.
for example,
right?
if I
There
Hey, you
will be
guys
no
take
shape in
one at a time, okay?
I mean, I was speaking. I waited until he was
Yeah,
done.
yeah, I got you. I'm not digging either one of you. Okay, so when two people are talking, someone has to yield. Okay.
I tried to give him the first floor until he finished.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, good morning.
I'm saying that if you only use one laser, I mean, I agree with the other person. You will end up with you have no idea what shape the thing is that's coming back. You only know the distance, and since the satellite or the balloon or whatever it is will be spinning around the Earth, it will remain with on average pretty similar distance. So it basically is going to look like a valley and like a couple hills and so on, like right, like if you would visualize it, the distance from that they are getting. But if you use two lasers, you would end up with an actual curvature because you would realize that one distance is further away than it should be once you pass it. Like imagine you have like a dot that is centered at the center of the Earth, like a laser, and then another laser is pointing, let's say, I don't know, like 50 kilometers to the left. Now, on a flat Earth, we would know the angle that that thing would have, and the angle that it comes back at is different. So that would be one example. But the other guy doesn't understand that. He thinks you can use one laser to like measure curvature. That's silly. You cannot do that.
Wait, can't you? Don't you know by the distance? Doesn't it make a curve? Or
I mean, what is the distance, let's say, in China? Let's say there's a satellite flying over the Earth at hypothetically 10,000 kilometers, right? What the fuck is the distance gonna be in China, let's say, and the distance in here in Germany to that satellite? What is it gonna be? Once it flies over both places and measures the distance. It's gonna be 10,000 because it's at the 10,000 altitude. Like it's just gonna vary a bit higher or less depending on how, if it's passing a mountain or a valley or something, but it's gonna remain around 10K.
but can't you perceive the the roundness of the globe or whatever right on the edges?
That would
On the
imply you
edges.
are using an optical sensor, right? He was
No,
referring to
no.
a laser though.
No, by I mean right on the edges. Like if you were to scan all the way to the edges, if you could perceive that with the wouldn't you get a different number
I
right at
agree.
the edges?
Yeah,
Okay,
I agree.
okay.
That's why I said you need two lasers. One to measure right below you, and one to measure further where you came from. Because if the Earth would be flat, the angle should be a certain amount. I don't know how much it would be. Like, let's say 45 degrees, okay? And if the Earth is round, that means it's like going further away from you, that spot. So the angle will be more narrow.
Okay.
But I was just pointing out how the other person, T-Dub, was not incorrect. What Angry Russian was saying is incorrect. You need more than one laser.
Right.
Yo, but what? I mean, I think like I'm repeating myself every time. It just what is the standard of evidence that we all agree upon first? I think that should be the first step of this of any of these conversations. If we agree that pictures are evidence, or only if you touch it and able to manipulate it, see it and hear it is the only valid evidence. What you can experience is the only valid evidence. Like what is the valid evidence that everybody would agree? Like
I don't think this has ever been agreed upon.
Yeah, that's the point. I think we should agree on that first before we had these conversations. That's regardless of the Earth being flat or globed or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter.
There's a 4-part series on YouTube called "Destroying Flat Earthers." I think it's called. No,
Why do I
destroying.
need to watch YouTube to have this conversation?
No, I'm not saying that. But destroying flat Earth without using science. I think if you.
Yeah, you're talking about Professor Dave, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think discussing everything that he brings up in those videos could be interesting.
Yeah, but again, until we agree on what evidence is, anything Professor Dave says would be thrown away.
I don't think flat earthers are on like one bandwave. They're like, they all have different, like they don't even agree with each other on what the level 1 agreement should be, right?
Yeah,
so
like
I think you would have to make it individually for these people that are in here. Because like there's some who deny the Bible, some agree with it, and so on, blah blah blah. You know.
The Bible.
Yeah, some people pull up the Bible as evidence.
You don't
some
think
flat earthers deny it.
You don't think
Here's
the points,
okay?
The points that Professor Dave brings up and not
one of the
using
most prominent flat earthers and you send them into space and then have them say
This already happened. There was a very prominent flat earther, and I'm speaking from a neutral point. I don't support the globe or the flat earth, right? But there was a very famous flat earther who was indeed taken to space, and when they came down and actually said, "I've changed my mind," everybody from the flat earth said, "You are CIA psyop and you're lying," and they
What's his
immediately
name?
rejected. I'll give you to in a second. Currently playing the cow mission in Warframe. Like, give me a second. Killing a thumper.
Did you say you're playing Mortal Kombat?
Warframe. I'm
Oh.
playing the cow weekly missions on Warframe. Killing a thumper. It's like,
Okay, nerd.
yeah. That's
Go
it.
get
That's
your
right.
points, your pixels in a game.
The biggest thing that globalists could do is just accept their own model, like what's described in the overview effect. The astronauts went from space, they told you exactly what it meant, what it would mean, or fill in what you think it would mean, and follow that. But for right now, the current claim on the table is if the globe is a causal agent, the effect it would have is the overview effect, as described by Edgar Mitchell and a lot of the other Apollo astronauts, written by a book called, ironically, The Overview Effect by Frank White. They describe seeing the Earth from space as an instant cognitive shift. Instant. There's no delay, nothing. An instant cognitive shift that you understand your place in the world and the universe, and you want to do something to make it a better place for all. All right, so you'd have to explain then why you're immune to the instant cognitive shift if you've seen photographs from space, or you could say why you reject this instant cognitive shift, or you could say one of the other examples is called the 100 monkey effect. 100 monkeys have not been to space yet, so not enough people have witnessed it to make it affect a wide range of a wider population. The next thing you could do, well, you could explain why the overview effect is wrong, why that is not the case, and say like somehow you have a worldview where it's not about logic, reason, or science, it's about simple, brutal force to comply with the majority. Something like instead of saying the future of humanity is not like a Vulcan, but more like a Klingon or Borg or something like that.
I don't understand why this keeps being a topic. I mean, the overview effect is obviously a description of a subjective
experience.
So it obviously will vary from person to person. Of course, there is some overlap between people since we are all human, but you can't just conjecture that it will be exactly the same for everyone. And
I think
then obviously it's gonna have a different magnitude when you see a picture of something versus when you go somewhere for real. Like when I see pictures of mountains, I'm like, okay, this is a nice picture. But when I actually go and hike on a mountain and see the view for myself, it's much more impressive on me.
It's like the difference between seeing a picture of, tits and then seeing tits for real.
Yuri Gagarin, when he was in space, he said that he saw no God there. So
Yeah, no, he was forced to say that. Later on, he said that it was awe-inspiring, that it must have been created by God. It brought him back to Christianity. But the communists said that, like, hey, what would you see? What did it, You can look that up because, like, how he corrected the record. And if you want to say about finding God, one of the astronauts just published a book in, like, I don't know, February, March, about how he found Jesus in space. So that puts another one that says, so you can find Jesus in the criminal justice system. You can find Jesus on TV. You can
mean
find
Jesus in jail?
Yeah, yeah, you hear about that. A lot of people convert.
Yeah, I know. But I always think it's like I don't think it's honest. I think people just. I think it's honest, but I don't think it's honest at the same time because like people just convert because like they have nothing else to do, basically occupy their mind with, in a sense.
Yeah, they give them just that single content. Like here, the only thing you can read is Jesus or these children's novels or something like that. Yeah, I think I'll read the Bible, and they basically only give them the New Testament. I mean, from what I understand, the environmental conditioning thing is real important because it was done experimentally validated.
It does remind you a bit of like globe Earth, right? In school they give you only the globe Earth perspective, in jail they give you only the Bible, right? So you have to become Christian, right? Or you have to become like a globie, in a sense. There's like a parallel between those two, right?
Yeah, Yeah, a little bit. I mean, there is some idea of sort of non-denominational spiritual or something like that along those lines.
Yeah, that's true.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, you have to read the Bible in jail. What do you mean?
No, not that you have to. It's just like it's one of the few books in selection that they give you to read.
Yeah.
But how do you know that they have very little selection?
Huh?
Why do you think they have little selection in books?
Well, we are inferring from the fact that there's like a phenomena called like finding Jesus in jail, right? Like,
Oh,
I guess
okay.
that
Well, but yeah, I think you might be missing the important aspect there, right? Which is that, like, Jesus was condemned by the state and put to death in what they view as
not by the
unrighteously.
state, not by the state. The Roman
do you
state did
mean?
not condemn him to death. The Roman state left it to their vassals to condemn him to death.
Okay, well, that's not quite true.
But did
What are you talking about?
Pilate, Pontius,
Yeah.
he refused to condemn Jesus.
No, that's not
His
true.
wife was a Jew, and she
That's
said,
not
"Don't condemn Jesus. I had a dream. Don't condemn him." And he said,
That's not true.
"Okay, I'll wash my hands of this," and I
Yeah.
surrendered it to the vassal authority, which was the Pharisees.
Yeah. So who do you think is the reporting party of that alleged narrative, which is not accepted by critical historical scholars? Who would it have been that was giving
The
interviews?
Romans.
Was it Pilate? No. I'm talking about a first-hand source. Who is it that could have accurately reported Pilate's private speakings with his wife? Nobody. It's not a historical narrative.
Why not servants? Why not his wife herself speaking about it
Servants?
to other people?
Does the Bible say that? Does
It
the New
doesn't matter.
Testament?
It could find itself into that information could find itself into the Bible via other
The
sources. Like,
servant
Okay. Hey,
was
stop
reporting
right
something.
there. Okay, that sounds good. Let's leave it right there, right? So we got a disagreement on this interpretation. One guy says, "Hey, no way that no one would know about these private readings." The other guy, Zoidberg, after is this possible? Okay, so let's just leave it at that. Let's come back to the topic, which is Earth and how flat it is. Things that validated the overview effect is why I brought up the thing in prison is that environmental conditioning. This is the mechanism that was changed and manipulated to get a particular result. There were two prisons, one in Pennsylvania and one in the South. I'm trying to blank, Arkansas, Kansas, something like that. And what they did was one, was their control group, and the other one they painted rainbows on the walls. It wasn't just all gray cinder blocks. Painted like sky, like sunshine. They changed. They put like kind of like soft music, classical music. They gave the prisoners more free time. They reduced the cell population to have one person per cell. They gave people a chance that they could go into their room, their cell, and lock it from the inside. It could still be unlocked from the outside. A lot of different things to give them the sense of humanity back. And these two prisons were selected purposely, because of how violent they were. One of the prisons, almost violence dropped off almost immediately. There was a little bit of lag that they attributed to retaliation. People still retaliating after the fact. But it shows you that if you change the conditions, if you change the environment, you will get a reaction from the organisms inside that environment. So what happened then after Apollo, after the Apollo mission, Apollo 17, they took a photo of Earth. This would have changed your environment, the awareness of the human environment. Instead of just being what you perceive around you, you perceive the whole world as one thing, one object. Not just your own little part of it, not your little jail cell, but the whole prison, the whole population, all people, the whole place interconnected. So, like Prison Planet in a way, is like Alex Jones so eloquently calls it. So, so what you're looking at here is why are people immune? Why can't they? So I noticed this effect first when I worked in the peace movement, and I would go door to door, knock them, saying, "Hey, give peace a try." It's possible, right? Because somewhere out there in the universe, there's an Earth just like this one, or or similar enough that they got nuclear disarmament right. And people just don't do that. They're not able to imagine. They're not able to think about that there's a lots of different variables. There's lots of different things out there, and you should be able to get there through the heliocentric model, and if not, through a photo, and if not through your imagination, if not that, then just through pure determination that you want a better world for all. Or, as I've said in the flat Earth model, nothing new under the sun. Nothing's going to change. Okay, like to touch on what Ryan was saying here, it's a fallen world. For one sense or another, that this is not the Garden of Eden. There is no perfection. You can sit there and dream about space and put your head in the clouds, but when you come back down to reality, it's a flat, stationary world, and there's no getting around that. And people are just constantly trying to grind out borders. They're trying to grind out, their little piece of the pie. It's a small world too. It's a small world after all. Kind of like a double entendre with that. That you are not going to. You can be able. That's why people are always kind of flex control in army or empire build, because they want the biggest chunk of the pie. Because if the Earth was a globe, it'd be endless. Endless resources. They're talking about some sort of flying to Cybertron now. If you look at the goofy space news, they're delayed on going to Cybertron. So what you're looking at here is that's why it keeps coming up. I remember like Pickle Rick was talking earlier about why this keeps coming up, and that's why. And also in the framework of proof. So what would prove it? What would prove one way or the other? There you go. Have at it. Just go through why you're immune to the overview effect. Why it doesn't affect you. Like be present in the moment. And if Zeros wants to go through not a Professor Dave, not using science, I mean, we could go step one by one, go through every talking point in this video. They're all full. I mean, people who think the Earth is a globe have destroyed that video 10 ways a Sunday. There's this guy who talks about logical fallacies, and he dinged it, like the most illogical, fallacious video he's ever seen on YouTube. And this guy doesn't even agree with flat Earth. He's a globalist. He just says that this is not how you do it. You don't roll out every logical fallacy in the book like you're collecting Pokemon. Just come up with the most fallacious argument you possibly can.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it would get shut down. I wouldn't necessarily want to go through the whole series, but
Well, pick your favorite one. If you watch them all, what's your favorite? Because this is pretty interesting. Destroying flat earthers. Just the way he titled it. Right away, it's a logical fallacy. Genetic fallacy. Does it matter what a flat earther says? If what is right and what's wrong is wrong, if I say I like pineapple on pizza, does that mean you got to destroy me, or you just argue against sweet and savory?
I don't think he said destroying flat earthers. I said that. Let me look at the title again.
I think he called it flat tards, like Rick rolling retarded people on the internet. Yeah, like, it was really toxic. Oh, one thing that's interesting too is like he did another video where 10 questions that flat earthers can't answer.
No, I didn't like that one as much.
Yeah, because if you look on the channel, he just deleted. Anytime someone answered, he just deleted their comment and said, see, no one can answer. Then people did response videos about like, hey, look at, no, I'm answering, but I'm answering in video format because that way you can't delete it. You can't flex your power and control over here. And then he just changed it and said, 10 questions that flat earthers always answer and give always the same response. Duh, dude. Nothing new under the sun. You think some random, but just randomly, some flat earther is going to just like spin the wheel of answers today and like pick a different answer depending on what day it is? That's a globe side that does that. It's like today it's dark energy. Tomorrow it's dark universe. Tomorrow it's refraction. Then it's splitting, you're too big, you're too small, it's just right. Every day you get a different answer, a different explanation. If you ask 10 experts in the globe, you'll get 10 different answers. They can't even agree on what they think they agree on.
Interestingly, globers get mocked for the same thing, though, that they are always having the same rebuttal to the same argument when it's fallacious in the same way, presented fallaciously in the same way every time. And it's not true that you get different answers to everything every time when you have different experts. Some things are just already known, and then the answers won't change, and some things are not known as well, and then the answers might change. But at a time, they also don't change randomly. That's just an incorrect perception of what's happening.
Yeah, you know what? I might watch the video that made me think about this again, because I don't want to promote a toxic atmosphere or a toxic environment. And if he is being too like if it's too much like of an ad hominem kind of thing, then I maybe I'd rather not do it. But I mean, like, I think that's fair to call him out on those points too. Like, if he's saying something that's toxic or is not promoting a genuine sorry, I misspoke, a genuine discourse. If like, if it's not purely educational, if it's like ego driven or arrogant, kind of like snobby, like, yeah, sure, I think he should be called out on those things too. But I think I should rewatch it before before I say that I do want to do this. I guess I was kind of excited because I just watched the video and you guys had just unmuted me and unbanned me. I was like, yeah, we could watch this video together. But I think you brought up some fair criticisms that is kind of making me rethink that. Oh, that Professor Dave is a bit of an ass. Professor Dave is more.
He's just extremely triggered. Is
More
what the main problem is.
More cocky than he's worth. More cocky than he deserves to be.
I mean, he's just extremely triggered. Is just the main thing, because he'll tell you at the same breath that flat Earth is nothing at all. A debate with David Wise, and David Wise had talked to him. Hey, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. Why would you say there's curvature of the Earth? And his snarky rebuttal is like, you're too dumb to realize just how big Earth is. Of course you don't see the curvature of the Earth. It's really big. And Dave's like, did you just concede? Like, did you like?
Yeah, I don't agree with that phrasing. I mean, I understand where he's coming from. I guess I would just like to see more civility on both sides. But I also empathize with who's that dumbass scientist that's always on TV, the black guy. The fat black scientist guy that's always on TV. Goes on Joe Rogan. He goes on all these different shows.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, but
Neil deGrasse Tyson,
why
yeah,
do you
retard. I do agree. I do empathize and like kind of agree with him. Like, there's no debate. The debate is over. It ended 2,000 years ago. Like, I understand that. I understand where he's coming from, but he's retarded. I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, I don't either. But that's different than the question of whether it's acceptable to treat all these topics like they're legitimate, right? Because if we litigate every single ridiculous thing, it's like they can take stupid people down a rabbit hole for years, right?
That runs back into the caring. Why would you care? If you're not harmed by something, why do you care what other people do?
Because it's harmful.
Okay,
Well,
show that.
I also think he
Yeah,
doesn't.
yeah.
He doesn't care. That's why he doesn't care enough to debate.
Yeah.
So it's not harmful.
It is harmful.
Okay, so it is harmful. So
Harmful.
why not debate it then?
No, it's because wait, just because something's harmful doesn't mean you should debate it.
Or what do you do? Weaponize it? Make it criminal? Send in the
No.
stormtroopers? Okay, so what do you want to do then?
You do exactly what the guy was criticizing the other guy for doing, which is treating it like a laughable position.
Yeah, Gandhi has a real great quote of that. First they mock you, then they fight you, then you win.
Mm-hmm.
You're a bit of a philosopher, King. And that's not an ad hominem. I didn't mean that sarcastically, sardonically, ironically, or disparagingly. I did. Yeah, I genuinely think you're a bit of a philosopher, King.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, it's nice to comment. I don't think so. You know.
Oh wow, so humble.
Yeah, but I see what we're talking about. Just because I quote somebody who said something brilliant, I call it, just, one step below plagiarism. It'd be like if I came up with those ideas and changed the world. I guess I would agree with you.
No, but you did read
What
them,
idea?
and you took them to heart, and you can recite them by heart.
Huh? Wait, were you
I'm curious about
impressed
this statement about
with
this
his
being harmful.
response?
Can't
I
say
want
it.
zeros to characterize the harm that's caused by this.
No, that
By
was
flat Earth?
Ryan. Zeros has
Oh,
taken
okay.
that back, I think.
Okay,
Zeros
good.
What is the? No, I'm genuinely curious, and I
Yeah, yeah.
genuinely like. I'm asking, what is the harm caused by flat Earth? Right?
Well, so it is almost impossible to believe in a flat Earth without believing that there are very evil forces at work that control much of the world and are controlling it so well, in fact, that they've deceived every important
So you're
institution in our
attacking a
society and government.
conspiratorial mind, not specifically
Yeah,
a particular thesis.
that's
or
on the
theory.
globe side too. So you could say the same argument for the globe then. You
Yeah,
can
there are
indistinguish
plenty of
globe
people are
from flat Earth.
delusional.
there are plenty of Nazis who believe in the globe, but also think the Jews rule everything, right?
That's
What
how
if
I
I just
first
think
got
people are
exposed to flat
delusional?
Earth.
What?
I
What does
first got
that have to do? Well, I got
No,
interrupted halfway through
you're attacking a conspiratorial mind or conspiracy in general. You're not attacking specifically flat Earth as something harmful, because there are plenty of Nazis and National Socialists or neo-Nazis, neo-National Socialists, who believe that the Jews want to destroy the white man, but also the Earth is a globe. So they also carry some sort of a thesis which you can identify as conspiracy, which is very harmful, right?
Alex
But the
Jones,
Earth
he's the
is a globe.
biggest. Like Alex Jones hates flat earthers more than this guy does. And so if you were talking
Yeah,
about,
and Alex Jones is like conspiracy theory central, right?
yeah, he's when he hears about flat Earth, I mean, this is one like topic where I don't trigger and I'm not a snowflake. Mention flat Earth to him and watch him spiral out of control. So you'd be like, flat Earth is the only people with some sort of conspiracy theory. Michio Kaku did a big think about this, where conspiracy-minded is built into our genetic framework, because of survival of the fittest. The people who were able to have like a sixth sense, to smell a rat, to think that something was wrong, even if they weren't, even if it wasn't wrong. But that person survived 1 out of 10 times.
No,
Where the person,
I mean, it's like, is evolutionary biology like? I mean, that's a good argument in general. Yeah. Sorry for interrupting.
no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's interesting to see people argue for evolution and against evolution at the same time. Like, dude, you are really contradictory right now. You're like in some sort of weird mode that you're not quite getting what you're supposed to be arguing for and against.
I think it's because people pick and choose shit that is for them. Let's be honest.
Yeah, like
if
with their
something is
senses.
comfortable for your
Like you'll
mind.
get a globalist talk about evolution is real because the Earth is a globe and it took a long time to evolve, and then tell you can't trust your senses. That's contradictory because inside the evolution it says that your senses were perfected over millions of years. So you can trust them. That's how they kept you alive. They kept you alive through trusting your senses.
Sorry, I'm smoking. Yeah. I mean, there's like in a more like a on a more grand scale for sure. I don't think like flat Earth is dangerous. I don't even think that necessarily conspiratorial minds are dangerous. It all depends on the conspiracy, right? If
Yeah, the reptilians in government. This is what a lot of globalists say. They don't even know this part. This conspiracy theory about reptilians in government, it, ironically enough, comes from the guy who came up with the overview effect, Edgar Mitchell. Edgar Mitchell was so stumped that none of the politicians were listening to him ring the bell about, hey, this is important, okay? I saw Earth from space. It's awe-inspiring. It takes your breath away. It makes you feel connected to all people, all ideas. And then none of the politicians listened. Then he did a quote like, I want to drag you out into space so you can see it yourself. And still no one listened. And then eventually he said, the only logical conclusion is that they're shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. They're not humans. That's what, so people talk about, oh, flat earthers think that there's reptiles in the government. No, that was actually the Apollo astronaut, Apollo 14, Edgar Mitchell, who first coined the idea of shape-shifting reptiles in the government. See, this is why a little bit of learning, just a topic itself will, if people look into it, instead of just watching a YouTube video or kind of paying attention to what's being said, just a little bit of reading on who said what, when, where, and why. You'll get some of the major plot points in there.
But it's not only this. Like, I'm really weirded out that like how picky people are with their conspiracies, even though they're like equally irrational. Like, have you seen those people that like are outraged on like some political correctness thing? Oh, there's a woman in my video game or woman in my TV series. Wokeness, the woke mob, or trying to destroy us, or whatever the fuck, right? When this sounds equally as irrational if you lay it out into its completion, the wokeness and whatever the fuck, to any other bullshit conspiracy like the reptilians, the hollow earth thing, the mole people, all of that bullshit. Like, it just, there's like a grain of irrationality to it. And all these people believe that the earth is a globe, right? So they're very, very much susceptible to conspiracy, and yet the fact of the matter is that the flat earth itself is not harmful. They accuse people of having a conspiratorial mind, and you can point out that in their daily lives they engage with a shit ton of conspiracy that is just as harmful. It's crazy.
Yeah, another system of control. It's like they want to control the narrative. And if they can just wave their magic wand, call that a conspiracy theory, They think they won the
dismiss
debate.
it.
Yeah, they won the debate with a claim on the table that there is no debate.
No, well, the
So-
claim on the table is that because you believe in conspiracy, you're irrational, right? But by their lights, they're also irrational. So there's no argument to be done by two irrational minds, no? They just point that out to them. Like next time somebody says this, oh well, flat Earth is irrational because conspiracy, then point out, hey, do you believe in wokeness? What do you think wokeness is, right? And if it's like a right winger, left winger, you can do like what is it like? I don't know, something about Nazis or some shit, right? And immediately the conspiratorial mind would surface, and you can say, oh, okay, so you're also irrational. What grounds do you have?
So that's where they added content too. There's two words here: flat Earth, a description of the surface of the Earth, and someone says to you, "That's actually a conspiracy theory." That I'm describing the surface of this object as flat, and you're like, "Yeah, okay, that's a conspiracy theory."
Yeah, but you have to further contextualize in this case, right? Because like they'll know the pop culture reference, flat Earth, right? They'll not know your interpretation of that terminology.
Yeah,
In
because
that case, you have to like
it's been straw
contextualize it.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
so many
sure.
straw mans out there
Right.
that this is quite interesting, and supposedly in the information age, you've got the space age abruptly dies in 1972, never to come back again. The Artemis program's canceled. They can't find a heat shield for it, and then you've got the information age, which is basically a Nixonian wet dream. He's got this idea that the information age would be completely about disinformation. The CIA director Time said anything you'll know our mission is complete when every single thing that
That's
is
confusing.
yeah, no one will know the truth anymore. It'll be that confusing.
Crit, hey Crit, man, I'm really surprised that you're like so based about a lot of what the government
Oh
does.
no.
Oh yes, I will talk about this. It's like
Oh.
I'm like
Well, I tend to be a Mike Cadonian and say
What?
that the United States never did anything
Fuck
wrong.
off! No, you're not. No, you're not. Mike Hayden is cringy, like cherry pick stuff, right? Like the government is like government owned source. The sources that he posts himself shows that he's wrong, like many times, right? About like government doing bullshit
It's
stuff.
the funniest thing is like Mike, and this was with Wilgefortz, a UN convention on the Iraq war in terms of like reports of weapons of mass destruction, and like the UN itself states that there are no weapons of mass destruction discovered, and Mike continues to affirm no, there were. Like he links us the document that disproves that there are weapons of mass destruction, claiming that the UN found them and justifies the invasion that way. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's he just cherry picks stuff. Like, unfortunately, very few people have the time to like go deep into it. But yeah, Crit.
Yeah, it's a
I
huge
wanna.
document. Like we had to like go through pages of text until we reached the conclusion that the sorry, not the inspectors of the United Nations, nuclear heritage, whatever that agency was, like worlds, whatever the fuck, have found no indication of any weapons of mass destruction by given parameters and this and this and this and this, right? Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, and so what my well, I want to actually talk to Crit. Crit, you here?
Yeah, yeah.
Listen, dude. So we have actually a lot of overlap here. You'd be surprised how many like, especially far leftists here, have a lot of agreement with you about like governments lying to us, especially the U.S. government, because it's the most powerful, right? It has the most to lie about, right? Because it's the hegemon of the world now for like since World War II. Has done a lot of fucked up shit to its own people too. Um, but it's like it's partially like, and we know this from the classified documents, right? We know this from whistleblowers, right? And one of the reasons why I'm skeptical that there's like this big lie about the ship of the Earth, right? Especially if America had anything to do with this, and it would, right? With NASA, we would probably have had some leaks about this, and as we do about like everything else that the U.S. government did.
Okay, do you know about the? Okay, so I would agree with you. The only thing I would add on there is especially the executive branch. Like the federal government is really scummy. The executive branch, even more so than the other two branches. And then even more scummy on top of that are these independent agencies. You know, CIA, FBI, NSA, TSA, RSA, VSA, NSA,
They're not truly
NSAS.
independent, though. By the way,
No, they're
this is
not.
the thing.
There's a misnomer. They're only independent because they don't have a cabinet position. They just kind of run their own shtick. You know, without they're basically the guy who's in charge stays president to president. They sometimes won't get replaced, but a lot of times they do. So they're independent, but not independent in the same way. They're supposed to be independent from the White House, meaning that they don't have a direct cabinet position that is supposed to be in party line with the president. They're supposed to be apolitical, but they're
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
Okay.
but ultimately they work for the administration.
Yeah, really. You know, no jokes aside, right? I mean, so what I think is especially interesting is that the federal government put a program in place in the early '90s called No Fear. Okay, it's supposed to be whistleblower protections. That if you come forward, if you see something, say something, there's a couple agencies that were exempt from No Fear, meaning that they can retaliate against whistleblowers. What do you think? Which agencies are these?
I don't know from top of my head, but I would say this
What
doesn't work anyway because
what
we've
what would
seen
you
this
think?
doesn't work.
Would you think NASA would be on that list?
Are you saying NASA is exempt?
Yeah, NASA's exempt from No Fear.
Oh yeah, probably yeah, because it's like
Okay,
have
So
national
they have
security.
like they probably have like secret shit, right? Secret
Yeah,
technology.
that's what the thing was. I said, hey, if you're if you're going to go here, you're not going to whistleblow because sometimes whistleblowers get it wrong. Was what the case was. Not all the whistleblowers are above board. Some people could whistleblow as a way to leak classified information or whatnot. Yeah, so you've got a couple of the independent agencies that are exempt from whistleblowers. And this is why when people say, where's the whistleblower from NASA? They're afraid, homie. They're afraid. Why are they afraid? Because they're not protected. There is no whistleblower protection if you work at NASA. That's why you never see anything. No whistleblowers at all. No one said, oh, they overspent on some sort of birthday party for some retiring, like G8 position or something. None of that. There's never been no one blows any whistle. Like you try to say that this government, this agency is always above board. There's not any corruption. No one took a box of paper clips home. None of that. That never happened. It never. They're so above board that no whistleblower ever comes forward, or they specifically target whistleblowers and have a system in place to constantly watch what all their employees are doing.
What I'm looking at here, at least from NASA.gov, is that it is the case that they are actually protected. Like the law applies there. I don't know if you have like any link to show otherwise, but
Yeah, I mean, yeah, drop the one you had. The last time I looked into it, that they were exempt from No Fear.
maybe I just like give it a quick skim and just Google for this, but apparently they do.
Did you know that NASA has a police force? It has a militarized militia wing.
They are a
department.
military organization. They're under the United States Air Force, no?
No, they have a specific police force armed division just for NASA.
Yeah, the United States Air Force provides all of that like military
No,
support.
Zoidberg. I'll say it again. They have a department in their building, in their HQ, called the Military Stroke Force Department, where they get guns and everything, and they've got their agency has the ability to use force and guns and military-style weapons. Not
the whole executive
branch
branch
from the U.S. military.
I
They've got their own
agree,
separate portion of that.
I agree, but all of those people serve in the United States Air Force as well. That's what I'm saying.
But by the way,
And that's
Crit,
like
I don't. It doesn't matter if there is this official protection because we haven't seen this working. Like it's just, it doesn't matter that on paper, right? And of course, like people like Mike, like would say, "Oh yeah, the law says so, right? Look, it's written here." In practice, though, people with power, because they have power, will just like try to suppress like any kind of like people under them, trying to harm their status of power, right? So, like, even though yes, it does seem to be that officially it does apply to NASA employees too, that they can whistleblow, but in practice, as we've seen with like fuck, who is the whistleblowers? Snowden, and who's the
Chelsea
charged one?
Manning.
Yeah, Chelsea Manning. That Mike, wants to kill all of them.
Mike wants to kill Chelsea
and
Manning.
they're all, by the way,
He
by the way,
said
they're not all
several
genuine.
times they should be executed, both of them.
By the way, Spartacus, they're not even genuine whistleblowers. They control the position agents. And it's pretty obvious if you
What?
look around their cases.
That's why Snowden is hiding in Russia.
He's not hiding
And
anywhere.
Chelsea Manning
He's on a beach
went
somewhere.
to jail. She went to
These are all,
jail for
these are
several
all
years.
actors. Same with David Icke, same with Snowden, same with Assange. These are all actors designed to confuse you.
Okay, we're not on your level of wokeness.
Knowledge, I guess.
Yeah, the executive. Well, the one thing that Grizzly's got right here is executive branch's main function is to enforce law. They have policing power, but the issue is that the policing power was then abdicated down to the states, and that was overturned. I mean, you could go through the history of it, but now the federal government has the largest police force. The FBI and the CIA. I mean, even smaller. Like the post office have policing powers. NASA has a large police force. They have a SWAT team. Their SWAT team is so good. They brag about how good their SWAT team is. That it wins awards, like traveling around the world. Like how great they are at swatting.
Exactly, and they're not seconded from the official U.S. military. No, they're their own separate department with their own checks and balances, with their own concealment and their own black projects. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, they've got helicopters and tanks and flamethrowers and all kinds of weapons. They got to go full. They're supposed to be able to shelter in place and defend the whole area, and that's not even after. I mean, after Cape Canaveral is renamed now. It's like Space Force Center Kennedy or something. So there is a military installation now. It's not even. I mean, before you could say, well, Cape Canaveral was separate. The Kennedy Space Center was separated from Cape Canaveral. Cape Canaveral was an Air Force station. Kennedy Space Center was inside that. So it was still basically rent free. They're really, like the real cost of NASA is always higher than what they say because they're always on these DoD installations. They get rent for free. They get security for free. They get all these things for free. And now that it's been turned over, or a large portion of it, to Space Force, you're going to quite see how the real cost is just going to go skyrocket. It's going to go up and up and up because now they can't hide it. They can't hide a portion of NASA's budget inside the Department of Defense.
Well, I'm just skeptical. Look, part of like reading the classified documents shows that there's a real fucking war happening, the Cold War. Right, that like that the American government was completely at odds with like the Soviet Union, right? And despite this ideological and materialistic conflict that these nations had, the Soviet Union acknowledged and confirmed that Americans went to the moon, for example, right?
Me too. I went to the moon too. Otherwise, Russia would have lied on me. Russia would have told on me if I.
Wait, what?
I went to the moon too.
What are you saying? I don't know.
Because if I didn't, Russia would have told on me.
Yeah, dude. So hold on. So Spartacus, so if I get my enemy, if I get my
that you went to the moon.
Spartacus, if I get my enemy to confirm something about me, does that mean it's true?
No, of course not. Jesus Christ, no. So
then it's not true what you said. Not necessarily.
It's like a hostile witness, right? I've heard you guys mention this, and it's a legitimate concept, right? Like, yeah, historians use this too, right? Like, so when you have a party that attests, right, to what another party did, when the other party has a vested interest to deny, right, what the first party did, right, that is taken as higher evidence, right? Because it's against
what someone else said is not evidence, dude. What someone else said about you or someone else is never evidence.
By the way, they didn't just say it. They can.
They published a press release. Okay. Yeah, they published a press release. Okay, but that doesn't prove anything.
No. They also pretty sure provided. I think you can find it. Radar signature data, right? That actually, they track.
Oh, so that makes it true then. Oh, because they provided some numbers in a table, then it makes it true. Yeah?
No. Wait, let's not make this into like a deductive thing because we're not making a deductive argument here, right? Like I'm just saying on probability, on likelihood, right? Considering
well, on probability,
things,
if there is a dystopia going on, it would cover all countries, not just one country. So in all probability, Russia and America are in on it together at the higher levels. That's the higher probability event.
I don't see how it would be likely, considering that they literally killed each other. Right?
I know, but it's fairly low probability because what you're saying, because
they both
for example,
murdered millions because they were at odds
dude,
with each other. They had conflicting interests.
I'll give you an example, dude. If what you're saying is true, then we would have seen the following over the last, like, let's say 10, 20 years. We would have seen, let's say, something like 9/11 or another contentious event. The Russian government would be putting out information saying, oh, look, your government's lying to you, your government's lying to you. Basically feeding the flames and internal division. Hold on. Feeding the flames and feeding the internal division. But they never do that.
They do.
No, they don't.
Wait,
no, they don't.
Yeah,
all the Russian history books say 9/11 was done by Arabs.
No, wait, but RT
Yes,
though, the Russian, and Mike here is correct, right? I don't know if you guys know Mike, right? But he is a different screen name, but he like
Bro,
always
the official statement from Russia is 9/11 was by Arabs, for example, and every other statement will be in line with the American statement.
RT, right, and Russian propaganda that we know, for example, from like their operations, promotes conspiracy theories, right? That it was an inside job, right? They do. They have some.
Okay,
well,
Fox News. Okay, well, Fox News promotes conspiracies by saying Trump got bought by Putin or something. They promote conspiracy theories as well.
Wait, well, there's some like inkling of that too, right? Considering like again a lot of things, but you cannot shrug off what Grizzly. You cannot shrug off that again. A proven, like we know this from declassified documents, right? Like the kind of things that the U.S. government doesn't want you to know, the kind of things that your government is actually fights, right, like strongly from being like open known to the public, right? They show the intent, the actions, right, and it corroborates there was a conflict between these two hegemons.
And you don't think that could be scripted and purposefully done that way to convince you?
Everything can be. Yeah, you can be an AI.
I'll give you a good example.
You can be skeptical. This may be like going to another point we have to have about
same point.
Because you always adapt like the ultimate like global skeptic. Come on, no pun intended.
But let's take one example.
Everything could be right. Like it's because we're not
let's
saying
take one example and find out. Let's take one example and find out. Let's take JFK, for example. They've been bringing out over the last 10 years. They've been bringing out new documents, newly declassified documents about the JFK assassination. Oh, how interesting it is, right? And all these conspiracy analysts are looking at it, going, "Okay, are they going to release anything, anything of importance, anything really, material out here?" And no, they just give you a bit more of nothing, a bit more of nothing, a little bit more of nothing,
I agree with that. Yeah.
You see, and so that's not possible because in reality, we all know JFK was a fake motherfucking thing. It wasn't done by Oswald. But when they bring out the new declassified documents, it shows you something else, basically information that isn't pertinent to anything. They're covering, in other words, there's a cover up of the cover up. They're just giving you these constant crumbs of nothing.
It was actually the CIA who did Kennedy.
They're gonna come out and tell you the truth now?
They'll never tell you the truth about that.
They did not. No, we're not talking about things that the U.S. government volunteered to give you. We're talking about things that the U.S. government fought not to be released. That activists in America, right? Usually left-wing activists, by the way, like anti-war activists, have struggled, have created organizations to fight the government, right? To like take it from their fucking claws, right? To release to the public.
But Spartacus, but you believe in the validity of declassified documents. You think, oh, ta-da, this is the smoking gun. Yes, you do. And you're expecting that. You're expecting more declassified documents next year to reveal more smoking guns. That's what you think.
Again, Grizzly, we're not talking about absolutes here. Of course, the government can like release documents selectively to paint a picture that is misleading to the public, right? But we ain't talking about that, right? We're talking about
all I hear is you mentioning declassified documents as if it's meaningful.
I'm talking about specifically documents that the U.S. government was fighting to not be declassified. And by the way, and Mike showed me this,
it's a fake fight. It's an illusion of a fight.
No, because the same documents we can contrast with like the official statements and reviews of like the CIA, right? Like for example, about Pinochet's regime, right, in Chile. There is a CIA review, right, of these documents that Mike like showed me several times, and it tries to completely whitewash it. But when I go to the original documents, right, that the U.S. government fought not to be declassified, it paints a different picture.
Yeah, Oh yes, just like with the WikiLeaks thing, right? They fought so hard for that not to be declassified. But when you look at what actually has been revealed, it's actually dog shit. Like how this president called another president an asshole behind closed doors, and how this president didn't pay for his bill at a restaurant in some faraway country. It's all bullshit.
There's
It's
a
all
lot of
bullshit.
interesting stuff. Wait, so
There's nothing interesting. There's absolutely nothing.
WikiLeaks shows a lot of interesting stuff, like the U.S. government spies on its allies, which is illegal, by the way, right?
But this is the most minor shit you could possibly get. Apart from instead of smoking guns, we're giving fucking potato projectiles out here.
Yeah,
Literally.
those for that, yeah, right. For those events, yeah, like we don't because we
And,
don't
and
have like
we would expect. Wait, we would expect to see something material at least once.
because we don't have the other like the classified documents that we have like since World War II, for example, till 2000s, right? Because those things they show a far more nefarious picture, like the more accurate picture of what the U.S. government has done. Like where it basically admits to war crimes and genocide, right? And overthrowing democratic governments because they literally just care about oil. Like yes, it does.
Wait,
like
stop,
in
Spartacus.
Iran.
No, stop, Spartacus. No, wait, stop. Whenever they admit to anything egregious happening, this is what they always do. Oh, it's a rotten egg. It's just a lone wolf. One soldier went a bit crazy. Yeah, this one soldier went a bit crazy, but don't worry, we caught him. We're going to serve justice. Sorry to the families, but it will never happen again. Blah blah blah. When really, it's just basically a cover up. They only prosecute 1 out of 1,000 of these cases. They lie about all of it.
You're not like okay. Wait, so there is a cope happening, right, from the defenders of like state authority, right, in light of these facts of the actions of the things that they defend, right? They have to cope with this, right? They have to somehow create a picture, a narrative to explain this away. You're right. Sometimes they do say, "Oh, just one bad actor, bad apple," right?
They always say that.
Yeah, right. But in other cases, it is just clear, right? It's just like night and day, right? Where, well, more or less, right? That the U.S. government was like murdering people, throwing democratic.
I know, but they're always going to blame it on some one soldier or a rogue platoon or something minimalized, right? They'll never admit the president ordering a murder or this general ordering a murder. No, they blame it on the little guy. The guy is going to get thrown under the bus anyway, and then they throw him under the bus and say we're going to fix it.
But that doesn't mean right. But that's them coping with the facts of the matter of them doing something wrong that they know if they do not try to like reframe this would be like viewed poorly by the public, right?
No, but this is the thing, Spartacus. How many cases like this do we see per year? It's going to be like a handful, maybe 5 to 10. They're only there as examples, so that when this conversation takes place in a public forum, people like you will say, "Well, look, Grizzly, look, there's 5 to 10 prosecutions. Look, there's something happening. There's justice happening." But in reality, there's 1,000, 10,000 of these cases every year.
There's zero justice
happening
about
this. Actually, Spartacus probably disagree with the justice is happening with it.
Yeah, like
knowing him well.
There is zero justice happening about these crimes. That
it's not zero justice. It's just not satisfactory.
It is
not
pretty much
satisfactory
zero
for
justice.
you.
Nobody's going to held to account, right, for the imperialism that the United States did, right?
Okay.
That we now know actually.
So then, hold on. If you agree to that, if you agree to that, then you must necessarily agree that they're lying on an industrial scale, not just a little bit here and there, but on an industrial scale.
Yes,
but on an industrial scale, which means crafting entire history narratives,
he believes that as well.
Characters.
Yes, I believe this, Grizzly.
Yeah,
okay. I thought you already knew this about me. I would like defended you like on several times.
But you don't believe this because you don't believe this because you still think it was communism versus fascism in World War II, don't you?
What?
No, it was capitalism. No, it was really.
Oh, sorry, capitalism versus communism. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was the real battle, right?
Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, more or less.
When really the whole thing was scripted from pillar to post.
What you think? All of those deaths that happened were just like. What are you saying? How was it?
No. I'm saying that one group of people funded the Soviets, the Americans, and the Germans. Gave them all the money. They all met in one big room. The Russians, the Germans, and the Americans all met in one big room. And one guy said to them, "You guys are going to do this. You know what your job is. You guys are going to do this. You know what your job is. You're the guys that you all know what you're doing. All right, go and do your job." That meeting happened.
Power behind all of them? No, there's no.
Oh yeah, and because it necessarily it has to be that way. It has to be that way, bro. Because it's not going to be. For example, let me explain why. Because if that's the way it happens in only one country, then all the other countries have to have it that same way too. You're not going to have this differential between this country's honest and it does the right thing, but this one's really corrupt and this one's managed by elites. No, they're all managed by elites, or none of them are.
I agree. Their own elites, right? There's like a hierarchy. It's a complicated, interconnected network.
What do you mean their own elites? What do you think? These elites don't know each other? If I'm an elite in if I'm an elite in Germany and you're elite, let's say Europe somewhere, and another elite is in America, well, you don't think they know each other? Well, you think they have animosity towards each other?
Do.
No, they're best of friends.
They all get along? Do you,
They're
do you
best
think
of
there's a
friends.
power struggle?
But the
They're
thing
the
is
best of
they're
friends.
competing. What makes them
Yeah, they're not
elites?
competing at all.
Yes, they
This is the thing. They're
are.
not competing at all. They're best of friends. There's nothing to compete for. They've
They're
taken
best of
over.
friends in some respect, but they're ultimately a capitalist elite. Like how, what
And
gives
this is
them
your
the
problem.
power? What gives them What gives them the power? What puts them in the position of being elite, right? If not them having a lot of money or property, right?
It's not money
How did they wait?
related,
Wait, wait,
dude.
no. And how did they get that? By owning stuff, right? By exploiting under the capitalist system resources, right, and cheap labor, and they're competing for that because there's a limited
Dude,
amount of that.
let me give you a quick story, right? In the North Korean president, right? His son studied in Switzerland for over 10 years. I think when he
Yeah,
was between the ages of 10 and 20 or something like that, right? He
so
literally
what?
studied in Switzerland for 10 years. So that just shows you, like, if we just read between the lines just a little bit here, you will realize that that can only happen if the North Korean elites are best of friends with the American elites. They have to be. Because if I'm wrong, I imagine I'm wrong and the current theory is true, well, then the leader of North Korea is sending his son into the lion's jaws, hoping that he gets educated and comes back alive without being kidnapped and ransomed. So that's
They
stupid.
cannot
I
touch
wouldn't do
they
that. If I
cannot
was
touch him,
Kim Jong Un is big.
wait.
there is
One
no
second.
it would look
If I'm the North Korean president, there's no way you would risk that. That you would just send the Swiss educator to you, would just bring him to North Korea,
you're
pay him $1 million, and he would educate your
you're
son there.
buying no, you see, the problem is you're buying too much in the propaganda, right, of like both of these things, right? Because in actuality, yeah, first of all, practically, not even the CIA will like just like
What?
kidnapped or murder, right,
Kim
Kim
Jong
Jong
Un.
Un's
No,
son,
no,
right?
no.
Because
Kim
Considering,
Jong
wait, you have to.
Il. Kim Jong Il
Kim
is the
Jong
Wait a
Un,
father.
minute.
Kim Jong Un is
I
the son.
Kim Jong Un is the son, right? Of Kim Jong Un,
Yeah.
right,
He's the
okay.
current dictator.
But Spartacus, remember, Spartacus, but you believe in this narrative of North Korea as this hermit
Mm-mm.
state and the president controls everything. You believe in this whole narrative, and you think they're against America, developing technology potentially with China against America.
They
But in
are
reality, this is
against
all
America.
falsities. These are all falsities because their kids go to the same
Grizzly,
schools and they're all
the
friends.
United
They're all friends.
States bombed North Korea into fucking Stone Age.
And here's you believing in the history. A minute ago, you're saying history is fake. Now
You
you
don't
believe in
think
some of
that
the history.
happened?
I
Well,
think
okay,
I
so
think the
this is the
narrative is a lie.
this
Yes,
is
the narrative is a lie.
you,
Yes.
okay, so all of those dead children, right? All of those dead millions of dead people there, right? By US Air
Yeah,
Force bombing, right?
yeah. Just like in Sandy Hook, there's no dead bodies. Just a lie. Just a narrative.
Ooh, that's crazy. Hello, what happened?
Someone's got some wicked background noise going on.
So wicked.
It is good. It is good. I do try. The fuck you guys do? Grizzly got muted in a flat earth room. Were you
What
saying
off
pedophilic
off topic stuff?
Were you saying pedophilic things again, Grizzly? Oh dear. As usual. I'm not implying anything. Just that you say pedophilic things all the time.
Dude, seriously.
I'm not implying anything.
Wow.
That was an episode of Keeping It Real Goes Wrong.
John, if you're in here, we're all getting pizza after the soccer game. California, yay. Good morning, fellow people.
What up?
What's up? What's up? Good
Yo.
morning. How you guys doing?
Well, we went off topic pretty bad, but so try to reset the conversation.
It's good to go
It's
off
5
topic.
a.m. in California.
Huh? It's 5 a.m. in California?
Yeah.
Yeah. It might be. I wouldn't know, dude. I'm not in California.
I thought you came in thinking about California.
Yeah, I don't know. Last night there's what's that song? It says California. It's by the Beach Boys or something. You know what I'm talking about? Surfing USA.
Yeah, Surfing USA.
Yeah. Dude, that song is so good. I don't know, it just came on Spotify. Just gave me some pep to my step.
Music speaks to the soul, man.
Yeah. Yo, why'd you guys mute Terratopia 2.0? What'd you do, Terratopia 2.0? Did you didn't do what? Nah, never mind. Because you get banned from even talking about it. You're like, it's bad, but you can't talk about it. Same thing every day. So I don't know if you guys knew this, but cats actually kind of dehydrate themselves. They don't drink water. They get their water from their food. Like that's their almost like 90% of their water they get from. So it's easy for your cat to be dehydrated if you feed them dry food because they won't drink water. Like it's like they don't like it. So you got to put water in their wet food. So stupid.
You own cats?
I have unfortunately been kind of forced to own a cat because we had a little stray cat who was friendly with us, and then during this hurricane that happened, my girlfriend's like, "No, the cat's gonna die." It's always the women, dude. And she, you know what's funny? She was the one who was like, "I don't want any pets, ma." But all of a sudden, the cute little cat is like, "Oh no," has a risk of dying. Now we have a fucking cat. I don't
What
care
did your
either
dog
way.
think about that?
Huh?
I said, and what does your dog think about that?
My dog is with my parents. I moved away like fucking a while away. Didn't see my dog in so long. But I don't know. She's kind of a friendly dog. She'd probably get along with the cat. The cat might freak out a little. I'd be like, "Oh shit, dog. What's going on?" Yeah, I've got a pretty smart dog for a dog. And what's funny is that she's not even a purebred. She's kind of the runt of the litter. Not a high quality specimen of her
Are cats and
breed.
dogs really natural enemies?
Well,
do you know if cats and dogs are really natural enemies?
Natural enemy? I don't think so. But I think they communicate in different ways. So like, what a what a cat will do to be friendly to a dog will be like offensive to the dog. So they just have to be socialized together. Because I've had friends who have cats and dogs, and they get along just fine.
So what does that to do? What does this have to do with the flat Earth? Can you explain?
Well, you see, when a cat or a dog moves across the surface of the Earth, right? They're not curving down with the curvature of the Earth when they're walking in a straight
Do you
line.
believe the Earth is a globe, or do you believe it's not a globe?
Well, dude, what's your proof that it's a globe?
I'm asking you.
You're asking what my proof is that it's a globe?
I said, do you believe it's a globe, or do you believe it's not a globe?
Well, what do you believe, man?
That's not an answer.
It is.
No, another
It's
scared
not
saber.
a sufficient answer.
There's only one way to find out. We've got to shoot this guy's cat into outer space,
Oh shit!
and then the cat. We have to figure out a way of getting the cat to answer what shape
What?
the Earth is.
Jojo, do you think the Earth is flat, or do you think it's a globe, or something
You
else?
know that if cats have different ways of saying stuff. So if you say if your cat,
Silence, Nat. We're talking about the globe here, okay?
well, I'm talking about the cat. I mean, it's unfortunate that you want to talk about the globe. But anyway, so when a cat says "brr, meow," that kind of means like come here in like a
Why are we
friendly
listening to
way.
this? Where are the
But if
flat
you say
earthers? Mute this guy.
it's like come here in a more like assertive way. And then if your cat caterwauls, it's kind of like, oh, woe is me, and then it's kind of like a
Are
sad
you a
cat.
grown adult? Are you a grown adult?
Yes, I actually am. Yeah.
Then why are you doing this?
Because that's what the conversation was. You'd be doing the same dumb thing if the conversation was about flat Earth.
No, I
Talking and going, ad nauseum about it.
Well, I'm just curious if you think the Earth is curved or not.
Well, dude, listen, you're trying to derail the cat combo.
Well, it's not a very interesting conversation. So,
People in this channel are.
I was listening.
Yeah.
You were listening?
Yeah,
Is
they're
all the globers uniting right
encapsulated.
now? All the globers? Or you globers?
Come on, I like his onomatopoetic sound effects.
It's actually what it sounds like. And then, if you've ever heard a
Sound like
cat
Cardi B.
chittering, if you heard a cat chittering, it goes like. That means they're really, really excited. They want to kill whatever they're looking at, or
This is
more
what
like
the
chase.
LGBT give to us. This is what they give to us.
Dude, you think I'm LGBT? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you are.
Dude, I'm definitely not.
Well,
I'm probably straighter than you, bro.
I don't.
He's probably straighter than you.
Yeah, you're probably a front virgin. That's what you are, bitch.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, go look it up, idiot.
What does that mean?
You guys don't know what a front virgin is?
No.
It means you've taken it up the ass, but you've never fucked anything. You know what I'm talking about? Your dick is a virgin, not your ass. Pretty much.
All right, I've heard enough. That's this.
Anyway,
Why would you say
what's your
that?
proof of globe Earth? What's
just
your proof?
funny.
What's your proof of globe Earth?
Finish fucking shit.
All right. So this old dude.
Is a basis for the claim that the Earth is round.
Yeah, I want the proof of the globe Earth.
I just posted a video if you want to see the curvature of the Earth.
What you have a video showing the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, it was on a SpaceX rocket. It was launched
How high up did the SpaceX rocket go?
high enough to see curvature.
How high do you have to go to see curvature?
It goes into space.
Yeah, but going into space isn't necessary. Do you know what Neil deGrasse Tyson said about the ISS? Is the ISS in space or not? What are we talking here?
It's in a low Earth orbit. Yeah, I've seen the ISS. You can see it from Earth.
Yeah, you can see it. You can see the ISS
you can
from
see
Earth.
the ISS from Earth, right? But can you see curvature from the ISS?
What?
Can you see
No, I don't.
curvature from the ISS?
I have no idea.
I
Well, you
think
know
it's actually not high enough. Yeah, you probably.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson said no. So also interestingly enough, I don't think the SpaceX rocket even got high enough to get high enough to see the to see the ISS surely, but didn't get high enough to go further out than the ISS. So how could they have seen curvature?
Because they just looked outside.
Yeah, but if the ISS can't see curvature and the SpaceX rocket is lower in orbit than the ISS, how could they have seen curvature? Not the ISS.
How high did the SpaceX rocket go?
not further out than the ISS.
And did they have cats on the
Alright.
ISS?
Someone mute this guy. Tios, mute that guy. I know you're a mod here.
Whoa.
I just watched recently Chinese lit a candle in space.
Oh,
did you?
that's pretty cool.
Did that actually happen, or are you just saying it happened?
No, I saw the video of it. You want me to post it? I
Video,
don't know if
videos. Yes.
I don't know if it's
the
related.
videos can be faked, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Do you know that?
Well, I don't think all video is fake.
Well, you don't have to think all video is fake, but why do you believe this video is not fake?
Why do you believe it is fake?
It's not what I. You can't just ask a question to a question, right? Why is this video not fake?
We could just ask the same question.
Well, no, but you can't just ask a question to a question because then you're
I just
being
did.
argumentative, right?
I just did.
But yes, as for use heroes, right? We know, for instance, that the rocket that SpaceX launched into space edited itself after streaming. Now you can't edit the footage of a stream post stream, so that's already something that's kind of suspicious. Now you're saying that the Chinese who lie about almost everything, they're actually being honest. They lit a candle in space and they could see curvature.
Let's see how high up SpaceX rockets go.
No, I'm not saying the Chinese can see curvature. I'm just saying that they lit a candle.
Can you demonstrate curvature?
Damn.
Can you demonstrate curvature with drop over distance? Have you got any measurements?
Yeah.
Look, I don't speak flat Earth. I don't know what this drop over distance is, but
drop over
I can. That's a
is
flat
Earth.
Earth.
Is Earth a sphere? Is Earth a sphere?
It's a pseudoscience term that's only used in the flat Earth community.
So, what's
drop over
pseudoscience?
distance doesn't exist. Drop over distance. That term doesn't exist outside of your community.
Oh, so a sphere doesn't drop over the distance of the sphere, right? So you can just see.
Yeah, it's not a thing.
So the sphere is flat. Right?
No one's debating drop over distance
curve.
outside of here.
Drop over distance is just referring to a curve, right? It's not pseudoscience. It's geometry, right? You can't see a curve over a certain horizon.
No,
right?
I took geometry. There was never any mention of a drop over distance.
Oh, you just don't like the phrase then? Let's just say the horizon, the curve, right? Where you can't see anymore, right?
Well, the horizon is something visual. It's not necessarily something measurable.
Okay, so you can't demonstrate with measurement the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, can you?
Not using
provide
those
that.
methods.
Provide that measurement for me.
Yeah, I could easily. I mean, you could provide it for
yourself.
yourself.
Yeah, you can easily do it. I want to see you do it though.
No, you could easily provide it for yourself if you really
want.
wanted.
Well, that's just burden of proof shifting.
If you were
said you can do it. I want you to see you do it.
If you were really about the truth, you could find out for yourself. It's not hard.
Like I said, you said you could do it. I want to see you do it.
This is the kind of guy who measures the length
Why are we
of
still
a
listening to this
board,
person?
and then he's like, "Okay, this board is 6 feet. Now the measurement must be wrong."
How far can you go before the curve, before the drop over distance is manifesting itself, right? Like how far is the horizon, right? I want to know.
The horizon is a visual thing. It doesn't have necessarily a measurable distance.
Yeah.
So you can't demonstrate a curve. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't know. It's not what I'm saying.
Can't measure a horizon.
Why do you keep saying? Is that what you're saying?
What is a horizon?
What you're saying is basically what you're saying is, and then and every time you say that, you try to put words in my mouth.
Yeah. Don't put words in his mouth.
What's a horizon?
Yeah, and especially don't try to put any gay things in my mouth.
Yeah, I thought you said you were straight, Mr. Professor Clown Cox.
I just want to know. if any of you can measure the curve. That's all.
Yeah, well, it's been measured multiple times with multiple different techniques. The first time it was measured was over 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, 2,000 years ago, bro.
You know measurement. Measurement versus calculation, right?
Just
There's
to
a
say,
difference, right?
Okay, just to say, Spicy, what you posted in chat is just an equation, right? But you have to suppose a curve to get that equation, right? So you're affirming the consequent there, right?
Nah, because the measurement wouldn't work without a curve.
A measurement wouldn't work without a curve.
Yeah, the real data, or the real data you collect, wouldn't make sense without a curve.
What does that even mean?
that means if you measured a board, right, with a ruler, and it was, or not a ruler, a tape measure, and it was 6 feet long, right? You can't say, well, the board is 4 feet long, and then you're measuring something else. It's like, no, the board is 6 feet long because the tape measure,
How far is
right, went out 6 foot, and
how
so it
far is the
necessitates the
horizon?
board
How far is the
is 6
horizon?
foot.
How far is the horizon?
You can't measure how far the horizon is. It's not a physical thing, right? It's an
But
optical
what is a
thing.
horizon? Oh, it's an optical thing. Oh, welcome to the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Okay.
the
Welcome to
the
the flat
horizon is
Earth.
simply
Welcome to the flat Earth. You've just
yeah,
conceded
thanks.
that horizon's optical. Thank you very much. Welcome, brother. You always were a flat earther at
You're
heart, but
welcome. You're welcome to the
Anyway.
7 viewers on YouTube. Hello,
So-
7 viewers.
So yeah, so you are a flat earther. Anyway, so zeros.
Nope.
Now we've got recruited a new flat earther in the form of Nep, right? Let's look at you, right? Can
You're
you
like
measure
a pigeon,
do
dude.
you have
You're
any
walking
measurement
across
for this alleged curve
you're
that we're
walking
supposed to
across
believe in?
a chessboard acting like you won. You're like little pigeon.
All right, Nep. All right.
Hoot, hoot.
So zeros. Do you have? We're
Whoa, I've never
told
heard that.
Walking
there's a
across
curve.
a
We're told
chessboard,
there's a curve.
proud
Do you have
that
any
you
measurement
won.
for this curve? Has anyone measured this curve? Anyone? I'm waiting for a measurement.
Yeah, 2,000
Where are
years
they?
ago. You want the name of the people measured it?
Oh, here we go. Is he going to say Aristophanes? Let's go. Come on, say
Oh,
it.
dude, he knows the name before I do. I was gonna Google
Say
it.
Say it. Yeah, I'm already way ahead of you. I already know exactly what you're going to
Yeah,
say.
so you know. Welcome to the Globe Earth. Welcome to the Globe Earth. We've got
okay.
another Glober here. Welcome to the Globe Earth. He knows Aristophanes. He knows the Earth is a globe. He knows the measurement.
People. So
Oh
tell
no,
me,
it's not valid. It's not valid when I do the grandstanding. But
what did Aristophanes assume about sunlight when he did his
didn't
experiment?
assume. Well,
He
even
didn't
if he
assume.
assumed, we know
Oh,
that
so how did he know
sunlight
that?
is,
How did he know?
Even if he assumed, we know that sunlight.
We know.
We know that sunlight is. We know that sunlight is perceived to be parallel.
Can one of my fellow flat earthers post the graph in the chat, please? Just BTFO this quickly before I get to zeros. Any of you? I can see some of you in the text chat. I know you're here, right? Anyway,
that's one way. Another way is you could look at the sky.
We're after the Aristophanes assuming how light works, right? That's what we're after.
Even if he assumed it, we know that sunlight is perceived to be parallel bears. Is it not?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting it's not?
Yeah, that's what he's suggesting.
So if I did that same experiment, right? The funny thing is, right? Like this is just like
What's
saying,
funny?
well, Nap, can you be quiet? The funny thing about this is that, like, you say, like, okay, light has to go down this way, right? But you could just do you could
funny, dude.
You could just do the same experiment on your table, right? Is your table curved?
If you have more than 2 locations where you measure the shadow.
Yeah, like on a table.
Then the relationships on the table will not be the same as the ones that you measure in.
Sorry, why not? So
because the table could be flat.
Yeah, well, exactly. You're presupposing a globular Earth.
Honestly, bro. Honestly,
you're affirming the consequent, right? That's what you're doing. Anyway, next caller.
No,
I think
because what's happening?
I wish there were more people tuning into that show. I wish there were more people tuning in.
You worked it out for yourself. You didn't even need me to help you.
All right. Listen.
I have a question that I
welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Here's how it's easy. So the measurements, the real measurements of where the shadows fell, right? If you were to project that across the flat plane, right, aka a quote unquote flat Earth, the shadows wouldn't fall where they fall, because they wouldn't. That's.
Is that an argument? Is that an argument? Did anyone just listen to that? They wouldn't because they wouldn't, right? That's
because the
Earth people trying to argue because the absolute pinnacle of a flat Earth.
It wouldn't. It just wouldn't. Right? Geometrically, it would not fall where it wouldn't.
All right. So why is it any different for a table? Explain that to me.
It wouldn't be different for a table, but we're talking about different scales.
Scale matters now.
Yeah, of course, scale matters.
I think it's just that the Earth is too big for you to wrap your.
What if we measured the angle between 2 atoms? Would the atoms be flat? Like, of course, scale matters.
So no,
In
like
this
well,
case-
if I take a
No,
table, if
no,
I
the
take a
scale doesn't
table,
matter.
if
In
I
this
take a
case,
table,
Jace,
if
it's
I
not
take
the
a
scale
table
that
and I
ruins it,
repeat the
though.
experiment at home on a table, and I create a shadow because of the position of the sun or light in this case, right?
If you can measure the
light
angles
emitting
accurate enough,
objects,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
you can see if it
but
was
the
curved or not.
table was never curved at any point, right? But you could still
Mhm.
repeat the exact same results, right? So it doesn't demonstrate a
If you
globular
could,
Earth, right?
no,
Let's
if you
try.
could accurately measure the angles of where the sunlight and how the shadows are different, if you could do that, which would probably be atoms widths apart, yes, you could find out if the table is flat or curved.
So how did Eratosthenes come to that conclusion? If
Because he
didn't
made
assume
measurements
a
that were
globular Earth?
hundreds of miles away.
Yeah, but how did he get to that? Look,
it's
I
not the
just
scale.
demonstrated you could repeat it on a table. So
Okay.
how is he coming
Uh-huh.
to that conclusion?
No.
What's he assuming in his experiment?
All right. So
What do you mean? What is he assuming?
The difference in time, the length.
What do you
the
mean?
length-
What is he assuming?
W
The
again.
length and the
Anyway,
angle of the shadow.
zeros.
Come on, you're uninformed about the matter,
You
please.
can,
Yeah,
you can
he's
measure,
just uninformed.
You can measure the degrees,
No,
the
you are.
angle of the shadow. It has a different angle on the plane, and then it also extends out the shadow at a
I just want
different
to know.
distance.
I just want to know about the curved Earth. Do you have a measurement for the curved Earth?
Yeah, I do, and there's another one.
Okay. I know what you want me to. You want me to say that you're assuming the distance of the sun. Is that what you're looking for?
I'm looking for the curved Earth, the curvature.
No. Okay, so based on this this guy Teos UK, so this here the light of that's shining on these batteries is very
Can you guys
close
go
to the
back a little
batteries. Are these batteries? Oh, no, they're cans. They look like batteries.
Right. Okay.
So
right.
the sun
come
is
on,
very
kids.
far, right? And so if that surface was curved, right? Let's say
Can you go back like a Nitnoy?
a what? Can I go back? What was that a real question? Anyway, if that surface was curved, the shadows would fall a little further. That's the whole point.
I don't know how many times I have to bring up the table example before it gets through your thick skull, right? Anyway, look at the demonstration there on that graph. Look at that. Look at that. You could even have the exact
You
same
don't need to
effect
get
on a
emotional.
flat Earth, right?
Professor Clown Cox, bro, chill out. There's no reason
in a
to
way,
be emotional.
there are billions and billions of reasons for why that guy's argument is bad, and the stars in the sky aren't going to provide the geometric measurements for curve.
Well, you
Isn't
could
that
find out how far the sun is by
That
basic
is
measurements.
fantastic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look, what do you look? You could, you might be able to triangulate the way of the
Uh-huh.
sun,
And
right?
this-
But you're not
this
proving
guy
curve
You
here,
can try-
right?
Level water. This
Yes,
guy
you
You're not
are.
proving curve here.
Through
I want you to demonstrate
geometry, which is
you guys don't
2,000
you don't
years
even
old.
understand the
Presupposing a
experiment.
curve. That's
Dude,
question.
you're not presupposing a curve. Because if
Yes,
you
you
measure how
are.
far the sun is, right, you can measure the angle which the shadow it'll cast on a flat plane.
What are you assuming? What are you assuming?
What do you mean? What are you assuming? There's nothing you're assuming because you measure the distance of the sun
if the
already.
if the sun is this far, right? If the sun is this far, then therefore globe, right? Okay,
But it was
thanks.
but it was already measured the distance of the sun before
You know,
that.
you've tried several
No one
times.
measured
You just
Yeah,
anything.
it's already been
you've tried-
measured.
You've tried several times.
No,
No one measured
here's
it.
what's funny. Here's what's funny.
Tried several
You're
times.
making an assumption in your argument. You're saying, well, you're assuming the distance of the sun. No, they already knew the distance of the sun.
No, I'm not even.
No,
it's not even my qualm right
That's
now.
your-
It's not
well,
even about the
there
distance
you
of
go.
the sun, right? My
There you go.
qualm
Uh-huh.
is about the idea that you're presupposing.
It's not
globe
presupposing.
For radius, right? That's what you're trying to get. You're trying to get the
Nope.
radius, right? And you're presupposing globe based on sun this far, right? You know, sun this far away, therefore globe. Okay, there we go. That's a globe argument. There you go. Sun this far away, therefore
No,
globe.
it's the way the way the
Anyway,
shadows are cast.
Can you let someone
But
else
nice
speak
try.
because you're kind of
Well,
you're kind
dude,
of
I mean, if you want to
you're embarrassing
grandstand
the
on
globe
a
earthers.
non-point, I mean,
embarrassing
you're
the
just
globe
gonna
earthers.
keep getting interrupted, and you're gonna
You're
be
just-
keep getting hammered on the same point that you
Just
keep trying to
embarrassing
grandstand
the-
about,
you're
and where
just-
you're wrong.
You're just embarrassing the Globers right now. It's very upsetting. Thank you. Right, Zeros, you there? Or are you hiding? See, this is what Globers do. They hide. They run and
What's
hide.
up?
They run and hide.
No, I'm not
Okay, so
hiding,
do you have
I'm
a
just-
measurement for the globe? You said you had one earlier. Measurement for curve. That's what we're after. That's all we want.
I'm just
Yeah?
doing other stuff.
You're doing
Um,
other stuff. I see.
What happened to Nep?
Well,
Yo,
you know, he's just
Professor Clowncox,
rambling at this
you
point.
can ask me if you want. Like you're a flat earther, right?
Sure, you could call me that. Now, where's the measurement for my curve?
What curve are you looking for exactly?
Well, you know, is the Earth a globe? And what is a globe? Is it a sphere? Do spheres have curves? Yeah. Okay, so far so good.
So basically, for a sphere, if you want the quote-unquote curvature, you just need the radius or the circumference, right?
How do you get a radius without without presupposing a globe?
I believe there's multiple options, right?
Okay.
And the one I looked up is with the shadows, right? You measure the shadows.
Are we going back onto this again?
Sure.
Aristosthenes, you know, I could repeat the same thing on a flat Earth, or I could repeat it on a bloody table, right? Table's not curved.
You don't understand the
thing with the
experiment.
flat Earth is the experiment only works on the flat Earth if like the sun is right above the Earth, right? That's when the shadows are different in length.
Okay.
Because the short distance.
So it doesn't demonstrate
the
globe,
light source
right? That's
and
where we're at. That's where we're at. It doesn't demonstrate globe. Okay. Thank you. Now, I want my measurement for curve. Please.
You won't accept any method besides.
I mean,
I'm telling you, I want a measurement for
I can
curve.
give you another example.
That's what I'll accept.
The only way that you accept
drop over distance.
You know, in geometry, if you draw how is it called, a triangle on like a plane, and you add the inner angles of those together, it's always 180, right?
Okay.
No matter what triangle you draw.
But
now, if you draw a triangle on Earth, right?
Yeah.
If you go to 3 places that are like quite distant from each other, right?
Okay.
And
so
you draw
far, so good.
you imagine this triangle, and then
Look, I know what you're gonna say.
No, let
right?
me finish my.
I know what you're gonna say. Right? You're gonna say that you could, for instance, you're gonna say, well, you can get a horizon by drawing a triangle to the theoretical center of the Earth.
It doesn't prove a horizon.
And
but
then,
please let me finish.
from this horizon to you in the second place in the horizon, right? And you can get a triangle. You can calculate a hypothetical radius, but that's just a calculation, right? It's not proving anything. Plus, you're assuming a globe, right? You don't need.
I am not assuming anything.
That first of all, it's affirming the consequent and begging the question. You don't need to assume a globe to get a radius. It's unnecessary. You can just say it's flat, like everyone else observes it to be.
Dude, I love you. Okay, I love you. Please
Can
let me finish.
Can you draw a triangle with curved lines?
I'm gonna finish what I was going to say. Okay, because it's actually quite interesting. Now we remember. Okay, you draw a triangle on a plane, and the inner angles always add up to 180. Now you just. I don't assume a globe. I don't assume a globe.
Draw a triangle on a curved surface.
Yes, let me finish, dude. Please. I am not assuming anything. I'm just going to do this kind of neutral, right? I take 3 points that are like very
you are
distant from each other.
assuming because you are supporting the spherical shape of the world.
Yeah.
I am currently just drawing
actually a sphere.
Spicy.
How do you draw a triangle on it?
Yeah, Spicy. Just to be clear, there's no possible way you're going to come out of this. Wait, is he gone? No. Well, to all the other globers, there's no possible way you're going to come at me with a radius without presupposing a globe, right? And as soon as you do that, it's just bad argumentation, right? It's just
I have an argument. I have an argument. Please don't mute me mods again.
No, I'm going to finish now what I was going to say, okay? I'm not assuming anything, like, okay? You just take 3 distant points on the surface of the Earth, and you calculate, like, you stand at one point, and you look at the direction of the one point, and you look at the direction of the other point, and then you measure the angle. And you do this with every one of those points, and you add up the angles. It's going to be bigger than 180. How does this happen? It's kind of weird. And you can do this yourself with, like, I don't know, basic. You go at night, point a laser pointer in the sky with your friends, and you go calculate the fucking angles. It's going to be bigger than 180. How do you explain this?
Sorry, that's an interesting. You're talking about lasers and distance.
Mm-hmm.
How far away is the curve supposed to be? Like before we can't see anymore, before we are obstructed from view.
I'm not talking about that. You point the laser into the sky so you can see your friends, right?
Just answer the question. Answer the question.
Okay. So we suppose we just did that experiment. So it's kind of weird that the angle is bigger than 180, right? So we kind of have to think, maybe it's not a plane, because that would make no sense. Maybe we have to find another solution. Then we go to the example of the shadows, right? And then we calculate the
the angle of the shadows of the two reference points, and we can calculate the radius of the sphere we're standing on. And once you have that radius, you can actually use that to calculate the distance of the horizon, given you are on a
Wait,
perfect
can you repeat
plane,
that last
right?
bit? Can you repeat that last bit quickly?
When you have the radius of Earth and you
Oh
assume
right,
you're on
yeah,
a
okay. We're
perfect
not doing that. We're
or
not
a
doing
plane,
affirming the consequent here. That's not allowed here. Right? We're not doing bad argumentation. Look,
of course.
you can't start with a radius presupposed globe and then measure a horizon, right? I mean, I don't see this curve, right? You can't start from presupposing a globe and then say, well, you can't see this, but I promise you it's there, right? I
Okay, maybe it's a
want
donut. We
someone who's
don't know,
measured
but
the
it
curve.
certainly isn't a sphere.
I just want
Plane,
someone
right?
who's measured the curve. That's all I want.
You can measure the curve, but
Now do it. Show me someone who has. Get a ruler out and measure that curve for me, because nobody else has. I would love to see this evidence. I'll be convinced. I'll be a globe earther the minute you show me that curve. I'll wait all day. I'll wait all year. You can come back to me in 10 years' time when you finally found it. Until then, you flunked.
I mean, I have disproven my experiment has disproven the flat Earth, right? I haven't proven the spherical Earth yet, but like we're just kind of in the dark right now because we can't prove anything.
I'm not in
Right?
the business. I'm not in the business of making the positive claim here. You are, right? That's what I'm interested in right now.
Isn't this wait? This room is called flat
If
Earth,
I
so I
say,
think the claim
say
is
to
that the
you,
Earth is flat.
if
I'm
I
pretty
say to
sure.
you, demonstrate measure the curve, right? And you just say, well, I can't do that, but what I can do is talk about something else, right?
No,
Well, I mean, not very helpful. Not very
what's
helpful
actually
at all.
happening in this room? It's called flat Earth, and that's kind of your claim, right? So
No, I asked you.
I'm gonna just ask you: Is there
Can
a
you
way to
measure the
prove
curve?
flat Earth?
And you said yes, right? That
Can
is a
you prove?
positive
Can
claim.
you prove the
You
flat
said
Earth to me?
effectively, I can measure the curve, and then you went off on a ramble about flat Earth. I'm waiting for the curve. I'm waiting for the measurement for the curve. Right, that's all I want.
I should be allowed to ask like kind of similar questions back, right? Can you prove the flat Earth for me, please?
Well, no, because that's irrelevant, right? I can do whatever I bloody well like. I can do whatever I bloody well like, but I'm waiting for the measurement for the curve. Be right back. My McDonald's is here.
That is what this room is. It's just people doing what the fuck they want because they just disregard everything.
It's first world problems, bro. That's it.
I mean, why is the room called flat Earth when there's no proof for the flat Earth? Like, if you're so skeptical, right? So the Earth is like we don't know what the Earth is, right? We don't know what shape
So
the
you
Earth
don't know
is.
what the Earth is?
I mean,
is that what I heard?
No one in here can prove anything towards the shape of the Earth, right? So why is it called flat Earth?
Thanks for calling. Then I guess you can't prove a globe Earth. Anyone else? Anyone else want to try and prove the curve?
Yeah, me. I'm next.
All right, go on.
So to all you flat earthers, you guys are making the claim the Earth is flat. Now, don't mute me. I'm not trolling. This is a very serious question. Where do I need to go? Where do I have to go to fall off the Earth? Come on, any of you guys.
I don't know.
Where do I have to go to fall off the Earth? If the Earth is flat, like you're saying, like you're stating, you're making the claim the Earth is flat. I want to fucking jump off the Earth. Where do I fucking have to go?
Oh well, I don't know it. I don't know what.
What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't. What is that? Tell me where to go.
What you think is going on here, right? But we're not talking about falling off Earth today. We're talking about curves, right? And
Yeah,
I want to see. And you
against
and I asked you, and I asked you.
Please
can
do
you
not
prove a
tell
curve?
globe earthers to jump off.
You said you can prove a curve, and now you're talking about falling off the Earth, right? That's not proving
I
no
said
curve.
nothing about curvature. Nothing.
So why did you? When I asked
you a
can
question.
anyone prove the curve, and you said I can, and then
Dude,
you
why
talked
are you
about falling
deviating
off
from
the
my
Earth.
question? Don't deviate. Stay on topic. Stay on focus.
My question was, can anyone prove curve? And you said I can, and now you're talking about falling off an Earth.
I'm not even making the claim the Earth is round.
It's ridiculous.
I'm asking you.
It's
Where do I have to
ridiculous,
go to jump off
JC. I
the
don't know
Earth?
what's going on. I don't know if you're following, but it seems to be a
These
problem
guys are
here.
impossible, dude. Just
yeah, we sure
You're
are.
impossible. Silly ass question.
No, it's not a silly question. It's a very basic question
You can't
that
even
people
explore this
can't
place that you
comprehend
can't even
because you're
explore the
making the
place that
claim
you
that the
live.
Earth
You
is flat.
can't even
Okay,
explore
I'll
the
agree
place
with
that you
you.
live,
I'll agree
bro.
with you. The Earth is flat.
Okay, so then
But
how can
where
you
do I
ask
have
us
to
a
go to jump
question
off
like
the
that?
Earth?
Right. Can you explore
It's
this place
such a
freely?
simple question, bro.
Explore this place freely.
Huh?
Can you explore this place freely? Can you freely go and explore this earth? That's the
I am
question
not
to you.
making the claim the Earth is
Can
flat.
you
He
freely
is making
go
the
and
claim
explore the
the
earth?
Earth
I'm
is
asking
flat.
you a question
He
now. You
has the
asked a
burden of
question.
proof to show
I'm
me where to
asking
go
you
to jump
back.
off the Earth.
Can you freely go and explore the earth?
That's not my answer. That's not my question.
Well, then I can't tell you where to go.
Don't see the problem is
No, that
don't
is the
answer
answer.
my question
That
with the
is the
question.
answer.
My
That is
question
the
is where do I
answer.
have to go to
You
jump
can't
off the
Right,
Earth?
freely
I don't
JC,
want to hear any
JC.
other
anything, bro.
question.
The question you're asking is a
Just
ridiculous
give me
one
an answer. Just give me a solid
because
answer. That's it. I just want an answer, dog. That's it. Please, somebody.
you
A
and
real
I
flat
have
earther.
been
Tell
to
me.
this to an edge of anything, right? Neither of us have been to the Antarctic. Neither of us have been to the Arctic or whatever, right? It's irrelevant. Neither of us have been. Neither of us have seen it.
What do
But
you
I'm
mean it's
interested.
irrelevant? It's the basis of your entire argument. How is it
Curves.
irrelevant?
Curves are my favorite thing, right? And I would love to know if you've got a measurement for curvature. Do
You're
you
not a
have
real
that?
flat earther. No,
Do you have
I
measurement for curvature?
think the Earth is a
I'm waiting.
triangle. So I don't even think it's I don't
I
think
don't
it's
even know what
circular. I
that
think it's a
means.
triangle. So,
Yep, a flat
so
triangle.
that's
I mean,
my
welcome to
that's
flat
my
Earth.
stance.
Welcome to flat Earth. You think the
Yeah.
Earth is a flat triangle? All right, next
No, it's a
caller.
triangle to me. Yeah.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
my
the club.
definition. I'm
Welcome
not
to flat
a.
Earth. Okay.
I don't think it's a globe.
Perfect. Welcome to the club. Is anyone else going to try and prove curvature today? Because
1-0,
so far,
1-0 undefeated. No, this is
we're
like
3
3-0
down and no
undefeated.
curve.
I am undefeated. I am undefeated in the flat Earth chat. No one has answered my question. It's
You
very
already
sad. You
lost
guys aren't
me,
even
bro.
flat Earthers,
You
dude.
didn't answer my question.
You guys are a
You
bunch of
cannot go and
frauds.
explore it. You don't know where
No,
you can go, bro.
you guys are
Let me
you
ask you
guys are not
something
real
else.
flat
Is it
Earthers,
easier
bro.
to fall off a ball or if it's easier to fall off something flat?
I'm waiting for anyone to answer my question.
Okay,
So you
put
have no
yourself on
answer.
mute. If you're waiting for an answer, do you talk or do you listen?
I'm waiting.
Okay, so if you're waiting right now, you are waiting. Would you talk or would you listen if you're waiting?
Why don't you speak up, bro? Why don't you answer my question since you're big and tough, homie?
Yeah. So right now you are waiting, right? Are you waiting or
You
you're
jumped
not
in the
waiting?
lions. You jumped in the lions den. Now you answer my fucking question. Where do I have to go to
Okay.
jump off the Earth?
Which one are you doing right now? Are you waiting or not waiting?
Don't ask me a question. Answer my question.
Okay.
Where do I have
Yeah.
to go to jump off the Earth, dog?
Yeah. Are you waiting or not waiting?
You're just this is just another
We've
next,
gone over
next.
this.
Anyone else?
We've gone over this, sir.
Anyone else?
We've gone over this, sir. Neither of us have
No, you
seen
haven't. Because you said we've gone
neither
over
of us
it, but no
have
one's
been
answered
to
my question, dog.
Antarctica. Neither of us have been to Antarctica. Neither of us have ever seen that sort of thing. So you can't say that you can or can't, right? But what you could do to defeat us all right now, all the flat earthers are waiting. We've been waiting for years, right? Just measure the curve. That's all you need to do.
That is not my. That is.
I love curves. Curves are my
You see
favorite.
what-
Like, I love them so much. I would love to see a curve.
I just
please.
asked you a question, and now you're giving me like 30 other answers. But you're deviating away from my original question.
You're trying to prove something that neither of us have seen. You're trying to prove something that neither of us have seen, right? And we could hypothesize
you're not a
and
flat earther,
speculate
dog.
all day
You're not a
long
flat
about.
earther.
We could speculate.
You're not a
We
flat
could
earther.
speculate
It's very
all
apparent.
day long about what the shape of the Earth is or whatever. But until I get a measurement,
Because I told you the Earth is a
exactly what
triangle.
my senses
I'm not
tell
even
me,
taking
right?
the position
And
that
it's
it's
a
round,
flat, horizontal plane, right? Until you give me that curve, that's what I'm going to take.
What do you mean? What do you mean until I give it to you? You ran away from my question.
So what
Your
you want
question
is
has
a
nothing to do
story.
with curve.
You want another fantasy.
Your question has
I'm
to
not
do
even
with falling
arguing, dude.
off
I'm not even
objects.
arguing curvature. I'm not even arguing.
Then why are you
I'm
speaking?
telling you. I'm
I don't
asking
know.
you. Where do I
He
have to
doesn't
go to
have
jump
an
off the Earth?
argument. Yeah, you don't have an argument unless your argument's a question argument.
To the Globers, this is how you defeat flat earthers. You just ask them a
Is
simple
that how you
question and they
defeat
melt
us?
down.
Is that how
Look
you
at the
defeat us?
breakdown
That's
and
the question.
fucking. They're having a meltdown, dude. They
Yeah,
can't even
you
answer
said
the
you could
question.
prove curve.
Questions, bro.
You think that we live in a globe Earth.
It's all good,
You
bro.
said
I'm
you could prove
undefeated. That's
curve.
it.
Your
This is
questions.
You
I
said you
think
could.
I'm 4-0. I'm 4-0 in the flat Earth chat.
It's
Feels
like
good to
me
be the champ.
saying.
No,
It's like okay. It's like
you're
me
slow.
saying.
Oh, it feels
for
good to be the
instance-
champ, dog.
All right. Well,
Can
you
you guys
lost.
give me a trophy?
You lost.
I want a
You lost.
trophy.
W for me, L for you.
Give me a
I won.
trophy, dog. I want
I won
a
again.
trophy for
I won
being a
again. I
champion.
always win. I always win debates. You can't prove a curve. Allegedly on a globular Earth,
But I
and we
didn't
can't
argue,
see a
dude.
curve.
You don't you obviously have brain damage because you don't listen. I never
Yeah.
even argued the Earth was is round.
So you think that?
I
So
said
do
the
you
Earth is
think?
a fucking triangle, dude.
Oh yeah, triangle, flat triangle, right?
Yeah,
So
it's
you're
a triangle.
asserting,
Yeah, so
you're
it's flat
asserting,
and
you're
it's round.
asserting. So
Don't
you're
deviate from my
asserting.
question.
You're
You see, you're
asserting it
deviating
then.
away, dude.
So
I
you're
want to know where to jump
asserting,
off,
you're
man.
asserting that it's a triangle, right? A flat triangle. Where do we fall off? I've not made
Are
no
there
such
any
claim.
Are there any flat earthers in here that will stand up to me and answer my question? This guy's a
Because you're
he's a
being
chump.
dishonest. You're being
He's a small
dishonest.
timer. He's a
You're
small
being
timer. He's not
dishonest.
answering my
You don't
question.
believe it.
I
You don't
would
believe
like
it's
a
a
real
flat
flat earther
triangle.
to answer my
You're just
question.
hiding from the claim. You're just hiding from the
Nah.
curve. You're the obstruction behind the curve. We can't see you behind the curve, right? The supposed imaginary curve, right?
Who said we could
Where my
fall
globers
off?
at? Where my globers at?
Yeah, not here. You know,
Nonsensical question,
three of
right?
you
Where
have
my
tried to
globers
prove
at,
a
y'all?
curve.
Stand up, y'all. It's time to
Three
celebrate. We
down.
won.
Anyone else?
We won.
Anyone else?
We won.
Anyone
I'm
else want to prove a measurement
4-0,
for a
dog.
curve?
I'm 4-0.
Well, not very. Not you're not.
Fall off
You're not
flat
4-0 if you say the
Ah.
Earth is a flat triangle, and then suddenly you can't tell me where we fall off
You
after
can't answer
asking
my
for 5
question.
minutes.
You can't answer my question because you lost.
I'm not
and you don't
making
know
the
what to
positive
say.
claim here. You said
have
you could
no
measure
idea what to
curve.
say to my
You
question.
said you could measure curve. You can't.
No,
You said we
dude,
live in a
I'm
flat
asking you, where do I have to go to
triangle,
jump off the earth?
and
I'm
you're
not even talking
asking,
about
well,
curvature.
saying you believe that we can't fall off,
fuck
right?
it.
So we know that you're being dishonest. We know you can't measure curve. We know that you lost, right? The only person who's taking L's here, sir, is you.
No, you lost because you didn't answer my question. You lose.
I never lose. I never lose. I never lose.
Perfect. Perfect.
JC, you look crazy, bro.
I am crazy. Oh wait, no, JC, never mind. As people call me Jay, so that's why I was confused. Well, yeah.
So Yeah, let's go through this. Like JC, who told you could jump off the earth?
I want to jump off the earth
Okay, so what makes you think you'd be able to jump off the earth?
because you guys told me the earth is flat.
Yeah, did I say anything about jumping off it?
I want to jump off it. I want to
Okay.
fucking jump off it. I don't give a fuck about you. I want to jump off
So
it.
that's
homie. Where do I
your
have to
flat
go,
earth.
dog?
So on your flat earth, why do you think you can jump off?
Because if the earth is flat, I should be able to jump off the edges, right?
Why?
Next. Someone
Yeah,
else.
why?
Someone
Why'd
else,
you say that?
Someone else. Someone else.
We'll figure this out. Why would you be able to jump off the edge? If no one's talking
The
about
earth-
the edge but you. So there's an
Okay,
edge
so
in your okay.
So then we would have to assume that the earth is infinite. That it just keeps going.
You can make your assumptions can be your
If it's
assumptions.
finite, if it's finite, then I should be able to jump off it
I
because eventually it
assume
has
if you
to
could
end
do
somewhere.
some
That doesn't
research.
follow. That doesn't follow.
I
Look,
assume
if
if
the
you could do
idea,
some
Yeah, so
you
research,
gotta
you're-
make the claim
JC,
You're
JC,
that
thinking
the earth is flat and it's
JC,
infinite.
in your head, you've presupposed what our model is, right? Alleged model, right? I've not said that we can fall off any Earth. Crit's not said we can fall off
Okay,
any
no, no,
Earth.
no, no, no,
You
no, 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 no,
keep
no.
asking this question.
Do you guys see what this guy
after
just did? He bitched
saying
out.
you could
he bitched out,
provide
dude.
a measurement
Let's
for
jump
the
him.
curve.
You guys want to jump him?
And
Let's
we can
jump
just
him,
go.
dog.
We can go in circles all day. I've not said that. You're saying that. Nobody's arguing against it because no one cares, right? What we're after for is drop over distance, a measurement of the curve, or anything along those lines, right? Then we will all stop being flat earthers. Every single
Dog,
one of us in
if
here.
the earth
We're
is
waiting
flat
for
and
it.
it's not fine, if it's
We're
not
waiting.
infinite,
I'll wait all
you
day.
have to
I'll
be
wait all
able
year.
to jump off the earth
I
somewhere.
reckon in 10 years' time, right, we'll be back in this conversation. You still won't have a curve, right?
Well,
This imaginary curve
if
you say you have.
anyone else wants to challenge me, feel free to answer my question. But until then, I'm the champ.
Yeah, go to Antarctica and have fun. Have fun. Let me
Well,
know
no,
how
I
it
should be
goes.
able to jump off of it in any place, not just Antarctica. Any place.
Guy
Like any
standing
north,
outside the
south,
ring
I don't know who
screaming
said-
he's
I don't know who
east.
said that,
dude,
but
I should be able to go anywhere and jump off the earth.
Yeah, go off you go. Off you go.
Well, can you tell me where to go? I don't know where to go. I'm asking
Well,
you.
I'm not presupposing any model here. I'm just
You're a
wondering
bitch.
where this curve is.
I don't know.
I'm just wondering
He's
where
not a
this
true
curve
flat
is you
earther.
say
see this guy,
you can
You
measure.
guys follow this guy as a
I'm
leader.
just
He doesn't
wondering
even know the answers, dude.
I'm just wondering
You're
where
not
this
a true
curve
flat
is you
earther,
said
dog.
you could measure. I'm wondering where
I
this
don't know
curve
where to
is you said
go.
you
I'm
could
not
measure.
sure. You're not a flat earther. Get out of here. Get out of here.
You
Moz,
can go to
Moz,
Mars.
come out. Mute him. Mute him. Mute him. Mute him.
JC, the problem is that it sounds like you're advocating for self-harm, which is why I'm trying to figure out what's going on with you right now.
Oh God! Now you care about some random guy on the internet. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
because
bro.
this is
I
a
am so
TOS.
glad that you care about my health,
It's a
dude.
it's a
I'm so
TOS
happy.
violation.
Oh God!
Okay, so you're talking about
Now you're
jumping
threatening
off.
me. Now you're threatening me. Now look at this. You went from not answering my question to caring
Yeah,
about me.
let's figure out where you're at. Okay, are you in a safe position right now? Are you safe or not? Okay, so let's go through it step by step. Let's see how long you can stay in character. Are you safe right now?
I'm disappointed in all you. In
Okay,
every
how
single
about
one of
you?
you guys.
Are you safe? Are you
Nah,
safe right
you
now?
know, you've already been labeled as a bitch. You have to.
Right, JC.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just confirm
This
your
is what they
safety
do,
because
Crit.
yeah, what he's trying to do is he's trying to come in here and mock a suicidal thing, like somehow we're pushing him over the edge.
Exactly. I
You
think
know,
that's what I
it's
think
it's
that's
a
it's a
way.
metaphor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a meta. He's going to hear meta, trying to like be like
Yeah.
flat earthers want me to do this or do that. I don't want you to do anything, dude. I want to make sure that you're safe right now, that you're
Yeah.
not self-harming.
No, he's getting muted. Mute him. Mute him. Mods,
He
mute him.
wants to
Mute him.
walk. He wants to walk into London and fall off the edge of the earth there. I don't know why, but if that's what he
Well,
wants, I mean,
Because I should be able to float in outer space, right? I'm not advocating for
What?
self harm, but I can jump and
What are we-
fly in outer space.
okay, floating in outer space, therefore globe. All right, thanks.
Okay, there we go. We got the outer space part. Okay, so what makes you think there's outer space?
I believe I can fly.
Okay, so there's outer. So you think on a flat Earth you would walk to some spot where you could jump into outer space?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's the globe. The globe that says that, not the flat Earth.
No. You're just
Yeah.
a fake. You're a fake flat earther.
L,
So is your
JP.
homie. You guys are.
Take that L.
See, what you did was you rammed flat Earth into your heliocentric model, and then debunked outer space.
What you
Okay,
did
so
was
now
never
that
even
you've
answer
got,
my question, and you
can
ran
you
away.
jump
You
into
deviated
space?
to all this outer space now. Like, go back to the
JC
original
never
question,
said
dog.
that you die when you jump off the earth. By the way, so I don't know
Well,
if this is a
jumping.
troll, but
Yeah,
this
jumping.
is kind of weird that you would just say that.
Well, jumping, and the way he's acting
This
is
is like
very
a
irrational.
debate.
This guy's just a bitch.
This
He's a
isn't
he's a
TOS.
level 1. Level 2 bitch. Level 2. He just leveled up to level 3.
Okay, that's okay. I can be any level of bitch you want me to be. You make it up. Okay? Whatever version of me that you need to have in your life to make sure you're safe right now, I'm okay with.
Yeah,
I
I
could
don't
be
care, but
over
yeah,
9,000.
no one
okay?
here cares about your story, bro. But
Yeah,
anyways,
I've
if
been
any
called
any
far
flat
much
earthers want
worse,
to,
by far
okay,
much better than you.
yeah,
Okay? So that
no,
it will
you're a
have no
virgin.
effect.
You're a virgin. You need to go get laid. So if
So
anyone wants
now
to
that
challenge,
you
if
got
anyone wants
this,
to challenge me,
I see.
now that you got that,
if anybody wants to challenge me,
no one,
You're
no
not
one's
much of a
challenging
challenge,
you.
buddy. You're not much
No
of a
one's going to
challenge.
challenge you, dude. No one really
Go
cares
ahead,
what you have to say.
projection.
What they could do is they're interested, like, because you're really hyped up about this ability to be able to jump off things.
Yeah.
So yeah, like let's look at that. Why you
I'm
so why do you
concerned.
want to jump off stuff?
why are you fascinated by
I
it?
think
Are you suicidal?
glow birth causes depression. You know, it's a bad thing if anything.
Oh my god. All right.
So are you safe right now, or you're not safe?
Don't worry about me, bro. Don't worry about me. Focus on
Well,
yourself
when
and your
you're
flat
in
earth.
this channel talking about self harm, I have to worry because I moderate this channel.
Focus on answering my question before you
Okay,
worry
yeah,
about anything else. Bro.
yeah. Right now, you're asking about jumping off things, and as a moderator,
Because
I'm hearing
guys
you
said the
talk
Earth
about
was flat.
self harm.
You guys said
Yeah,
the Earth
don't
was
worry
flat.
about what I think, okay? So right now,
No,
just
don't
use
worry.
me.
No, you don't worry.
Worry about what
me
you
worrying.
want to
You
do.
worry about answering my original question.
Okay, I am worried about you jumping off things, especially since you said you want to
This
jump
guy's
off.
getting turned down, bro. He's getting turned down. He's just a bitch mate.
Okay, that's a disqualify then. You're
Yeah, you
disqualified.
lost. You know, they always
Like
do
turning,
this. Right?
yeah, turning down points of moderation is a disqualifier, and because there's no way of making sure this guy stays within TOS if he's just turning all the moderators down.
Yeah, if he thinks he's going to jump off something and float, that's a problem.
Well, any other globe earth I want to try? Been here for the last hour. Still no curve. It's weird. You got they seem to all think they can prove a curve until we ask them, and then nothing happens. Do you want to unmute Zeros? I feel like he said he can prove a curve. I'm pretty sure. I'm eating at McDonald's right now, so I can't pay full attention.
So Zero, well, okay, Zero wants to talk. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead,
he's got a measurement for a curve.
Yeah, there's a couple measurements. It doesn't seem like you guys are understanding the experiment that was done 2,000 years ago.
Oh my god, again?
Well, we can move past that. That's not necessary.
No, let's go through it. So Neil deGrasse Tyson said that with 2 points, there's not enough data to match one of the two models. And with 3 points, it doesn't really work either. It doesn't, only if you use a presumption that all the light is coming in at straight lines. And if you use more than that, then you would be able to like trilaterate or resection where the sun is. So this is interesting because wouldn't you be able to follow the same process for the moon?
The same process for the moon.
Yeah, the same method, right? For any light in the sky, wouldn't you be able to follow the exact same method and practices to get to use any light in the sky with any sticks and shadows and determine exactly what?
I think you could. Yeah, I think you could do it with the moon. It'd just be a lot more difficult because the sun provides light every day and throughout all the different seasons in both the different hemispheres. You know, the moon is upside down.
You're fucking it up though, right? Because you're presupposing a hemisphere off a circumference. Do you see the problem there?
Sure, a little bit. Not really though.
Okay, so if I just draw like you got like a compass. You've seen one of those before in geometry class, where it's got like a needle on one side and a pencil on the other.
Yes.
Just draw a circumference around any shape. Did that prove that shape is now a ball?
Yeah, still I'm only half understanding your viewpoint here.
Okay, so what he did, Eratosthenes, was he calculated a circumference, a path of light around a surface.
Well, yeah,
so draw that out. Okay, you'll see what
the length and angle of the shadows.
Yeah, it forms a circumference. What shapes can you draw circumferences on?
Huh?
Okay, what shape can you draw a circumference on? How about maybe the confusion is the word circumference?
Oh yeah, the sundial. It's a circumference. It's a circle, right?
There you go. Yeah. So it's just a circle, right? So you can draw any as long as the circumference is less than the outer limits of the shape. You can draw multiple circumferences on multiple different spots. Okay.
But the light from the sun doesn't form a perfect circle.
It forms a circumference.
The length of the shadow varies throughout the day depending on where you are geopositioned on the Earth.
Yeah, to form a circumference.
No, in 3D space, the angle of the shadow from that light source. Like you can replicate this very easily in a 3D model on your computer. Like there's lots of 3D rendering softwares that can do this for you.
Okay, you're going off topic here. So just talking about Eratosthenes measured a circumference, a path of light as the sun travels over the Earth. How did you get a globe from that?
Okay. So the sun is moving across the sky, right?
The sun moves, yep.
It's creating
the Earth.
A shadow. And that shadow also...
Well, the stick creates a shadow.
Right, yeah.
If we remove the stick, is the shadow still there?
Huh? Oh, no.
If you take the stick away, what happens to the shadow?
Of course, yeah, it's gone.
Okay, so we got cause and effect. You put a stick in the ground, you see a shadow. Okay, so then you put two sticks, and those two sticks have different shadows, and you connect the dots, and it forms a line.
No, that's not the experiment. You're over.
Yeah, that is true. That is the experiment.
You're way oversimplifying it. No, each shadow is unique, depending on where it is geopositioned on the Earth.
Yeah, on the flat Earth,
measured in length and angle. So
yeah, and then when you connect, them, it forms a curved line. Then you complete that line, and it forms a circumference.
Yeah, you can see the sphere.
No, not a sphere, a circle. It forms a circle.
I don't see how you're getting a circle out of this. You're missing something. I don't know what it is. It's beyond me to try to explain this to you.
Yeah, that's why you should go listen to Tyson. Tyson explains it perfect. He says the problem with Eratosthenes is that it matches both a flat and a round Earth.
No, I hate Tyson. I'm pretty sure he oversimplified it as well.
Well, okay, well, go tell him then. Go, not me, because I've
most things.
This is very easy to do. You can replicate this in your own house. People are showing you how to get these circumference measurements on a table, on a billiards ball, on a billiard table, using balls. You can do this. There's lots of you can do it right now. Just put two objects, two pencils on your desk, and you've got a flashlight. You can change the different angles and the different shadows. You can change, manipulate the light source.
Show a circle.
Yeah, it will show a circumference.
No, it doesn't show any of this. It shows,
yeah, because you'd move the light around the circular path, and you can watch the shadows exactly what they do. Then what you do is you plot that out, and you form a circumference.
But they're different. In 3D space, the shadows are different.
Okay, so now you're talking about 3D space. So then where is the sun?
Yes.
The shadows inside the Eratosthenes, he assumed the sun was an infinite distance away. Is that possible for the sun to be infinitely far away?
I can't say. Maybe it is.
No, it'd have to be some distance away. You have to actually know how far away it is. Otherwise, it would be an uncontrolled variable, and you have to control for that. So what you look at next then is that you can make you can reproduce these same shadows.
You're still missing it. No, the experiment isn't dependent on how far away the sun is.
Yeah,
it
is
way simpler than that.
Yeah, it's two things. It's either a small and local sun or a large and infinitely distant sun.
Yeah, that's right. Anyways, so
okay. So which one is it?
That's arbitrary.
Okay, which one are you going with right now? Is it a large and distant sun or a close and local sun?
No, that's arbitrary. As long as you're within this heliocentric system, right? As long
so
as
if you presuppose heliocentric, so you're inside the heliocentric system, and you got a heliocentric result.
You're missing the point of this experiment. There's no other way this experiment adds up to
if my system is true, then it's true.
You're still missing it. You're still missing it. I'm trying to explain it. I don't know why this is so difficult to grasp.
Yeah, because you're not understanding what the word circumference means. That's your main problem.
So the shadow, it moves, right? And it doesn't move in a perfect circle. The length of the shadow changes.
Yeah, the shadow will move in a full circle all the way around.
Have you ever used a sundial in your life?
And remember, too, you could go to the moon, too.
No, bro, I have a sundial. The shadow is not perfectly...
So you want to repeat this.
It doesn't stay the same length. The shadow's length
it's making a circumference.
It's not.
Okay, what's it making then?
It's making like
So if you look up the result, what did Eratosthenes do? The Eratosthenes were the Greeks who measured the circumference.
It's like a parabola. It's making like a
so not a circumference then. Okay, so we're throwing out Eratosthenes because his thing is like he said he measured the circumference, and he didn't do that. No circumference.
Yeah, he measured the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, yeah, which would be what? What's the circumference?
That's the Earth goes, or the circumference is what goes around the sphere.
Okay, no, not a sphere.
So what do you think he's measuring the circumference of?
Yeah, a circumference is a full circle that you can draw on any shape. Any shape you could draw a circumference around. So where do you get sphere from that?
No, the plane that he's on is curved.
Okay, where is that curved at?
That's the circumference.
Okay, where is it? Yeah, you don't need a curve to draw a circumference. You could right now just draw a circle on whatever piece of paper you have next to you. There's a circumference.
No. The plane that he's on, this flat plane that he perceived.
Yeah, he drew a circumference around it.
Yeah, he's saying it's curved. He didn't draw a circumference on it. He didn't draw a
He
circumference.
drew
on
a
it.
circumference around the flat plane.
No, he didn't draw it
Look.
around. It goes through the flat plane. This whole flat plane is on a curve. That's what he was showing.
What's this right here? What do you see right here? This pi pin, the pi pin.
You keep missing the mark.
That red circle. What is that? What's that red circle right there? What do you call that? Yeah, look at the pi. I just posted a pi 10, and there, someone like drew a red circle. Oh, what do you call that?
Oh,
that would be the what of the pi 10. The begins with a C. That red circle is called a CIR.
Still missing it. I don't know what you're hung up on.
What's it called? Say the word, dude. What is that red circle? That red circle represents what of the pi 10?
So,
it's a CIR, CUM. What word is that?
That table that is under, if you rotated that circle in 3D space and you applied it to the table, that's what
so
he's
step by
saying.
step. Okay, don't like grease the skids and start talking about a table. Okay, you've got this pi 10, and you take your finger and you go around the pi 10. What did you just draw?
Like, are you just refusing to try to grasp what I'm saying?
Say the word. What word? What did he do?
Taught math to people, and I love teaching math. And I love
what word did he? What did he draw? What did he draw around the pi 10?
Like,
what's
geometry
that?
is one of my best subjects.
Okay, what word is that? Okay, what word is that?
Most rewarding feeling to see.
What word? What did he draw around the pi 10? Just say the word.
You're refusing to try to understand what I'm.
Okay, yeah, I'm doing that. Okay, sure, I'm doing that. So here we go. Let's clear it up. What word? I would call this a circumference. What word do you call it? Around this pi 10. What word is that?
What I'm talking about.
That word is a circumference. So what word is this? What word do you understand that to be? That around the pi 10, it's called a.
Like, I don't even understand what the point of this conversation is.
Yes, this is what you call that. You draw a circle around.
Like, why tell me the word and then ask me to repeat it back to you?
I'm not asking you to repeat it. I'm asking what word would you use? I would use circumference. What word would you use?
Yeah, I'm fine with that word.
Okay, so there you go. So now Eratosthenes measured a circumference. And you say the circumference can only be on a lava water ball. How about here? Is pi 10? Is that pi 10 a lava water ball? Lava-filled water ball. So I drew a circumference around this pi 10. Did I just prove this pi 10? I just proved that this pi 10 is a lava-filled water ball.
Like, what is your angle with this rhetoric? I don't understand.
Yeah, because you don't understand the word circumference. That's the problem.
I don't understand.
Yeah,
look, I don't need to understand any of the words. I'm trying to explain the geometry of the math. It doesn't matter what you call it.
So what would you call it then?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so if he says, Greek mathematician Eratosthenes calculated the circumference. You're like, certainly. A circumference around what?
Yeah, that's what you're not grasping. Around what?
Yeah, around the surface of the Earth.
No, that's not what.
The geometry of the math.
Again, like, if you should actually just look at a sundial sometime.
How about this? Here's a track, a very simple running track. What do you call the outside of this track?
1 second. I'm gonna try to find an image of a sundial, because you describing it to me doesn't sound like you've ever seen one.
Okay, you can use that. I've never seen a sundial. Now, what is the outside of this track called? When you run around this track, what is the outside of that track called?
I don't know.
It's not circumference? That's not what you would use?
No.
What would you use then? Basic geometry. Could you find the circumference of this track? How far, if you ran around this track, how far would you run?
I would call it dog running.
I could find the perimeter. I would not be able to find the circumference.
So you would not be able to find the circumference on that? Why not?
Yeah, I could find the perimeter because it's not a circle.
Perimeter.
Oh, how
So you got right there on the two ends, you got two circles, and you wouldn't be able to find out the circumference there.
Yeah, of the semicircles, I could find out the circumference of each.
Yeah, and then you would do, what would you do next then? Would you add 120 feet?
Like you're hung up on this, but you still don't understand the three-dimensional way that he's applied the circumference to the plane of the Earth. Like you keep thinking that he drew a circle on the face of the Earth. That's not
Yeah,
it.
that's what you could do. Because the problem was that he assumed that the sun was large and infinitely far away. So once you do that, once you do that, you're already inside some sort of heliocentric model. So you're already batshit at that point.
No, none of that matters because you can just observe the shadow. You have these two shadows. They give off distinct.
Okay, two shadows.
When
they
you
give
have
off
a
distinct
collimated light
lengths.
source,
As the sun approaches the top of the sky, the shadow shrinks. It gets smaller.
It's like you're going through cognitive dissonance where no matter
It
how
doesn't
many
just go in a
times
circle. It doesn't just
we
go in a
explain-
circle. It
A
changes.
circumference. A circumference.
It doesn't go in a circumference.
Oh, it doesn't now. Okay, so which one is it? This is what people talk about. Globus never change. So did Eratosthenes calculate a circumference or not a circumference?
Well, I mean,
which
it
one?
is a circumference, but it's not.
Oh,
just
okay.
perfect.
So it's not a. It is a circumference and it's not a circumference at the same time. So this is why your model is contradictory.
It's not contradictory at all. You're just
Okay,
not
which one is it? Is it a circumference or not a
It
circumference?
sounds like you're refusing to try to understand.
Okay, which one is it?
Beyond
Circumference
me.
or not a
It's
circumference?
beyond me, because you claim truth, but then you refuse to try to understand these relatively simple concepts.
Okay, sure. That's fine. Yeah, he wants to talk about me. You can talk about me till you're blue in the face. It will not change.
You're using rhetoric. You're the one
Okay,
that's using.
sure. I'm using rhetoric. I'm using rhetoric. I don't understand any of it. Okay. I call if I draw a circle, I call that a circumference.
No. Don't talk over me. You told me this is a circumference.
That's a circumference. Yep.
This is a circumference. Then you said, "What is this called?" That's what you said to me. That's
because you. What do you call it? I call it circumference. What do you call it? I asked you, what do you call it? I would call it circumference. If you call it a teepee or a wigwam, I'd be like, dude, you're too tense, man.
Why doesn't this?
Yeah, in his case, I will call it a dog running for his tail.
Yeah. This is what happens. They just have cognitive dissonance when this happens.
Yeah.
It's like I've explained 5 times already, and we're back on it again. You know, I don't know how much you got a hard on for Aristophanes, but not proving your curve. Not today, not tomorrow.
But I want
he proves circumference, right? Here you go. Here's a circumference. Is that a circumference or not? I think it's a circumference. If you think that's not a circumference, what is it?
Crit, we have a problem, a serious problem. We have engineered flat surfaces.
It just sounds like you're
on the surface of the
you
earth.
guys are making
Now,
teaching so painful.
Shut up! I haven't finished talking to Crit. So, he assumes Eratosthenes was right.
There, this one's pretty good.
So the fallacy that the sun is a collimated light source and its rays are traveling in a parallel manner, then when you put 2 sticks on the ground on a flat surface, their shadows must be equal. No matter how far is one stick from the other or from the light source. So the closest stick to the sun, its shadow length must be equal to the stick which is further away from the sun. It would only be a difference on a world with a curved surface where yes, we will have different shadow lengths between the sticks because the sun is a collimated light source. So all
Oh wow.
light rays are coming parallel. So they form shadows and angles of the same length and degree. But when you put two sticks on a flat surface in this model of the world, then shadows will not conform. Their shadows must be equal, no matter how far away they are from the light source.
You got a party going on in here, Crit?
What's that?
So you got a party going on in here?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
just
kind of.
destroying the the globe earthers, right? What I've noticed is a few of them, they seem to can't. I've asked a few of them if they can show me the drop over distance, but I'm still waiting. Been waiting for years. Been waiting for 10 more years, 20 years, 30 years. I'm waiting.
I've seen your name around here, Professor Clown Clocks.
Yeah.
Welcome to the group.
Yeah. I'm a very well known flat
Welcome.
earther in the flat Earth community.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got content on social media? That sort
Oh
of stuff?
yeah, for sure.
All right then. We have been speaking to these guys. It's difficult, but I don't
Can
usually.
you unmute Spice T because they're saying that they can measure a radius. It's pretty interesting. I want to see how they do that.
Yeah, I don't usually chime in. This is kind of like lowbrow content for these guys. They got the low hanging fruit guys that come in here and just like honey hold my beer fallacy. I made that up, by the way. And
Yeah.
they attempt to do something that they can't do. So
Oh
what
yeah,
it
for sure.
what it is it's a lot of bravado because they think that they have the answer to the question and they don't.
Mm-hmm.
So we deal with that on a case by case basis. It just depends who it is. This
Yeah.
guy had a little spunk, but he really didn't have much under the hood when it
Yeah,
comes down to it.
it's just Eratosthenes. It's just look at my curve. Can't prove my curve, but just believe it's there, bro.
The
That's all they
24
say.
yeah, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is comprised of people that have been like way farther past down the argument in this. We deal with like astrophysicists, cosmologists, and that sort of thing, like in that arena. These guys, they're just they're believers. They're zealots. They basically like only believe like
It's
at the end of a
religious, right?
discussion, at the end of a discussion, they'll say, "I'm not a scientist." You know that you speak to them like about an hour. You're into the argument, and they're arguing for the globe. But then at the end, they're
Yeah.
just, "Well, I'm not a
They
scientist."
spend 1 hour trying to explain physics to you, and at the end, when you've debunked it all, they're like, "Oh, well, I'm not a physicist." And you're like, okay, right. Well, thanks for the wasted hour.
Usually,
We had a very interesting character today. The guy with the LiDAR scanner. Have you heard him, Miggy?
No, but these types, they wax themselves intelligent because they know a particular type of machine or some type of apparatus. They try to use that as evidence of the Earth's shape, and it's never the case. So they this guy, right? I'll just give you an example. He was using radar technology, or not radar, excuse me. He was like,
LiDAR.
I don't know, a TV dish repairman.
Yeah,
And
LiDAR.
I deal with this every day, and I'm like, so
Yeah, the entire world has been mapped with LiDAR, and it forms a perfect globe.
All right. Let me see the gentleman. And that's him. Are you the lidar guy?
I'm not the LiDAR guy, but you can even get LiDAR on Apple phones.
Yeah, I know. All right, so
okay.
So let's go on the basis of lidar because you have lidar as something reliable, right?
Yeah, it's laser precise.
Okay.
Yeah, then I want to add something on this way after you, Miggy.
Let me know. Because I'm gonna go on a little bit. So you go ahead if you want to get something out. Go ahead because I'm gonna
Okay.
tell this guy something. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So, you guys with the LiDAR scanner, you claim that you have this LiDAR either on a ship and you are scanning the bottom of the water, the sea, the ocean, or it's installed on an airplane which is flying and is using this laser to scan the ground. Now, when we do a laser test over the water, the laser ray curves because of refraction. This is what you guys come and tell us, yeah? Because laser beams are always curved when you shoot them in the air. They are never perfect straight lines. And when you use them in a LiDAR scanner, this refraction does not take place, which is curving the laser rays, and it could be exactly that discrepancy, yeah, because you claim that those LiDAR, when they're scanning the surface, they are showing a curved surface, which is caused obviously by refraction.
So
I
how
don't
do
know.
we solve this problem?
Was that a rhetorical statement, or did you want him to answer?
Yeah, I want him to answer how.
Okay.
How can he be so sure that if I build a rectangular building on the ground and if I scan it with a LiDAR from an airplane 10 kilometers high in the air,
Yeah. Okay.
it will not show me that building as being rounded wall
No,
shape?
no, no. From directly above, there's a meter. There can be a meter or two from the refractive index, but you can compensate that with other data points.
Data.
All right.
Big data, bro. AI,
So,
Chat GPT, bro. These are things.
All right. So yeah,
Well, you're
let's
taking
run with it.
millions of data points. Each one is its own
Yep.
individual point.
Billions, dude.
Billions. Okay.
Well, yeah, they build buildings with this. It's very precise.
Yeah.
All right.
They can build cars. They can build buildings. Like LiDARs.
They can
used-
even build iPhones.
Hey, all right. So we
I
got
don't
we got.
believe that.
Okay. So we got. Listen,
I think
guys.
iPhones
Like
are something else.
surveying, and they also put
iPhones-
them on drones. You can survey large swaths of land and
Apologize.
stuff.
Hold up.
They
Hold
do.
up.
They put them on drones.
All right.
Yeah.
So are you guys gonna carry on
They
your own
fly
chat, or do I have to
drones
pause you
with
guys?
LiDAR.
Yeah,
Right.
there's a
yeah,
DJI
guys,
drone
guys,
actually that I was
hard
looking at
way.
getting into. That
Let's do it the hard way.
Big
I don't want to
job.
do it the hard way, but you guys forced my hand. Like I don't want to do it the hard way. I really don't.
Yeah.
I want to give you guys the room to talk, but I was on a point, and I'm gonna go ahead and talk to the gentleman.
Yeah, I
who
saw you lighting up. I thought you were the one I was talking
All right.
to.
No, it was another guy. All right, so that guy's gonna take a seat for a little bit. I'm gonna unmute him, but just for the purpose that I wanted to carry the discussion forward, I do want to tell you we have technology on our side. Wouldn't you agree? LiDAR technology.
It's on our side.
Yeah, on the side of humans interacting with the Earth.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, all this technology seems demonic to me, but yeah, I guess all right.
Demonic. Well, let's not get into idiotic ideas with trolling things, right? Let's
No, I
just
don't
talk
think so.
about.
I'm not trolling.
Let's
I'm
just
not
talk.
trolling.
Let's
I'm a
just talk
spiritual
about.
person. I'm a spiritual
Well,
person.
that's fine, but let's just talk about the practical use case.
Yeah,
And
I'm
not
not
get it.
trolling, and I don't think it's idiotic.
All right, so let's just get into practical use cases then. Let's not talk about demonic stuff and all that other stuff. All right. So, if it's possible that LiDAR technology has the precision that it does, let's go ahead and put it to the test, shall we? I mean, since we're in the conversation about it. Does that sound fair?
Sure.
Okay. So, we're going to start asking a simple question, one that can be answered by anyone that thinks that the Earth is a globe, and we have LiDAR technology. So let's move into that arena. Let's discover if LiDAR technology is all what it's cracked up to be. Okay, so ever since this discussion has formulated itself to be something where nobody can answer these three questions, the very first question is, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Now, these things that I'm talking about are
I'm
the.
sorry. I don't like this term drop over distance. I only hear
So
it.
it doesn't really matter because let me finish telling you that it is.
No one else uses drop over distance.
Let me just tell you. Let me just tell you. I have to finish because you won't understand if you cut me off. All right. So, drop over distance is considered to be elevation change on a spheroid, considered to be the amount of values that they give us according to the rhetoric. So we're looking at values of 3959 radius, circumference of 24,901 miles. So we're dealing with these large values that the size of the Earth is said to be.
Yeah,
Now,
that makes sense. So,
right,
like, the higher you go, the farther you can see.
okay, right, but let me get to the end
But
of it.
there's still a
So,
limit as to how far you can see.
yes, sir. Can you just hold on to what you have to say, please? Please have a seat just for a moment, okay? So basically, they're telling us this rhetoric about the Earth, and so ever since people have been measuring things, right? I mean, the people have been measuring things for quite some time now, and so if we're talking about math formulas and that, they said about 2,000 years ago they've discovered that the Earth has been a globe for as long as that, right? So we're going to talk about the advent of modern technology and also LiDAR technology, because according to these old men that have been a long time ago past, where they're talking about they figured it out. So the question, right? Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history from way back when up until today? Drop over distance, meaning that the surface curvature that the Earth has, the rotundity of the Earth, right? The Earth being a globe, there should be elevation change between an observer and the target distance. So the target distance would be something akin to a ship disappearing over the curve. So if a ship disappears over the curve, like a guy standing at the beach watching a ship disappear over that curve, then he would be able to say, I see a ship disappearing over the curve. Therefore, it's going behind.
Yes, I've seen that many times.
Correct, right? So you follow along with what I'm saying. It's just like the observer.
I live on an island. I see ships go over the horizon all the time.
Right, but they're going over the curve of the Earth.
And I travel on ships too because I'm on an island. I go to and from
yes, dude.
The land on a ship, so I can
I'm
only see so far. And then as the ship approaches, the land starts to appear.
Well, what I'm saying is, it goes behind
with the
curve. Hello. It goes behind the curve of the Earth. That's what I'm at. What I'm telling you. According to the, everybody's saying that that's what's happening. Would you agree with that? Did we lose the guy?
Yeah, he cut out.
I think we should give up on like trying to convince you of the
Oh,
globe Earth. Please, can you stop? Can you stop just interrupting people like this? Like, it's insane. And you know.
You're gonna have a seat. Thank you very much for muting that guy. Yeah, you can have a. I'm talking to a gentleman right now, and I want to ask if LiDAR technology is as reliable as everybody claims. So yeah, don't interrupt, please. And then let's have the gentleman, I guess, respond if he's still in here, or did he leave? Okay,
Yeah, he's still here.
Is he still here? What happened? Did he lose connection?
Maybe he just stopped responding.
Okay. Well, see, and this is the thing. Once you guys are in the hot seat, once I'm starting to talk to you, you guys clam up, and I don't understand why. If it's so easy to disprove because we have the advent of modern technology such as LiDAR, why are you guys afraid to see what's behind curtain number one?
I can tell you why
not have an
people
answer?
clam up.
Could it be possibly that you do not have an answer?
I
And
know
you're
why
too
people
afraid?
clam up, and I can tell you why. And you're not gonna believe me, but you are a
Alright,
bigot, and it's impossible to talk
right
to you.
now.
So
So, dude, who am I speaking to?
He
Spice Tea.
left. Yeah,
No, that other guy. Yeah, the other guy left, but Spice T's still in the room.
Okay.
So
He says
let's
that flat earthers are bigoted. About what? What is flat earthers bigoted about?
engage
you
Spice T.
don't accept anything, like anything
Alright,
that
so let
contradicts
me.
your idea of how the world works. You don't accept it. You
Spice
just
T.
deny it as
Okay,
false.
apparently you don't know how conversations go, Spice T.
You
So
don't
basically,
accept math. You don't accept geometry. You don't accept like visual proof. You don't accept anything. Like, it's all false. But then you have one.
okay, you just want to run your mouth and not wait. It's really simple. The question has always been posed to you guys, and I'm gonna mute you once you're able to just relax. Okay, just relax. I'm gonna pose to you a question. All you have to do is answer it. 3 fundamental questions that either speak to the Earth being a globe or not. And if you know them, go ahead and answer them, sir. I really don't have time for you to tell us your feelings about flat earthers. I don't care. I only care about the information. If you can substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe by way of measurement directly. Okay? So I'm going to unmute you, and I want you to answer the question: who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance or elevation change, any time in history? Now I'm going to go ahead and give that over to you, sir, and you can go ahead. I'm going to give you the floor, but don't tell me about your feelings. I don't care to know. Just answer the question.
Thank you very
Go.
much.
Yes, go.
Why would I say all of the points that I did like 20 minutes ago
Answer,
again, just for you to
the
dismiss it as I don't believe in math or I don't believe in
you
this
have
picture?
the floor,
Like
sir.
I have
Answer
enough
the
proof
question.
for you, but you don't believe it. So why would I
Answer
say it
the
again?
question,
I'm
sir.
gonna I give up on
Answer
this.
the question,
I
sir.
want you to prove something to me.
Answer the
Okay?
question, sir. Answer the question. Who has
I'm
ever
not
measured
gonna
the
repeat
curvature
myself
of the
again.
Earth?
You are gonna dismiss it. You're
Answer.
gonna say you
I'm
don't
gonna
believe
give
it.
you one last chance. I'm gonna repeat it one last time. If you don't, you will sit down and then wait for the next person. Answer the question, sir. Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance or elevation change? Go ahead, sir. This is your last chance.
Yeah, I can just drop some, I don't know, maybe Aristotle, like I bet he did it.
Okay, so Aristotle measured elevation change or drop over distance. How did he do that, sir?
Well, how would you measure drop over distance on such
How
a
did he
huge
do that, sir?
scale?
How did he do
Do you
that?
realize how big the Earth is? How would
How
you
did
measure
he do
drop
that,
over
sir?
distance?
How did he do that, sir?
He measured the curvature of the Earth, right, as you like to say so often, by using geometry.
How did he do it? Show me the method. Tell me the method. We're gonna go over it.
You can look it up yourself. I told you before. I'm not going to say it again because you
No,
people
no,
don't
I'm not
believe in
gonna
math.
look at
You
it
told me
myself, sir.
you told me you don't believe in math.
No,
So
no,
why
no,
would I
no, no.
engage
I'm
with you?
not gonna look at it
Mayhem, you're
myself,
being
sir.
incredibly dishonest here, dude.
It's simple. It's simple, sir. I'm not gonna look at it myself. If you know, then
Wait. These flat earthers are dishonest. Wait, what? Their brain
Yeah,
mind blown,
dude. I
man. What
mean,
the hell?
whoa.
Well, he's not being dishonest. He's asking for one simple thing, right? I mean, we're being told by you guys that we're on a globe, that we're on a sphere, right? And
That's
that
not
begets
the
the
issue here.
idea that there's a curve, a drop over distance, right, that we can measure.
That's not the issue here.
And of all, we've been around, you know, for
You're
thousands of
sidestepping
years,
the issue here.
supposing that we're on a globe, and I'm just waiting, right, for someone to tell me who measured it.
You're sidestepping the issue here.
Okay, you're gonna have a seat.
I demonstrate it, right?
We can get control of the room. Everybody's gonna have a seat until this gentleman answers the question. So you who were cheering that guy on, you're gonna have a seat for a moment. I'm gonna unmute you. Don't worry. I don't leave people muted, but I do want to have a coherent conversation with the gentleman that we're speaking to. So I'm gonna go ahead and unmute the guy. This is your last chance. If not, you'll stay unmuted until we find somebody else who can answer the question boldly. So we were with Eratosthenes, according to you guys, right? Let's stick with that for now. Eratosthenes, how did he measure drop over distance? Go ahead, sir.
What is this? Can you explain to me before I engage in this? What is this drop over distance thing? Can you
Okay,
explain to
yeah,
me what it is?
I will explain. I will explain it to you. Thank you for asking. So basically, elevation change drop over distance means from the point of observation of anybody on Earth, let's say, away from the person in the distance, any target distance. We're gonna just assume that the target distance is somewhere like 15 to 20 miles. In between the person that's actually making that observation to the target distance, there's going to be elevation drop, meaning that if you're standing on a ball, every so often there's going to be a drop away from you because you're on a ball. It curves. You understand? Or do you want me?
But
Do you want
yeah,
to get
okay,
into?
but
Or do you
now
want to
in
get
your
into us
I
like what it's
understand,
like?
yes, I understand.
Okay.
But
Okay.
in your example, right, it's more like a hill with gravity being
No,
like flat
no,
under
it's
the
not.
hill, right? But
No, it's
that's not
not.
how it works.
I didn't say it was a hill. I did not say
No,
it was a.
but listen. What I mean is, you don't respect that on a sphere with like the center of gravity in the center of the sphere, you don't experience that drop because you are always on the shortest distance to the gravitational center
You
of the
don't
sphere.
experience the drop. So okay, here's the conflicting things that are happening. You say you don't experience a drop, but do we see obstruction in the distance because of it? Yes or no?
Because of the drop. Yeah, you see,
No,
for example,
because
ships.
obstruction of the sagittal is the hump of Earth curve that gets in the way of things. Yes or no?
Yes, the curvature of the Earth gets in the way of things.
Okay.
Like the horizon.
All right. So we're
Yeah,
good.
exactly.
So we're good on that issue, right? We know.
Yes.
Okay, so we know that a person standing on a beach is going to see a ship disappear from the bottom up. That's what we got clear so far, right?
You actually believe in that?
Answer my question. Are we clear?
Yeah.
We're
We
clear
shake
that
hands
that's
on this. Yes, I'm
all
actually
right.
so happy you believe in this.
So now I'm getting to the logical point here, but I need you to just follow the train of logic. All right. So if we're seeing ships disappear over the curvature of the Earth because we're standing at the beach and making an observation, what is that drop over the distance to where the target distance is from where the ship is disappearing? What is the distance between me and that ship where I start seeing obstruction from the sagittal? What is that distance, sir?
It's not that far actually. It's like 1 or 2 kilometers probably. I don't know.
So what is the exact, because we can see the ship disappearing bottom up. So it's able to be measured by LiDAR or by any means that we have that we can measure something at a distance to have some elevation change, which means that we can now put some math to this, right? We cannot start now invoking what type of math can we use. Well, we're going to use geometry. We're going to know that we're standing on a ball. How much feet
But what is the point of? I have to ask one thing to clarify.
Sure.
You use this term, elevation a lot, right? But for something to elevate, you need a point of reference. What is the point of reference that this thing is elevating from?
The observer.
But it's not elevating; it's dropping, right?
Yeah, it's what I've been saying. All right, so if there's a change in that elevation, that means that it's not. Is it happening physically? Like, is it lifting up, or are we seeing something happen because due to the fact that as it's moving away, that elevation from our standpoint, right, from our observation, it's actually dropping because we're
elevation always drops away from the observer,
we're,
right?
Yeah, so we're saying
No matter what, right?
We're seeing the effects, right? The effects, as it were, of the sphericity of the Earth.
I
Are you
agree.
still with?
Okay. If I am the point of reference, for me it's like it's dropping, right? Because it's
Okay.
going behind the horizon around the sphere.
All right. So there's a lot of claims on the table currently. There's a lot of claims on the table currently. So what we got to do is some simple cleanup. All we got to do is figure out, okay, fine. We've got people saying, I see a ship disappear because due to the curvature of the Earth. Now, let's do some math. What is that math that we can predict that the Earth is going to be dropping away from us at that distance? What is the first of all? Sorry. What is the actual distance that occurs? And let's get some math to know the target distance. Let's get some math to know how much elevation drop there's going to be from our vantage point to the target distance. Do you know this, sir? But the question, right?
You can calculate all of this. Sure, I can research it for you if you want, but I'm not sure if it does this get us any closer to the point.
One second. No, 1 second.
What I'm going to prove around Earth.
No, what I'm asking for right now is the answer to the question, what that is, because according to everybody right now, in this arena, there's two camps for the globe Earth. Either there is specific numbers that you can put to it, and the other side says that anybody that talks about any numbers that you can put to this are liars and phony. So I'm asking you, can we put some math to this to find out what is the distance to that the area where we start to see this disappearance from bottom up due to the sagittal?
You appear to have struggle with words right now. So to clear this up, you are looking for the distance of the horizon, right?
No, I'm looking for the distance of obstruction, sir. When we start to
but the horizon, dude, look,
well,
the horizon is the very thing that obstructs my view, right? In
Okay,
my
so
worldview.
right,
So you're looking for the horizon.
Well, what I'm saying is, do you know the distance to that?
I can calculate that. I mean, in my calculation, right?
For a 6-foot person, it's about 3 miles.
In my calculation, the number I get is going to be on a perfect plane sphere, right? But Earth is actually kind of, there's hills and waves and grass and trees, so
we
you
don't
can't
care about
really
that. We want to
calculate
know.
the perfect
We want to know,
horizon.
sir. I'm sorry. We're not using trees and hills and all that other stuff. We're
Okay,
actually.
so in this example, we're on
Hang
a
on,
perfectly
1 second,
plane
sir.
sphere.
1 second. Let me give you the example, please. Please don't interrupt. I'm trying to be very respectful, but here's the thing. If we're
You do,
talking
man.
about one example, let's please use that one example. I said a ship disappearing from the bottom up. That's what I'm using. I'm not using trees, hills, valleys, and all that. I'm talking about a ship disappearing from the bottom up, sir.
Yes, you can
Okay.
calculate the distance of the horizon, right? And when the ship goes beyond the horizon, that's where it starts to disappear from the bottom up.
Okay,
It's pretty
that's
simple,
fine.
actually.
That's fine. That's fine. Calculations, the formulas in the world are fine. I want to know how I can test the calculation to be true, which means that just like you do schematics or you try to build something in a blueprint, you say, okay, I'm gonna do this right here. I'm modeling everything. Okay, now let's go build the thing, because you're now using that math to see if it checks out in in reality. So what you're gonna do is take that math and go see if your math is correct.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So your
I know
calculations
I
are
know
fine.
what you're saying. I've done this myself, by the way. I've
Okay,
lived near a sea for a long time, and I've actually done this.
that's fine. So what is the target distance to where the sagittal appears? Because according to globe math, there should be a leading edge of the sphere where the horizon is and obstructs everything. What is that target distance?
It depends on the height of your view,
A
the
6 foot
height
observer.
above the.
A 6 foot observer.
I mean, I can Google. It's much easier
No,
than
don't
like
Google it, sir.
calculating this
I
right
don't
now.
want you to Google it. This is not
Okay.
what I want you to do. See, the thing is, Googling something just gives, you're going to parrot something someone else says, and you don't know if they're
He's a
correct or
Google
not.
Earther.
No. Listen. It's basic geometry. It's like
told you.
rich. It's literally ground school geometry. But I'm too old to remember, so I have to use Google.
All
Okay,
right,
but
all
it's
right, all
very
right.
very basic geometry.
Listen, we're going to get to the part
This is
where
not
you don't.
conspiracy math or anything. It's
I
very
know,
basic.
I'm not saying it is. Did I say it's conspiracy math?
No,
I'm
I'm just
asking.
clarifying.
I'm
Like Google
asking.
isn't lying to me here. It's just
Dude,
basic
I'm
geometry.
asking for the answer right now, and you don't have it. You say, "Let me
I
Google
do
it."
have
No,
it.
no, don't Google it.
I don't have
Do
all
not
the
have the math.
knowledge in the world at the top of
If
my head.
you do
Like,
not
who
have the
has
math,
that?
that's fine. If you do not have the math, that's fine. You're
But
unequipped to have this conversation. Then have a seat. That's all.
well,
We're done.
wait, but we can actually. Well, why is this
No, we're
important?
not going to
This
do
doesn't prove
something that you
anything.
want to do.
Why are you going to dismiss me for this? This doesn't
No,
prove
this
anything.
discussion is, if you have the evidence, bring it forward. If you don't have the evidence, have a seat. Let somebody
I
else.
have the evidence. Give me a second, please.
No.
But
You don't
you're
have the
coping
evidence.
now. You're
If
coping.
you
Why are
had
you
it,
just? Why are you
imagine
dismissing me?
like,
Why are you dismissing me? Like, there's no reason to dismiss me right now.
so
You're a
because you
Google Earther. You know, we don't need Google Earthers. You know.
so here's the thing. Because you can't stop talking, I'm just gonna give you a seat. All right, so check this out. When people come into this arena, they act like they're so unequipped to have this discussion. I don't care about you going to get the information. Would you do that in a courtroom when the judge is asking, go ahead and present the evidence? Sir, I don't have the evidence right now. I need to go home and go get it. No, that's not how this works. You came into this discussion thinking that you know the answer and you don't have it. So now I'm not going to give you the time to go and Google it. Now you're going to wait until probably later on till we have a conversation with like 3 or 4 more people, and then perhaps somebody else can unmute you and then talk to you about it. But you didn't have it right now. So now it's time for you to reflect on that while you're sitting there and waiting. Okay, so now we can go to another person, because I don't want to waste my time.
Miggy, he said he did it himself, and when you ask him about what he did himself, then he needs to Google that.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing because these guys are clowns, man. They always act like they have the answer, and when pressed for it, they don't. So I don't want to. Nobody is going to come in here and say, "Well, you don't let me speak." No, fuck that. You didn't have the answer when I asked for it. So now your ass is going to sit down and wait for the next person until somebody has the answer that comes in here. No, I have the answer to sufficiently support that claim.
So has anyone measured drop over distance? Any of you Google Earthers got a measurement for us today?
Well, it's really simple, right? It's really simple because according to the map, we're supposed to see the sagittal obstructing things in the distance. So, does anybody have that? Because that's what I'm looking for. I don't care about your feelings. I don't give a shit when you come in here and say, "Oh, you're not listening to me. You're not letting me speak." No. You come into this discussion equipped, or you go sit down. It's that simple. You have a choice, gentlemen.
Yeah, when we ask a question, we expect an answer,
all we
not a
want.
story.
Exactly.
Any globe Earth they want to try again? Been waiting for all day for this drop over distance measurement.
The very purpose of a question, formulating a question is actually to receive an answer, not stories.
It's funny how they all come in saying that they have the measurement. You know, they're
Yeah.
going to be the one right now that to demonstrate it, and then you get about half an hour in. They're like, let me just Google this for a second. It's very
No,
interesting.
not only that,
And
but the gentleman said that he had figured it. He already worked it out. He did the demonstration himself, and he's coming up tits when it comes to like the time to present it. Why? You worked it out yourself. You demonstrated it. Why didn't you use that example?
Am I
You
coming through?
Google it now. You're a fucking liar. That's what happens. You're lying to the whole room right now, saying
Yep.
that you did not do it.
See, the problem, he started off in the problem because he said flat earthers have rejected it. And you're like, okay, well, sure, can you show it again? Let's go through it one more time. Let's see what happens. And he's got nothing to show. So this is where it shows a logical contradiction in worldview. They tell you that flat earthers have rejected the evidence. What evidence? Nothing.
Yep.
You didn't present anything. So how could I have rejected something you didn't present?
It's like, and I use the courtroom scenario because that's what it's like. You're in a courtroom and you're like, oh shit, I didn't bring my evidence. Sir, can I go run to my house real quick? What the fuck?
Miggy, have you those detective interviews, like where they interview the criminals, they take their testimony and ask them the question of what they did?
Those criminals are stupid,
And
dude.
some of them in the first instance are like, they call the police, they tell to the police on the phone, I killed someone, come pick me up. And now they take him to the station in the interrogation room to take his declaration, and they start denying everything.
I saw that one. That guy was he worked for
And
Raytheon.
yeah, once they
That's the
start
one.
lying, they have to keep lying on and on and on about
Yeah,
everything.
we want to get to the answer right now. So let's get back to the room and on topic. Let's talk
It's
about
a,
it.
it's a curious thing. It's
if
a
anybody-
curious thing because you said because
let me-
in one breath you say
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me just zero 1 second. I just because there are some people that I muted. I gotta unmute them so they can answer. Okay, I want to give them some. All right, so we got some people here. Did he leave? Oh no, 1 second. Give me a moment. All right, go ahead, sir. I just unmuted you. Kenny, the spirit of Hyperborea.
Hello.
How's it going? All right, you were chiming in, but the only reason why I told you to have a seat is because I don't like 2 or 3 people talking, over talking the guy who was answering the question. But now that you're up, do you have?
Do you remember what I said?
Okay, hang on a second, bro. Just calm down. I'm gonna go right back to the same thing that I told this gentleman. The same thing, because we're only asking one question, right? And so it always boils down to getting the answer. So either you did you hear the conversation I had with the gentleman or not? So we can kind of do
I
away.
didn't. I just wanted to hear if you heard what I said when
Okay,
I
no,
talked over.
this isn't you asking us questions. This is right here. This forum is designed for you guys to understand either there's an answer to sufficiently bring in and support the claim, or there's not. That's what this forum is designed for. It's not designed for you to ask 1,000 questions. However, we might sometimes ask you guys, hey, what do you guys think the Earth is a globe and all that? That's fine. But this
Do you
moment,
want me to repeat what I said then?
no, I really don't want you to repeat what you said because of the fact that we're going to try to answer the question. This morning, we're trying to see if anybody has the answer to the question. At least it's morning for me. But if we're trying to answer the question, sir, please respond with the best evidence that you can possible. And that's all you have to do. Really, it's simple. And you know what? Everybody can go home and we can have a nice time thinking that we live on a globe. All right, so the question is, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance or elevation change? Go ahead, sir.
I don't care about this question.
Okay, so then you will have a seat because that's what we care about. The only thing we care about. So go ahead and put yourself on mute, sir.
why call this channel 24/7 Flat Earth? Why not call it 24/7 please answer drop over distance or something.
Yeah, I know that would be great, right? But see, the thing is, people think that the Earth is a globe, so we understand that it's not. And so, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
And then in one
If
breath
you're
you say,
curving anywhere, I'm gonna ask. If you don't answer my question, you will take a seat. I don't want you to, but if you chime in, you're going to. Now you're gonna answer the question. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, what is it, sir? Okay.
Are you talking to me?
Yes. I'm talking
Yeah.
to you.
No, I was just gonna say, in one breath you say you don't have the time to talk about it, although it's called 24/7 flat Earth, and then in another breath you say you're waiting all day
Zero.
to answer. So you're
Zero.
waiting all day, or you don't have the time.
Wrong answer. He asked you
Wrong answer.
if it's not curving anywhere, what is it?
Yeah. Go ahead and answer, Zero.
No, I don't agree with the premise.
If the Earth is not curving, it's just a logical question, right? It's logical. If the Earth is not curving anywhere, then what is it?
It's not. No, it's not logical. I don't agree
Why
with the
won't you answer
premise.
the question, Zero? Why are people? Listen, I don't understand this.
Spiraling.
We're not even asking you to admit that the Earth is flat and stationary. However, the logical answer to that question would then propose that you have to say the answer correctly to then say, if it's not curving anywhere, then what is it? Say the word.
I've provided multiple evidence that it's curving.
See how you curious. Now I think it has to do more with human psychology because you don't want to look like you have egg on your face just by saying logically that it would be flat if it's not curving anywhere, and that word scares
It's
the
just a circle
out
jerk
of
at this
everybody.
point. You're just gonna keep talking. Like,
Okay,
Yes,
so
yes, you're right.
you're not here for answering any questions, and I can see that. But Zero, the thing about it is we don't care about people's feelings when it concerns truth. We want people to be honest. We want people to say, okay, I don't know. I don't know how it's got. That's fine. I would respect that more than I would somebody saying, here, I got the answer. Okay, go ahead and present it. Wait, hold on, I gotta Google it. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
it's not even like he was asking you to say that the Earth is flat. He was just saying what's entailed by an object that's not curving anywhere. I mean, come on, right? Is flat Earth that scary that you can't even say the words? You know, is that the cognitive dissonance right now?
I feel like it is. But you know, it's just the fact that honestly, guys, if you just put down the bravado, if you just say, look, all right, let me just give it a fair shake. If I don't know, I don't know. You guys don't come into it like that. You want to win the argument. And that's the reason why you guys fall by the wayside. Because it's all about winning for you. And it's not here. The only thing that we care about is truth. If the earth is a globe, by God, it would be self-evident as a globe. It would just present itself. We wouldn't have to argue about it. This wouldn't be a quote unquote debate. It's not one, but you guys think it is. I'm just presenting to you like, how is it possible that you guys have been duped for such a long time? And you don't have the fucking answer. What is that?
Yeah, so true.
You know, it's a disjunctive syllogism, and they say, oh, this is not even a matter of logic.
All right. But you know,
Who's
like I said,
next?
I don't want to leave you guys muted. I don't. I'm gonna actually unmute you guys. But if you tell me about your feelings, I don't give a shit. I just want to know the answer to the questions, guys. Zero, I will unmute you. I don't believe people need to be sitting on mute. I do, however, don't want people to disrupt me and tell me if you should call it a 24/7 curver flat earth. I don't care. I don't care. Answer the question. That's it.
no, I just came in here to listen to you talk all day.
Well, that's great. That's great. Then we'll ask another person, and perhaps we'll get somewhere with them. But if anybody else is in here and you want to answer the question, if not, I'll come back around to the Bugs Bunny guy with the gun. What was his
Can I
name?
just say,
Pricey?
this is the greatest channel on this Discord, by the way.
Well, I wouldn't be the one to be the judge of that, but
No, but I just want to throw that out there. This is the single greatest voice channel that has ever been made on this entire server.
okay.
Oh, thank you.
Mayhem, can you say reality for me?
Britnat, you're weird.
Huh.
Thank you very much, sir,
no,
for the kind words.
Yeah, no
we-
problem, dude.
We do, however, want to talk to somebody else. If not, I'll go back to Spice Tea. Let's see if I can. Is he still here? Yeah. Spicy, I'm gonna go to mute you. There's nobody else chiming in. We'll see if you found out your answer. Trust me, I'm not afraid of you. Whatever you pulled out from Google or.
Hello, my friend. Hello. I just want to add, I was very respectful. I was listening to you. I wasn't interrupting
Oh
you.
my God, are you
But
serious?
look inside
Is this
chat.
how they
Look inside
run?
chat.
Is this how they run? This is how they run
No,
away.
but you
Tell
just
me
muted
about
me
your
for
feelings.
like
Tell me about your feelings. Go ahead.
No, I'm not telling you about my feelings. Look inside chat. I did the calculation for you.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be okay.
How did you get that math? How did you get it?
It's how do you call it in English? Fucking.
Are we
like,
gonna do? Are we gonna do some
Pythagorean
question
theorem.
begging?
It's like it's ground. It's like primary school level math.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
oh.
I understand how you can come to that conclusion. Where
Mhm.
the fuck did you get a radius from?
Well, I told you
Presupposing the
before.
globe.
Now you want me to calculate the radius, right? For that, I would have to travel and like, measure.
Yeah. You presuppose a globe and then you get a radius, right? I could do that with any object,
Yeah.
Mayhem, you were in the process of like you talked
right?
for
I
like
could draw a
10
circle,
minutes
right,
to
on
me.
a flat
You
table.
talked- Are you gonna get
Yeah,
to a
it's
point
just
and prove something to me,
just doing the same
please?
thing again.
Please, Mayhem,
What?
just continue your monologue. I'm gonna listen.
It's just
Okay?
question begging.
Say it again. What'd you say? Say it again. Spicy.
Can you continue your monologue? Like you talked to me for 10 minutes and I listened. I really listened, and then you just disregarded me like totally for not knowing this calculation. Now I proved the calculation. Now I want you to continue your proof.
You haven't proved anything, right? It's just maths, right? And unfortunately, to get a radius, you need to presuppose a globe, right? And you know what we call that in the logic business? Begging the question, right? You are begging the question, right? That's what we
Yeah,
need.
and
That's what we
to
need.
calculate
Yeah, go on.
to calculate the radius, he was actually now trying to use longitudes, latitudes, meridian lines, which are
No,
curved.
I mean, listen. You went and got the answer, and you said that you just proved it by making a Google search.
Yeah.
Is that what? And then the guy asked you for the radius. You're like, "What do you expect me to do? Go travel the world?" Like, what the fuck, dude? It's funny, dude, because you're like, you guys. I don't know why, man. Like, you think that you're so right, and you don't have the answer to the question.
Yeah,
I
the
asked,
Google Earthers.
I asked you this. I asked you, what is the target distance from the point of observation to the thing that you see, like the boat disappearing from the bottom up? What's that distance? What is that distance where we start to see the curvature interrupt the bottom of the boat?
It's ironic.
What is the distance? Does anybody have the answer?
It's ironic that you say arrogance like that.
It's not ironic, man, because when I'm asking
It
you
is
guys,
very ironic.
you could simply give me the answer, right? The answer
No, I
would
could literally say the same thing back to you.
and
Well,
this
he's
is
asking
not,
a question. He's not.
this
If,
is
arrogant.
what
And
kind of
every
response
time...
is that? He's asking a question.
No, listen. He just said
listen.
He just said it's arrogant. People
Yeah.
come in here. They come in here arrogantly, asking questions that.
No, wrong.
Questions that they don't have the answers to them.
Wrong,
You don't have the answers to the questions either.
Wrong, sir.
How
you
am I
don't come
wrong?
here-
How?
You don't come in here asking questions. The question is already there. It exists because the claim is that they're telling us in school everywhere on this earth. They're like, dudes, the earth's such a globe and the planets are here and they're teaching us and they're telling us and we're indoctrinated. And so the question is, how the fuck is it a globe, sir?
It's all
And
rhetorical.
We're asking you guys, how is there any evidence to substantiate the claim that the earth is a globe?
So those things that you just mentioned, the planets, the stars, the sun, the moon.
Did you hear what I said?
That is evidence.
What I said.
That is evidence.
I'm telling you, hang on, Get. I'm
You said
telling
it was
you that
indoctrination. That's what you said.
Dude, I'm telling you, we're being told every day that the earth is a globe. So we're asking the question, the single most important question, how is it a globe? Who's directly measured it?
Okay, I can
and
tell
you're
you
like,
how.
And you're like, well, we're coming in here with questions. No, sir.
I understand how you can talk so much.
So all you got to do
He
is
likes the sound of his own voice.
settle down and answer the question. No, I like the sound of
What is
hearing
this rhetoric? Settling down and emotions. Like nobody has any emotions.
So who's talking about emotions? Have a fucking seat.
You are.
Nobody here has any emotions.
Have a fucking seat, man. Seriously.
Wait,
That was
Spice
amazing.
Tea, Spice Tea. You said that you. I mean, you. I assume, right, Spice Tea. You can tell me how you got that radius without presupposing a globe, right? So let's do
And
that.
me and you both know exactly how I got the radius, and I'm not going to tell
Oh.
you because you know exactly.
Wait, he's
I-
like,
No,
I'm not gonna
you
tell
can
you.
I finish my
You
point?
all, you all
Stop being
clearly,
I'm not gonna tell you.
you
Hold
all
on.
clearly have studied the like thing that we're talking about, right? You're talking about the way that Aristophanes found the radius to the Earth, right?
We
No,
doing this
honestly,
again?
no,
I'm
no,
not,
no,
I'm
no,
not sure
no.
how he did it.
No,
Yeah, I can
incorrect.
talk about
Hyperborea.
that. I can talk
One
about
second,
that.
1 second. No, we're not talking about that. He brought that up. He brought that up. The
Okay,
guy brought it
so
up.
he
We're not
brought that
talking
up. Yeah, so he brought that up. Do you know what it is that he's talking about?
only
Do
about
you know
1,000.
that case?
Well, he's just showed me a diagram.
Have you heard it before? Have
He's
you
just
read
showed
about
me a
it before?
diagram. There are many ways that people pretend to have discovered a radius without
Have you
presupposing a
heard
globe,
about
right?
how Aristophanes did it?
Kenny, just a second. There are many ways that people have come in this call, right?
That's
And
not
pretended that they
relevant.
had a
I'm asking
radius.
you
Hold
about
on. We've done
Aristophanes.
Aristophanes about 5 times today, right? Just hold on, right?
Right, so
There are
you
many
do
different
know.
ways.
You're
There are
being
many
dishonest
different.
about it.
Hold on, Kenny. There are many different people that have come in and showed me a radius, or said there is a radius, or whatever, right? There are different ways that people pretend to have got it, right? I want to know which one he's picking today, because he could say Aristophanes. He could just say he calculated it over the horizon with geometry, right? Or triangulated it with geometry. I'm interested to see which way he's going to use it, because I'm not going to lie to you, there is not going to be one way that he's going to be able to show me which doesn't presuppose a globe Earth, right? And I'm just waiting for him to do that so I can laugh at him.
Go ahead, Kenny.
Huh?
I just wanted him to finish because you were
Oh no,
interrupted.
I'm muted. I don't care.
No, I unmuted you, but you gotta learn. Listen,
No,
when
I'm muted. I don't care.
All right, well you can get in your feelings too. Listen, guys, when somebody's speaking, if you don't like what they have to say about their rejection to the idea that you guys think that you have an answer with Eratosthenes,
Oh,
then
you
you're
have.
not going to take in why it's wrong. You're not going to take in why it's wrong. And the gentleman just said it's a begging the question, which it is. But you guys don't. Yes, because
It's
Eratosthenes.
not. If you know how he did it, then it's not.
I know how he did it. 9 ways till Sunday, and you guys explain it like 1,000 ways that you think you're experts on Eratosthenes. And here's the
when
skit.
you
Hey, champ,
measure the
you're gonna
angle
you're gonna wait. You're gonna wait.
at the same time.
I can say something.
No, hang on. No, I'm not done. Because this guy thinks that he is the answer with Eratosthenes.
Never done.
But check this out. Check this out. Check this out.
You can
If you
just
say
talk
that he
which is
dude, have a seat, bro. Like you don't need to be interjecting. You really don't. So if we want to have a coherent discussion, here's what we're asking from you guys. Is that you again, Zero? Seriously?
This is the most incoherent thing.
Honestly,
Look,
Zero, I don't like to do
I don't know if you've been here long enough, right, during the day to watch us tackle Aristotle these about 5 times, right? But I'm welcoming you to mention it again, right? I'm enthusiastic about it, but I don't know which way he's trying to decide that he's got a radius from. All I want to know is how he's got that radius, and when we know that, we can then move on to the next thing about why it's bogus.
All right. So I just wanted to get out that when you talk about Eratosthenes, the reason why I don't entertain that is because even though you could say that it measures globe with a formula and all that, I'd be like, okay, that's fine. But can you do it on a flat surface as well? And if that's possible with sticks and shadows can work on a flat surface, then your whole fucking shit's debunked. Because in one fell swoop, you're not going to be able to present to me a globe Earth because on the other hand, it could work on a flat surface, which, by the way, if you guys haven't kept up with your rhetoric, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific communicator, already said it can work on a flat surface with a close and local sun, according to the way he was explaining Eratosthenes. So you're totally screwed on that point. I don't need to hear about Eratosthenes because, once again, it could work on a flat surface, and you guys are already finished on that point. So I don't listen. There's a lot to this that you all don't already know coming into this. That's why I said, make sure that you better prepare when you come in here. And if you don't want to hear this shit, then you better study about this because when you come in here, I'm gonna ask you, could it happen on a flat surface? Yes or no? And if the answer is yes, you're screwed. The moment you say yes, they can happen on a flat surface, you're done. And not only that, You have to agree because your scientific priest said so. He even said it could happen on a flat surface with a close and local sun. So you're pretty much toast at that point. That's why I do not use Eratosthenes at all.
I have posted another proof of a spherical Earth, right? In side chat. You can look at it. You can dismiss it. You can call me. You can say that I was on LSD when this happened to me, but
nobody's
you
saying
can try it yourself, and it's pretty clear that
nobody's saying that. Nobody says you're on LSD. All right, don't get ridiculous.
But how do you explain that this happened to me?
What happened to you?
Look at the image. Look at the image.
Just use your words, sir. That's
okay.
easy.
Okay. So if you look at the image from point B, if you stand at point B, which is at the surface of the water, I could not see point C, right, which is on the other side of the sea, also somewhat at water level. But if I moved up to point A, I could actually see C. How do you explain this on a flat Earth?
Did you
This
just
happened to me, and you can test this yourself.
just draw something in paint and bring it into this body of critical thinkers and use it as evidence? Are you fucking kidding me?
Have you not been doing something similar with your swan image?
No, we don't talk about doing something in paint. We use real world examples.
The logic of what I've drawn makes you understand the logic of what I've drawn, right?
Spicy. I know that you have to use crayons, but we don't use crayons. We go out and do real world tests in the field,
you this
sir.
disrespectful, man? How are you like this? Like, you are not honestly engaging with anything. Like, look at my image.
I don't care to hear your bullshit. We don't draw shit on pieces of paper and computer screens. We go out into the field. We go out into the field.
Here. Why would your real world evidence, quote unquote, be any better than other methods?
Somebody's whispering. All right, it's like, listen, I don't want to overtalk you,
No,
dude.
you're just coping, dude. Like, read a book.
I'm not coping. What we do is go out into the field and check out if it's a globe, because nature would display itself as a globe, would it not, sir?
Yeah, well, there's going to be
okay then. Well, we're on a good point then. We're on a good point. Nature would display itself as a globe.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, you said yeah. You understand, right?
Depending on what you look at, there's going to be underdetermination.
Depending on where you look at.
Crazy boy.
Depending on where you look at. What the fuck are you on about? Depending where you look at. The Earth is a globe when you go outside.
Can you stop talking? Yeah, depending on what you look at, right? It's going to
No, sorry. We don't want to hear feelings. We want you to present the evidence in real world examples. So you're going to go out into the field and you're going to test this shit. We don't want to see crayon drawings. My God, sir. We want you to tell us how you went out and did the method so that we can too also do the method. It's just that simple. And you guys coming up tits every single time, drawing things on crayons and shit is not going to get you there. It just really isn't. And then you can't say, okay, from this crayon drawing to that one, I didn't see the curve. Bullshit. Go show us a real world example of where that happens. Outside. You know what I'm saying? El comprende? It's just that easy. Go ahead. I'm going to mute the little dog guy.
We want to see it in reality, right? That's what you want, reality.
All right, little dog guy, just unmuted you. And
yeah, so I'll just say it again. Like, different observations are going to be undetermining which theory to follow, right? So you're going to have
oh wow, so the Earth is not static. It's not static.
Great. Okay.
The Earth is not static like they tell us, right? Because according to the rhetoric, they tell us that the Earth is a ball of a radius of 3959 and a circumference has 24,901 miles. Of course, the geometry of the ball is going to be able to be verified if they give us the values for it. So all we got to do, it's real simple. It's easy, right? Just go out into reality, go out into a field and do a test. Okay, let's see from this distance where I'm looking at right now, my point of observation to my target distance, I'm going to see obstruction due to the fact that the horizon will be the sagittal, the hump of Earth curve that's going to get in the way of things that goes off into the distance. So, yeah, it should be something predicted and something we can know. Anyone can know, but it's not, and that's why we're asking.
You keep rambling. I don't understand why you would expect on the theory.
Rambling, sir? Rambling,
yeah,
really?
There you go, rambling.
You know,
you just don't want to answer the question. You're too afraid.
They're afraid.
No, what you're doing is just over talking, right? I'm trying to give you like how you do.
No, you're not giving shit. I need you to tell me how you measure the curvature of the Earth. Don't give me your feelings. Tell me how you measured it.
Yeah. So when you have two theories, right, where visual
No,
things in this
fuck,
case,
man.
okay, yeah. Well,
I don't
see,
care
you
about two
overtalk every 2
theories.
seconds.
No,
You don't
no,
care about two theories, right?
no.
He
I
just
need
said
you
he
to
doesn't care
directly.
about two theories.
I need you to tell me how you directly
What do you
measure.
think? What are you thinking? What are you talking about? You can talk to a physicist about that. What I'm taking issue
Okay.
with is your
So I
the
don't need to talk to
conceptual.
you
What I'm
then.
taking issue with is the conceptual problems, the fallacies that you're using right now.
What
What you're
fallacy?
trying to say is that I'm telling you right now,
Name
it's a
the
non
fallacy.
sequitur. I'm telling you, it's a non sequitur. What you're saying, right, is to prove a theory, right? You're going to need to use X methodology, right?
Not a.
There's nothing, right, in theory comparisons or science or any like rational discourse where there's going to be one method, right, to determine something. So what you're doing is trying to say, hey, go look outside, go show me how you can prove that the Earth is a globe or
Yeah.
not.
What's
That
wrong with
may be something that you could do, or it may not be. But like,
what's wrong with
if it's
that
the case that you can do something like that, that doesn't mean that your theory is better.
theory? So the globe Earth is a theory. I agree with you on that shit.
They're
But
both theories, dummy.
can you demonstrate it to anyone?
Dude, they're both theories. What I'm
Can you?
telling you, what I'm
Can you?
telling you, right? What
Can
I'm
you
telling you, what I'm telling you, you're just gonna overtalk. What
Yeah.
I'm
Can you
telling you,
demonstrate it though?
what I'm telling you,
Oh.
right, is that you're
The flat Earth is a theory.
what I'm telling you is that you demanding for
Oh,
some
this
type
guy
of
the globe Earth is a theory.
you just
How
keep
do you like that?
overtalking. Of course it's a theory, right? These are all
Okay.
theories.
Well, he's not saying this is the only way you can falsify a globular Earth, right? What he's saying is that this is sequitur to the measurements they've given us, right? So what he's asking for is this is the most clear as day geometric measurement you can put forward to us as you do, right? And we want to look at that measurement as we do and see drop over distance and elevation angle, right? But yet
I
we're
don't think
not
you're
seeing that
understanding what
as
I'm
far
saying.
as I can see, and we've been asking people for it all day, right? So where's this curve? I want to see a curve, right? Show me the curve. Show me
You
the
actually
curve.
can see it if you're up a height of about 23 kilometers. Then you can see the curve. It's not that hard.
You can do what? Well, let me
we got-
introduce you to Neil deGrasse Tyson, right?
we got Hitman Guppy coming in here.
Yeah,
with...
so you both of you didn't understand what I was saying at all.
you
so
have
you want to try? Do you want to try
I
to
did
steel man what I
understand.
said
You just
again?
no, you just think that what we're saying is this is the only way you can falsify a globular Earth, right? That's not what we said. We're just saying this is sequitur to what we're talking about, and yeah. So,
Professor, let me give you the floor. But what I'm going to do is I muted that puppy guy for a second. But I do want to give the floor to the guy who just chimed in and said you can see. Go ahead and tell him about Neil deGrasse because he doesn't know. I don't think. Hitman Guppy, you're up.
Oh no, I'm not actually referring to him. I'm actually referring to U2 pilots who fly about 7,000 feet over the Earth and you can see the curvature.
Okay,
So
so
basically, what you have to do is get in a plane, get to the height. Done.
Okay, Hitman, right? Do you know?
If you want to see it with your own eyes, if that's a proving gap,
Hitman,
just
I was on an. Let me just
get a plane
first
that
of
goes
all.
to
First of all,
altitude.
let's break this down, right? First of all, right? I was on an airplane last week, flying to Vegas and then to the then to New York, then back to England, right? And I've not seen no curve on no airplane, right?
40,000
First of all.
feet.
Secondly,
Indeed, 40,000 feet.
Yes, very close to. It's 39,000, right? Secondly, Neil deGrasse Tyson, you know, this physicist that all you globular Earth.
You're
people
cutting
like
out,
to,
mate.
like,
You need to repeat
Neil,
your statement.
I said Neil deGrasse Tyson, this person you all like to fangirl over, said that even at the ISS altitude, right, which I presume you think is lower Earth orbit, he said that you can't even see the curve from that altitude, given the fact of how large the Earth is supposed to be, right? So how the fuck are you able to see a curve from an airplane if you can't see it from the ISS?
At 7,000 feet, no less.
Very curious. I'll wait for your answer. I can wait all day.
Would you like some video footage for that? No, that's not a problem. I can
Oh
literally
yeah,
see from
yeah,
7,000 feet.
a camera. Okay, yeah, camera.
No,
you
we
go.
don't want video footage, dude. We
Well,
want.
you can become a pilot and fly.
What happened? Did he quit?
I don't know. I think he gave up. I think he ran away, as they always do.
It's par for the course. But all right. So
It sounds like he cut it out. Like he said, you can become a pilot, and just left it at that.
Yeah, he just had to say the last word.
Crashed. Sorry.
Okay,
Good.
we're back.
We're not.
So was Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong, or like, what's going on here, Hitman?
I'm not talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm talking
Oh,
about
is
the
he
U2
wrong or is he
pilots.
right?
You're
Because
changing
you're
the
saying
subject.
he's wrong. It sounds like if you're
I don't know
saying that.
his claim.
Well, I just
I'm
told you
making
his
the
claim.
simple
He
claim:
said,
if you're up 70,000 feet in a U2, you can fly in a plane,
"How
and there
high
you
up
can see
is
the
the
curvature. And I just give you the video
how
proof.
high up is the
Pretty much simple.
ISS? How high up is the ISS? Tell me that. Are we going to be just doing some Google Earthing right now?
Yeah, he's doing that. He's looking it up.
That's a good question. I don't know. But what I know that this U2 is flying over
Ah.
70,000 feet, and there you can see the curvature. You
So
don't have
was
to switch
so
about
was
the
Neil
topic.
deGrasse
I'm
Tyson
giving you
wrong?
proof about that.
Was Neil deGrasse Tyson wrong? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can try to debunk my claim. I gave you the exact claim, and I gave you the video proof of it. And to make it even better, you guys can train to become a
I'm
pilot and
sorry.
fly
I'm
a U2.
sorry. I'm
There are
sorry.
multiple planes
If
that can
Neil,
fly on
I'm asking you
70,000
a
feet.
simple question.
So,
A simple
yeah.
question. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS, which was presumably higher than any aeroplane that's going to be flying around the world, right?
Well,
And
if you
you're
want to have that
saying,
debate, you have
and
that
if what
debate
you're
with Neil
saying
deGrasse
is
Tyson.
true,
I'm making
you're
another claim.
saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. Show me the curve. Show it to me. That's all I want to see.
Could be. You
Been
should
waiting all
show
day.
me the whole claim with a video evidence and
You know, the
everything,
funny
and I will
thing
have a
about
look at the exact
airplanes.
claim.
Yeah, the funny thing
In
about
case you
like,
take it out of context.
you should do some Google Earthing and find out the
I
airplane
just did.
windows.
I sent you the
Hold on,
video.
hold on.
I
You
sent you
should
the video.
you should do some Google Earthing, right? And find out that actually
I
airplane
sent you the
windows.
video.
Hold on. You should do some Google Earthing and find out that airplane windows do distort the shape of the planet, right? Or the whatever you consider to be a planet, right? From the window alone. Never mind camera lenses, right? Which is another thing, right? So we've got a physicist saying you can't see it. We know that windows distort it. We know camera lenses distort it. So that you've got two levels of distortion there, and you're just going to sit here and say, well, that's what I see. Come on, right? You can do better, Global Earther.
Well, I gave you the video. You can try to debunk it. I gave you the proof. So try to debunk it. You have not opened the video. No, you're trying to mix up a claim from somebody else that I don't know personally, don't know his exact claim. My claim was pretty simple.
No, we don't want. We don't want to hear you over again. Check this out. I'm gonna take control of the room. We got Jedi to just here. Just say what's up.
What's up?
No, nothing much, man. We're just doing some cleanup here. There's a few guys that the Earth is a globe, but nobody gets to claim.
Stupid globe Earthers.
And listen, I don't know Professor for like you know what we used to have, and I don't mean to say this in a bad way. I don't know who you are. You
I'm
probably
Britnat.
have. You're Britnat?
Yeah, I'm Britnat.
Okay. I knew that. Listen, I knew that though, Britnat, because like even if you were pretending, like
I'm not pretending. What do you mean?
It doesn't matter to me because you see how easy it is. Like when they don't have the answer.
Yeah.
Like it's a good.
Easy as pie.
It's a good thing to do. Like if you're gonna do an exercise into this, because like all you got to do is wait for them to present the information, and they still don't have.
Yeah. I'm curious now. I'm curious now because
I want you to carry this thought experiment out a little farther. I want you to see how far you can get with it. Let's just indulge me, if anything. Okay, just indulge me.
Okay.
Do it for like a week, just 1 week. And
it's all AI generated.
What
Who
is
said
that?
that? What?
No, anyway, just do it for a week. And if it does, if somebody gives you the sufficient answer for the thing that we're asking for, then
No,
fuck it.
I've been waiting all day for this curve, right? I've still not seen it. You know,
Well,
if any of you global earthers want to speak up and try, I'm sure one of you might pretend to have a measurement, and do some Google earthing.
Let's see.
The horizon.
The horizon. Did someone say the horizon?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Go. I'm serious. Go. I'll let you go. Go. I want to see this. This has to. This. Listen. Anybody that comes in here, Professor is going to take you on, and there you go.
How? And Mr. CR, right? How far is the geometric horizon supposed to be, given the measurements they give us? I'll give you some time to do some Google earthing if you want.
Oh, I like that. Give him a spirited chance. I like it.
Yeah. You get a chance today. You gonna speak?
Who are you talking to?
Mr. CR. I think that was the person who said the Horizon.
Hello, what?
No, I think
didn't talk
it
about
was
Who was
stupid.
it?
I think it was stupid.
I didn't talk
Oh,
about
stupid. Go on, Mr. Tell me what the distance is, given the measurements they give us. What the distance is for the geometric horizon. I want to know. I'm
So
curious.
when I'm on an airplane, the horizon is longer.
Okay. Well, let's say you're 6 foot tall and you're standing on a beach. How far is the horizon?
I don't know, pretty far.
Okay, you want to do some measurements quick? Want to do some Google Earthing? Want to do some Google Earthing for me quickly?
Dude, I like that
No.
answer. Wait, I like that answer. I like it.
You don't
Sorry.
want to do some Google Earthing. All right, so we've got a global earther who believes in the
No.
globe doesn't know why. Okay, let's go. Next. Next.
That was fun. I like that. Keep going. Let's see if anybody else pops in here. Dude, you could have given him a better chance than that, stupid. Like, you just said, dude, you didn't even make it fun. Dude. All right. Who else we got on deck?
Yeah, any other global earthers? Anyone?
Wait,
Looking
what
for a
about the
curve.
airplane part? Do
The
you know how
airplane
airplanes
part.
work?
Yeah, do you know how airplanes work, Professor?
What are you trying to say with the airplane? Can see further? I'm sure.
Wait,
Oh,
if you know so much about the world, you must know how airplanes work.
you just mentioned airplanes in the sense that I could see further. All right then. What now? What
I was just asking.
is that? Is that what you wanted to say? All right. Airplanes exist, therefore globe. Thank you very much. Next caller.
And it's just that easy, folks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I'm
is,
sure. I'm
dude. Like,
sure.
what else do you want? Like, you didn't give any information.
Do you think you can see a curve from an airplane? Is that what you're trying to say?
Can you? Have you ever been on one?
No. That's a burden of proof reversal. You gotta get him, Professor. Burden of proof reversal. You can't do that.
Reversal.
You can't. He asked you a question. You need to answer his question.
Oh, if I could see a curve?
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
Well, do you think the Earth is a globe?
Do I think it is?
Do you know what a curve is? We're struggling with basic geometry here. What's a curve? What do you think a curve is?
Like, it's not straight, is it?
Oh yeah, I imagine so.
Now, why are you asking a flat earther that though?
This is hilarious. What the fuck have I walked into?
Yeah. Well, this is Britnet, by the way, Professor Clown. But like, don't let him. He's just running a. This is a test. This is only a test. No, but seriously, I told him just do it for a week. If not, carry it further. I actually want to keep him on point because everything that he's been saying so far, they have not debunked him.
Hey, wait, do I just have
Even
render
as a
distance?
LARPer, but I don't, huh? What?
Like, what do you believe in the horizon to be then?
Oh, don't ask me. Ask Professor. He's the one in here.
Well, the horizon appears to be flat, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, from your perspective.
Oh yeah, just perspective. Well, is the horizon curved? Do you think that?
If
Do you think
the
there's a drop over
horizon was
distance over
curved,
elevation angle?
the world would be a little smaller than it is now.
Or do you think there's a drop over distance over elevation angle?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How do you measure that? Who's measured that? When? Tell me. I'll wait all day.
Yeah.
You're gonna be the 7th person who said that. I'll wait all day for this. All right, let's go. Who, when, and what is the measurement?
Please. That's all we're asking, right?
Oh, he's gone quiet. Well, I guess it's over. Google Earthing, perhaps?
Then I'm just like, you can give them a sporting chance. You can ask them if they want to Google it, but
Yeah. You can. Yeah,
Well,
you know what? I'll let you Google. I'll let you Google what the measurement's supposed to be. Who done it and when?
It's in chat.
Where? Let me see.
I get the feeling you don't understand. Oh, that's someone else. What
Where?
chat?
Yeah. What? I don't see it. Where'd you put it?
It's in chat. It's
Just a chat somewhere on Discord. That's where your
No,
proof is.
it's right there, dude. I can see it.
It's right there. Where? You didn't post anything. You're in the wrong, bro.
It's got to be in our side chat, mate. Not some random chat somewhere in the server. We've got to go and fucking find it.
Yeah,
No,
no.
it's this chat.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
some chat somewhere on Discord. Yeah, okay, thanks.
The fuck it is. Where is it?
Right there.
I'm looking for. No, it's not.
Yeah, another Globe Earther droid failed. Next.
Well, he's getting lost in like putting it in different chats. He didn't put it in this chat.
I think he's trolling. I don't think he's putting any chat.
Repost it in the chat. Just repost it.
I
No?
can't. I don't have perms.
Then how did you do it the first time?
I didn't put it in chat. I never said that.
What, dude?
This is.
All
Yeah,
right.
this is a troll. Yeah.
Next
Hey,
guy.
Global Earthers, you can't fool us.
Wait, you proving I'm a troll is like you trying to prove global warming.
Oh my god, dude! Seriously, the best you got is that. All right, next up, next guy.
Next caller.
You're taking on Professor Clown, Cox. You guys are in here right now. He's the star of the show, so go ahead and try to look. I'm asking you, try to debunk him. Do your best. Bring your measurements.
A global earther thinks that the horizon is curved, and yet there is no measurement.
Where do you
And
put
we've
that?
been asking for billions and billions of years.
My God, it's Brian Cox. That might be the best impression I've heard so far. Fair play to you, man.
And
That's
that
Brit.
is
That's Brit,
fantastic.
bro. But I told him, I was like, even if he's LARPing, dude, you can do it for a week just to like try on a new pair of shoes. You're gonna love it, dude. You're gonna be like, dude, this is exhilarating. I'm gonna keep doing this for a while. You can have like a just make a whole other Discord account. Just Professor.
I got a bar trivia question for you guys. Prior to Brian Cox becoming a scientific communicator, what was his job?
He worked in
He
a
was
band
a
called-
rock band artist. Yeah, in a band. I think it was.
Oh
rock.
yeah, he was in a boy band.
Was he
The
any good?
stars in the sky are
No,
billions
it was
and billions
awful.
of light years away, and that is fantastic.
Yeah. No, was he any good though? You said he was horrible.
Yeah, it was awful. It's like just if you look up some of the songs, you're like, how the hell did you like?
Well, I mean, you have money, you can do things.
Oh yeah, but it's quite funny, like.
Yeah.
I could see like a musician, being a musician doing music, but it's quite funny too that he was a boy band. He was in a boy band, which was like.
Oh, you know what? Let me unmute this guy. He wants to tell us a little bit about Spice Tea. You're up.
For what? To get bullied by you again, man? I don't feel like getting gang raped again.
No. Listen, dude, you ain't gonna talk to me. Professor's on deck right now, so anybody that thinks they can take him on, it's up to you guys. But remember,
what is happening here? Like, is this a fist fight now, or
Spicy?
No. Listen, if
I
he
want to
because
know.
what's happening in the past, because
Hang
what's
on,
happening in
bro.
the past is that I tried to debate and he just said that I'm delusional and nothing I say is true.
If you don't let him speak, if you don't let Professor speak, then I will sit you down. So just if you have a back and forth with him and see where it goes. That's all.
Spicy.
It's
I
not a
want to
back and
know.
forth.
I want to know where you think this curve is and what the measurement was and who did it. I'm waiting, and I'll wait for billions and billions of light years.
Yeah,
that's great. But I've given up on trying to prove something to you.
Ah,
to
yes,
someone
I'm sure
who
you
is
have.
delusional.
I'm sure you
How about
have.
you prove something to me, man? Like, I'd be happy to talk to you
When
about
you say
the
you
flat Earth.
give up, right? You give up on proving something. You never proved it, right? We both know you never proved it.
Yeah,
you
or
just
attempting
gave
to
up
prove it.
trying to prove something, right?
Like you're just trying to be an asshole, right? That's like the only thing. You
He's
do.
not trying to be an asshole, bro.
I'm not even trying.
Why?
You-
You're nitpicking. I tried to prove something to you. Whatever, man. It didn't work.
Oh yeah, the radius. I remember you, right?
Yeah,
Where'd
but
you
how
get your
about we
radius
talk
from?
about the flat
Where'd you
Earth?
get your radius from?
I want to talk about the flat Earth, man. I don't want to talk about this.
Oh, who's
Like,
talking
why
about
would I
flat
try
Earth?
to prove something to someone who is
Well,
literally who should be
If
an
right,
imaginary
let's do a thought experiment. If the Earth isn't curved, what is it? What do you reckon it could be?
But I mean, it's clearly curved, right?
Yeah, but if it wasn't, what would it be?
If it wasn't curved, then it would be a plane.
Okay, right, great. So it's clearly curved as the positive claim, right?
Mhm.
You agree that if it's not clearly curved, it's a flat plane,
I mean,
right?
yeah.
So let's go on to the curve, right? Where
Okay,
is this curve? Where is the measurement? Who done it? Who done it?
Okay,
When?
I think actually it's simpler to disprove flat Earth by just saying, look, there is some sort of a curve here,
I
than
answered
proving
the question.
than
You
proving
didn't
than
answer the
proving
question. You didn't
than
answer the
proving
question.
that the Earth
Right.
is a sphere, because that's kind of tricky, right?
No, dude, like answer it. What? Why is it difficult when he asks you a question? You can't answer it. Simply, just answer it if you
I mean,
know
look,
it.
I can tell you again with the experiment of like,
Why don't you just cut to the
why does
chase and
water over long distance obstruct my view of something that's on the water surface, right? How
Why
do
don't
you
you?
explain
Why?
this?
Someone get the black swan. Someone. Pull it up. Pull up the swan. Let's
Pull up
go.
the swan.
Oh, I'm gonna use your argument. Look, distorted image, therefore flat Earth. Dude,
yeah.
like, what are you talking about? This image does not show a clear
Who
horizon.
measured drop over distance? Who done it? Anyone? I mean, apparently there's a curve
Can you
there,
just
right?
tell
So
me about the
someone's
flat
got to
Earth?
have measured it, surely, right?
I want to talk about the flat Earth with you, man.
Yeah, well, we can do that by proxy, right? If the Earth isn't curved, what is it? It's flat, right? Let's talk about the curve. Where's the curve? Who done it? Who measured it? Where's the drop over distance of elevation angles? Let's go.
Is there a way to prove flat Earth other than just denying any
Burden
proof
of proof reversal fallacy again. Why do you ask him for his evidence when you clearly don't have yours?
Yeah, I understand what you're doing, right? You're saying, okay, anything you tell me, I just
Well,
dismiss
you said it was
because I
clearly
don't believe you.
curved. You made the
Yeah, it is
claim. It
clearly
was a very
curved, yeah.
positive claim as far as my ears could tell, right?
Yeah, why?
And
And
so
I asked you a
I'll
question.
wait.
I asked you a question, and you refused to answer because
Is
you're
this
so
how
distorted.
hard it is, right? You just ask for a measurement of this alleged curve, and you just
Dude,
go,
dude,
"Whoa,
I can repeat.
prove it's flat." Ah! You know, like, come on.
No, I
Right?
can repeat my question, but you're not going to answer a second time, right? You're just going to go ahead and do
Yeah,
something
this
else.
is just you
I
running
can
away
repeat
from
my
the fact
question.
you
Why does
can't
water obstruct my
prove
view of
it.
something over long distances?
No,
Why?
you didn't answer. You didn't answer his question once again. Why
Yeah,
are
he
you
doesn't answer my
avoiding?
question, right? Please moderate him. Why doesn't he answer my question?
No,
Like,
he
I am
no,
trying
he
to
asked
interact with
the
this
question.
guy, but he just ignores me.
If I recall correctly, one of us made a positive claim in this conversation. One of us said the Earth is clearly curved, right? That to me is a positive claim. Now the burden of proof.
And how do I prove this?
Falls on the person who makes that claim, right? And so I'm actually giving you a hand. I'm holding your hand while we do this, right? I'm saying, look, if the Earth is curved, we should be able to measure drop over distance over elevation angle, right?
But why would I play your game of?
Now, like you're holding my hand still. We're going across the road. We're looking both ways.
No,
Show
you're
me
pushing me with
who
force
done it
across the road. I'm
when.
refusing, man.
Who done it when?
not,
Right?
dude.
I feel assaulted, dude.
Dude, Spicy, you're
Like,
gonna have to.
we're not holding hands. We're not walking
Oh
together.
my
You're like
All
pushing. You're
right,
kicking me onto the road, man.
all right,
Like,
yeah.
can you just answer my question? Why does water obstruct my
because you
view
didn't
of
have,
things?
no, you don't get the chance to ask him a question because you have
Yeah,
not.
I don't. Yeah, you're so disrespectful, man. Like, what is this? I'm like being honest
It's you
here.
being honest. It's you being honest. That's what it is. It's you being honest.
Mhm.
If you don't have the answer, just tell the gentleman you don't have the answer. It's simple. Right?
We can move on to the next global Earth.
How about you? How about you prove your mom isn't sucking my cock right now? How are you about to prove
So
that?
this is what they do. This is what they do.
You
This is what
can't.
they do.
You can't prove it. Your mom is
This is
sucking
what
my
they
cock
do.
right now.
This
Suck
is
a
what they
dick,
do.
motherfucker.
Bye. Bye.
Well then.
It's a globe Earther for you guys.
Well, you know, they get hot under the collar. That's all right. Who's next?
Ultraviolet light proves the world can rotate.
Who said that? Okay.
Oh, good times.
Oh, we ain't done yet, man. We just got started. The party just got started, man. The DJ just arrived. All right, so we got. Let's see who's next. Jedi,
It's easy to prove flat Earth to someone who's operating in good faith, but when you got somebody who's just spurred out, they're angry, they're very angry and upset that somebody disagrees with the globe, that they just won't hear or listen to anything you say. At the same time, they tell you they're all ears, and all they do is just keep talking and talking and talking. Like you start to go down a logical path. As soon as they see, like, oh yeah, that makes sense, they'll start spurging out again. You just saw this guy just instantly went thermonuclear.
You know, like when you believe in something your whole life, and someone says to you,
well, look, just prove it. And they go, ah, no! That's what's just happened.
See,
Well, that's
generally the problem is they're not listening. When I say I think the Earth is flat, what they really hear is that I'm telling them I'm taking their dream away. They'll never go to space. So it's like you have to break that part first. Okay, I'm not telling you to not follow your dreams. Follow your dreams. Okay, let's start there. Okay, if you have a dream of someday going to space and making out with green alien chick, I'm not taking that away from you. Okay, you do you. You follow your dreams. Okay, I'm talking about the surface of Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. If you add context to that, that's not on me. That's on you. You add the context.
Let me do something real quick because we're doing a thought experiment. Britt Nat is somebody that is not a flat earther, but I told him go ahead and try it on flat earther for at least a week, at least. So he's Professor Clowncox. Guys, do not ban him. He is LARPing. I know that, but just let him try it out just for a whole week and see how far he gets. And it doesn't have to make a commitment. He can just do it and ask the same question. But then let them speak to him. Let them speak to him and see how far they get with him. Just being asking simple questions, and also you got to kind of make sure that the person's honest. So you got to go behind the guy and make sure that he's answering the questions. So anyway,
Are there any like genuine flat earthers in here?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
but don't worry about that right now. This
No,
right
no,
here.
no. I wanted to ask like someone who's like committed to that idea. Just wanted to see like what's it to you? Like, what do you do with it? Like, all right, so the belief is the Earth is flat. What does that mean to you?
What does it mean to me that it's not okay? So it's a cosmic paradigm shift. Basically, the whole cosmos and everything that you think is going on, it's not that. Whatever they told you, it has to be able to be verified or falsified. So if I told you that Jupiter is a gas giant, how can you know that? Other than you just believing me telling you that, how can you know that?
Well, I don't have access to the instruments that are used to, I guess, make these decisions.
Okay. So what I'm asking though is are you in a position to know that information or believe it?
That belief, yeah, that's on the basis of belief.
So when we
For me
start talking,
personally,
but when we start talking to people about like, okay, let's not talk about belief. Let's actually talk about how we can solidify that as true knowledge. What then can we do to achieve that? What is there some instrument? Is there some way that we can know that? Because I've spoken to cosmologists, I've spoken to people who are in the fields like astrophysicists and such, and they give us an answer, but the answer they give us, they'll tell us at the end of that, this is our best guess.
yes.
They don't
you have
ever,
a problem with
say,
that?
yeah, because
Why?
whenever you tell everybody who comes in here right now, they're standing on the belief that 100% assurance that they live on a globe. Everybody does, but it's more akin to religious zealotry than it is like true knowledge of you saying, I did this experiment, I tested the hypothesis, I know I have manipulated the independent variable, then I prove my test to be true, which is now I know the cause of the effect.
I mean, to me
You don't do
personally,
that.
like Earth being flat or round
But I'm you don't do that with the information that they give you. The only thing you do is go, okay, that's cool. We got planets and stuff. Like you don't have. There's no critical thinking process that in your mind you're thinking like, how does that actually look to be like it's working? How can I test that? Oh, wait a minute.
Well, I mean, I personally do have some critical thinking standards that I apply, but since this doesn't really interact with me materially, like to me, it doesn't really matter if realistically if we're a globe or not. I believe we are. We live on a globe and there's planets and stuff, but it doesn't change my existence at all. Like,
well, that seems
nothing
to
that
be
I do will be
yeah,
impacted
that seems to be
by.
perspective though. That's perspective. It doesn't change your
Yeah,
existence
yeah.
because maybe you're brought up to be indifferent about the
So that's
world
my
around.
question. Why aren't you indifferent?
Because, dude, like if knowledge means something to you, it does to me. I don't
Yeah,
want
sure.
somebody to be telling me a fucking lie. Like they're in here just telling me, "Oh, dude, the Earth's such a globe."
But
I'm like, "Okay, how's it a globe, dude?" I don't know. It's just a globe. I'm like, yeah, that's stupid. That's just me saying like, I think that we live on a donut Earth. Okay, it's a donut Earth, and you're like, dude, that's fucking dumb. I'm like, well, why is that dumb versus the globe Earth? Why is a donut
So
or any other
you're
Earth?
convinced that you're fully convinced that you have access to true knowledge that says that Earth is flat.
Right. So it's not
Okay.
it's not convinced. It's a demonstration. So think of it like this: if I can use the Earth as practically as it's flat and stationary, I observe it to be flat and stationary. Okay, and it measures to be flat and stationary. Then why the fuck would I say I believe in anything? It's not a belief anymore. It's already proven. So
Well, like there's a lot of stuff that sort of happens outside of
what?
our
What?
ability to perceive it
Okay.
that
You're invoking things that you can't know. Okay, so now we're gonna talk about things that there's no.
man, I'm not here. So I assume that you get a lot of people who just attack you or whatever. I'm
No,
not
it's not
trying
the
to do
case.
that.
I know it's not the case. I know who you are and what you're trying to do. I respect you for that. But the thing about it is, if you invoke something outside of your known reality, then you're talking shit. Like I don't mean to sound that
Well,
disrespectful,
just
but
my
like
observed.
if
No,
I was
not
to say,
really known,
listen,
but
if I
my
was to say,
observed, like stuff that I can observe. Because so I'll give you
listen,
my example.
I know
Can
what you're trying to do, man. A lot of people better than you have probably done it before. All right, and it leads us into a realm of never knowing anything. So it's kind of like this. Okay,
No,
and
it's
I'll
not
give an
never
example.
knowing anything. No, no, no. I think let me just hear me out, right? We're social beings. We're social animals. There are
Yeah.
many social animals on Earth, and humans are one of them. This means that our survival is tied to each other. In part, this means that we have to allow some form of social bonds that are tied outside of just basic survival, procreation, food, etc., because we need to form a social bond. And this sort of manifests in different ways. In humans, because of complexity of brains, it manifests, and because of the consciousness, it manifests in the shared belief systems that different social structures have. So, one of the belief systems that our social structure has is that we share a body of knowledge that we mostly agree to be, tested and believed, but because of the scope of the knowledge that is being observed, and the problem of technology and access to this knowledge, and the ability for proper structured thinking about the results of the observations, not all of us have access to it. So we've created institutions and programs, and there are many different schools of understanding these things that we can observe with technology. Doesn't matter like what we observe and what we think about the things that we observe, but we do have the tools to observe them. So it is, I don't have any problem with understanding the limits of the ability to observe things. I don't have any problems with understanding that me, myself, personally cannot test these ideas. And I am okay with handing over the ability to make a judgment on a observation to people who have access to tools and people who have more structured thought about this through their training
All
than
right,
I
all right,
do.
all
Does that
right.
make sense?
I heard enough. Yeah, I heard enough.
Okay.
You basically, in a roundabout way, saying that you'd rather lend your mind to somebody who studied the thing more than you have. That's basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I think
Okay.
that's okay. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you think that's okay. In some
Yes.
areas, I would agree with you. I'm not going to disagree. If somebody studied like anatomy and had to operate on you or something like that, that would be a case of what you're talking about. Now,
But
however,
why? Where
bro,
do you
I
delineate
I gave you the time. I
acceptable and
gave you the time. You're
unacceptable?
gonna have to give me the courtesy as well.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
I gave you the time, bro. All right. So when it comes to that, yes, you can do that because somebody studied the human body. They know like when they're going to do surgery on you, they're gonna operate. They studied that. I get that. But things that are applicable and are able to be dealt with in reality, that's great. Now, however, we move into the realm of the unobtainable, which means we're starting to get into the place where you can't do things with, like you can't tangibly work with things like the stars, the sun, and the moon. However, you've been told a story that certain individuals have done that. So now it credits them this ability to do something that you can't do. Furthermore, it pushes it into a realm that not only you can't do it, only certain individuals can, which means that it really narrows it down to like it's not being able to be verified. However, the other way that I told you, like a doctor, you can learn about the human body, you can study it, you can actually operate on it yourself, you can get like, go to school and do that. But this other thing that they're telling you, you can't. There's nobody except for a select few that can have access to these things. And now what happens is everybody else is just in a belief system thinking that they believe the things that are being told by this particular group of people, this entity, if you want to call it that. And there's no way to verify or falsify any of that information because, like you, as you said, you don't have access to these tools, or you are not able to do the things that they do.
But
Now,
it's not that anyone's like safeguarding these. I don't have access to it
you are
because I have a full
you're
time
safe.
job.
You safeguard the. Okay, so basically, what you're doing is you're safeguarding the fact that you have to live in a world where you trust everybody completely that are in a specific organization or field. And what I'm telling you is that when it comes to
I'm not
these guys,
saying
this
that.
group, right? I'm talking about specific group. These guys who are telling you that the Earth is a globe, and they're also saying that the planets are made up of whatever composition materials they're saying it is. It doesn't matter. Whatever they're telling you, you just believe. Now, if you were to say, wait a minute, how did they verify it? What tools did they use? How are these guys knowing that information versus me not knowing that? And then you start getting into when we speak to them, right? Like the flat earthers in here, when we have conversations with them, at the end of their spiel, they'll say that is our best guess. Now,
But what is
if
why
that
do you
was
have a problem with that? Like why do you
because
have a
if
problem with
would
that
you
guess?
would you listen? Would you get operated by a doctor that says, I think it's this thing, but it's our best guess?
Yeah, that happens all
Yeah,
the time.
no, fuck that, dude. Good for you. Or a pilot
Man,
getting into
no,
would you get in the plane and
dude,
he's like, okay, so we're gonna fly to this area, but that's my best guess.
no. But
Any
listen,
any other
just
realm,
ask your
I,
doctor.
I gotta make my point, sir. I got to make my
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
So if you do it in any other realm, you would be like, fuck that. Like, I'm not gonna go if you say it's our best guess. So why do people now? This is more to deal with psychology than anything else. Why do people defend something they have no knowledge on and then presume to sound like they know what they're talking about? And when
So
asked the question, when asked the
hold
question,
on.
right, we're asking the question, the simple question: how was it done? Who's measured it? And we come up tits. Well, it's just it has been Eratosthenes. I'm like, okay, did
So
Eratosthenes
if
do
if
it?
if
Go
you
ahead.
were to ask your doctor or your surgeon before surgery, so like when you open me up, you'll expect my appendix to be on the right side of my body. He won't tell you, I know your appendix is on the right side of your body. He will say, this is what we expect. In other
Bullshit.
words,
Have to
best.
open you up, dude. He doesn't have to open you up because you got X-rays, bruh. So you already failed at that. Listen, that's not that's not an
Man, I would like you
that's
to
not
just
analogous.
lower your guard a bit because I'm not
That's not
being
analogous.
combative. I'm just trying to have a dialogue with
The
you, right?
analogy has to be apropos to the what you're presenting.
When you go to your family doctor, right, and you describe him the symptom, because of the cost of the procedures involved, if it's not something serious, your doctor will give his best guess at what's wrong with you.
I know
In
that,
like
but that's
80%
because
of
he's
cases, let me
experienced.
finish,
That's because
please.
he's experienced it in reality already. He's
In
had
80,
cases where it's been.
please, let me finish, right? In 80% of cases or more, your doctor is going to be correct, but in 20% or less, he's not going to be correct. I still take his advice. And this advice is not, he's not doing measurements. He's not doing any blood tests or anything. He's looking at my symptoms saying, yeah, you have flu. Now, flu has a under 1% mortality rate, but it's still a mortality rate. You would be afraid of that. But if your doctor says you have a flu, which could kill you, right? You're not going to ask him to do any additional tests if he says that he's convinced you have a flu. Now, if you ask him, are you 100% sure this is a flu? He's going to say, no, this is my best approximation. This is just how science works, and I'm fine with that.
Bullshit. That's a bunch of bullshit. That's not how science works. That's how
I worked in his history, right, as a historian, which has a has a lower lower level of critical acceptance of evidence because of the nature of the study. But
Well, what
even
does it
with
have to do? What does it have to,
100%,
bro? What does it have to do with all the tea in China? Like that doesn't. That's not.
what?
That's nowhere near. That's nowhere
So,
near us getting close. Listen, we're asking people that come in here, and I say cut and dry because like it really is. If they have the evidence to support the claim that the Earth is curving with the set rate that they say that it's curving at, then go ahead and show us how it's been done. So if you're happy living in that reality, here's the thing. Hold on a second. Here's the thing. If you love living in that world, then by God, sir, go back out there and have a great time living in that world where you're being duped every single day, think you live on a globe. Now, this forum, however, will be asking the question, and people will either have the answer or not, like you don't have it. So all we're gonna do is wait until somebody actually brings us forward the evidence. If there's no evidence, then we're just gonna keep showing the world and exposing the people they don't have the answer. That's
so what I personally think is sort of
oh
good
my
proof
God.
would be probably Coriolis effects. It's really
Yeah, but
tied.
that's not evidence of Earth curvature, sir.
So we
That's
have,
what we're looking.
So we have evidence of like air currents moving in different directions, which
Why
wouldn't
are
be
you are you not listening to me on purpose?
okay.
I don't know if you're doing it on purpose. I hope not. But did you
No?
hear what I said? I'm asking
Okay.
for the simple demonstration of the Earth's curvature, sir. That's all.
Why are you? But there's no like
What?
all the pictures. Okay, let me finish. All the pictures that you have of Earth's curvature are not pictures of Earth's curvature. You can't capture it on camera unless
Oh
you're
my
really
God.
far away.
Dude, do you know that the gentleman who spoke before you said that you
Yeah.
can fly at 7,000 feet and see the fucking curve on pictures and
No,
video?
you can't.
Did you
Like,
know
no,
that?
you would have to go. You would
What
have to
the
go
fuck?
much higher. And I'm
No,
not sure that we have.
listen, I
So we
should have let
don't.
you debate. You guys
Yeah.
don't understand. I should let you guys debate each other because it would be hilarious. The one guy says, I could see curvature at 7,000 feet.
Yeah.
No,
No, you
debate. No,
can't.
you know what?
No,
Debate
no,
this Glober.
you
Debate
can't.
this Glober. Hang on, dude. Debate this Glober who thinks that you cannot see curvature. Now you got to be much higher. I would have a ball just listening to you, pun intended. I would have a
No,
ball.
it's difficult. It's difficult to capture it because we don't really send cameras that high with that wide of a lens that has that precision around the edges. Just because it's very expensive.
Dude,
doesn't mean
I mean, you're making my case for me. Like you're doing the heavy lifting.
But I'm saying like even like the curvature that's perceived, like if you go on top of like a really high building, you will perceive a curvature, right? But it's perceived because of
You
the
just finished saying you can't perceive it. What the fuck? Okay, now,
No,
bro.
but if you go to a
No,
really
no,
high, if you live near like
bro. Chill,
yeah,
chill. You need to just tell me one way or the other. Can you perceive curvature anywhere on like a building or a mountain? Can you perceive curvature or not? Pick one,
no,
sir.
okay.
Pick one,
I'll
sir.
be very let me be very precise in my language.
Yeah, do that.
Your perception will interpret the difference in cold air which bends the light as curvature of a flat plane of a plane, but it is not like you're not perceiving an actual curvature of space because you're too close to the ground.
Wait. So you're saying on the one side of your mouth we can see a flat Earth. On the other side, it's really not. Is that what you're saying, bro?
What? No, I'm saying that like I don't think that the argument that like the Earth is a globe is
What?
disproven by pictures of curvature from like buildings or saying that you can actually see it. I don't think you can see it. There's ways to measure it, but I don't like you can't actually see it
Okay.
with
Well, see now you're
um
are you speaking my language? Well, what way can we measure it?
There's ways to.
Okay, give me one, sir. Give me one.
So I think like one way where an amateur, I guess, could measure it would be you go to a point A further away from the equator, and you measure the distance cast by a shadow on the same date at the same time, and then you go to a place B that's closer to the equator,
Yeah.
same condition, same date, same time, and you measure the distance that the shadow is cast with the same sort of structure, right?
What information do we get once we see shadows being measured?
So if the assumption is that the Earth is a flat.
No, we're not assuming, sir. We're not assuming. Here today, we're not assuming. We want to know how it's been measured. And so
A hypothesis would be.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's move assumptions to the side. Let's not assume anything. Let's only know how we can measure the rotundity of this earth that we supposedly, allegedly live on. Now, by doing that, we're not going to assume anything because that's foolish. We don't assume things. We're gonna want to directly measure it. And listen, if there's a method that which you're gonna demonstrate to me right now after I'm done, if there's one that can be done, so be it. But if you're gonna say, well, let's assume first, no, we're not assuming, sir. We have to.
So I would appreciate if, like, I've shown good faith. You don't really have to, like, if you understand what I mean. We don't have to do this determine things. If the hypothesis is that the Earth is flat, then we would observe different behavior than if the hypothesis is that the Earth is.
Once again, we're not assuming flat or globe. The only
Well, if you're going to let me phrase you this: whenever you're doing a scientific experiment, you have to start with a hypothesis. So you need to, because this is just documentation.
Just invoke something you have no knowledge on. What's a scientific hypothesis? Go ahead, sir.
Scientific hypothesis is a educated best guess done presented before. I didn't finish. Presented before measurements with detailed instructions on how to measure it and what the methodology would be. I know this because I've written and published.
No, dude. Hang on. Are you here?
Yeah.
All right.
I've written and published.
Dude, I don't get it. It's wrong. Jedi, he wants to know what a scientific hypothesis is.
A scientific hypothesis is a special kind of prediction where you, the researcher, will predict the cause of an effect.
That's it?
No.
No,
I'm sorry. No, that's not. No, so
ahead,
a scientific hypothesis. So that's not a precise definition. Scientific hypothesis is a best guess with a subscription to what will be done to measure this guess.
Right, my friend.
It's not. It doesn't talk about causes because this is not a. It's not a scientific language to talk about causes. We say, because this is how you approach it. Like you say, our hypothesis is that a car is red, right? We don't see the car. We don't measure the car. Our hypothesis is that the car is red. In order for us to establish that the car is red, we would need to see the shade being
formulated
cast.
incorrect. No, you're talking out your ass. That's formulated incorrect. You have to look. You have to make your observation of a naturally occurring phenomena and determine whether or not the naturally occurring phenomena is taking place with the effect that you see. To determine what the cause is. So you're going to manipulate the independent variable of that hypothesis to see if you can determine if the cause of the
But
effect.
you never. I'm sorry.
Bro,
I don't, like,
bro, you're
this-
interrupting, bro. Like, I
Hold on.
wanted you to understand that it's not looking at a car's color. It's a naturally occurring phenomena that you're making your observation on. And after you do so, I'm telling you, you can actually look this up and verify what I'm saying because it's not incorrect like the way you were. So that is just you're speaking out your ass. And go ahead, Jedi.
Right, I'm just looking for. I'll give him 5 to 10 university citations regarding the scientific method and hypothesis construction. No problem. Give me a minute.
So because you're not with no scientific experiment can you say that this is 100% proof. The way that sort of it's used is you use the measurements of standard deviations, meaning that given this amount of experiments, what we expect to see is a
Relax,
false
dude. Relax.
result in.
You're wrong. Just relax.
No, I'm sorry. This is it's called a sigma, right? So one
God.
sigma is one standard deviation, meaning that in 15% of the results you would see a the hypothesis being not having the same result given the exact same conditions and exact same result. That is
Let
a
me.
very low bar.
Yeah, I know, dude. Just relax, dude. Professor Clown, if you're here,
I'm
just
very
hey, bro. This exchange, you have to like. This is one of the ones that we do, so you might hear this later on. We're gonna quiz you on it. I'm just kidding. No, I just here's
I wasn't paying attention for the last 5 minutes. What was happening?
dude. Fuck, man, I don't want you to miss this. This is gonna be great. Trust me.
What did he say? What did he say?
Well, to recant what he said, it'd be too idiotic. But like, he's basically not stating what a scientific hypothesis is, and Jedi's actually going to pull from citations that show how wrong he is. And needless to say, he's going on about what he thinks his scientific hypothesis is, and saying that you can look at a car's color and determine that we're going to run a test to see who's right and who's wrong. And it's really not. He's formulated it incorrectly. Anyway, but yeah, this one you should have been listening to because it gets brought up a lot. I mean, if you want to, I'm not saying you have to, but
when we measure things that we're trying to make, I call on what their sort of source is. There is a way to standardize results so that when you perform your research and when you feel confident that the research actually supports your hypothesis, you publish it, and then it gets tested and retested and retested.
All right, can I interject now because you've spoken for a long time, my friend?
It really wasn't. I was talking for 40 seconds. Like I'm not sure
why
what.
are you still talking? I don't get it. We're doing natural science here. Natural science, the study of the physical natural world, where we elucidate cause and effect relationships. Step one is to observe phenomena. Step two will be that special kind of prediction that I mentioned earlier, where you, the researcher, will predict the cause and effect relationship. If this caused then that phenomena, you will then test it in an experiment. I don't know what you've been wittering on about for the last minute and 40 seconds or however long it is, but we're doing natural science here. What you've given us is some kind of method of measuring shit. We're doing natural science. You're in a category error.
There's if you want this to be productive, just try to
Which it
have.
is.
It is productive.
Try to have the same
people.
position towards me as I have towards you, which is non-combative. I'm not trying to be
But
combative.
you're just wrong. You're just wrong. So why should
And
we let
that's
you continue?
and if I am, that should be fine with you, and it shouldn't upset you.
It's not upsetting me. You're just wittering on whilst I'm trying to correct you. It's like you don't want to be corrected.
So do you know what can you tell me what is a 3 sigma result?
I don't care. We're doing natural science, which doesn't
Yes,
appear
that is
within
okay. Okay, so would measuring within the realm of physics be considered natural science by you?
We're doing natural science. I don't care what you measure, my friend.
So would if I'm measuring behavior of particles.
Let me make my point. Natural science deals only with cause and effect, right? The cause of phenomena. Your red car isn't a fucking phenomena.
Okay, that's why I stopped using that, and I'm using physics, for example, right? Would measuring behavior?
Measurement of behavior isn't prediction of cause.
I didn't like if you could. I'm not using behavior in like human. I'm using behavior as in like reaction of particles. Would measurement of particle behavior be something that you would consider a natural scientific measurement?
Yes, but you're measuring their
Okay,
behavior.
so if
Listen,
that's
I've
the
been
case, if
literally
that's the
saying 2
case,
fucking words, you start interrupting me. Yes, you're measuring
okay,
behavior, but in
sure.
natural science, we want to know the cause of the behavior. You can measure the behavior all you want, Sunshine, and do some research into that so you have a better understanding. But you're going to want to presume the
If we're
cause
measuring,
of
yes,
why,
if
cause of the
we're
behavior.
so for example, right, if we want to know how does a particle gain mass, right, we will run experiments to determine the cause of particle going from a massless state to a state with mass. Now,
you're
in
starting
order
to
to
speak
determine the precision of our results, we use a mathematical equation. We measure this in sigmas. Single sigma is 1 standard deviation, and going up to, I don't know, I think 5 is considered reasonably secure, while 6 sigma is considered basically impossible to prove within the universe, right? Within our current universe. So if we have a measurement that has a reproducibility rate of 6 sigma, that would be a very good result. This is how we measure things and how we try to understand our results in how sure we are.
You're not
Right? That's
measuring.
why I asked you, what a sigma is.
You're trying to grease the skids using this idea that you can circumvent direct measurement by using the bullshit you
Not
just.
circumventing. No.
Okay, so let's get
direct measurement.
back
No.
on point.
Yeah.
Let's get back on point.
Direct measurement is done. A sigma
No,
is
it's not. You didn't do it yet. I asked you how is it possible, and you gave me this roundabout answer, long-winded if it was, and you didn't. Okay, so how do you go out into the earth and measure the rotundity of the earth? How can we go to the field and do that? Show me.
Well, I gave you one example, right?
Which is
right. We would be expecting the shadow to be that's being cast at a different levels to follow a different curvature of distribution. So
what the fuck are you
again,
talking about?
let me do it again, right? If we assume that the
We're
Earth
not
is
assuming. We're not
oh my God.
assuming. We're not
The
assuming.
hypothesis.
I'm being
Hey,
honest with
Jesus
you.
Christ. Hey, calm down. So, hypothesis is Earth is round because the sun is casting light onto the surface of
What
Earth.
is he talking
And if you put in a stick, 1 meter stick at one place,
Formological fallacy. This is a
I'm at-
formological fallacy.
I had to stop him. There's no way that we're assuming anything. So they're telling us that the Earth is curving, right? They're the ones assuming, not us. All we're doing is doing a line of sight test, sir. We want to know if there's going to be any deviation or prediction of the Earth's curvature according to their formula that they have, 8 inches per mile squared. So we want to know if that prediction is true or not. That's the only thing that we're doing. We're testing the claim. We're not assuming anything. We're just testing the claim, which is already there. It exists. So how did it exist in the first fucking place? How did they measure the curve of the Earth where they got 8 inches per mile squared? That is the question we're asking you. Now, do you have the answer to support that? Because we don't want to assume. If you tell me assume one more time, bro, we don't want to assume. We want to know how the claim is being supported with evidence. ¿El comprende?
a preset for a hypothesis.
You were just talking. You got one last chance to rebuttal what I just said, or you just there and listen to other
So if you would stop interrupting me at a point where it's convenient for you,
please answer
so
the
that
question.
you can. I'm sorry. Did I interrupt you?
Please answer the question, sir.
Dude, get to the point, dude.
Please answer Please answer my question, sir. Please
we
answer.
can measure the Earth's curvature.
Mm-hmm. How are we doing
All
it?
right. That's okay. So that's the hypothesis that we're trying to prove, that the Earth's curvature is real and measurable.
Doing
The
science.
way
We're not. Hang on a second, man. We're
that
not
is a
doing.
hypothesis.
We're not doing science. We don't need a hypothesis. Okay, let's put it this way. Let me just break it down to you really redundant. When you go get your shoes at the shoe store, are you doing a hypothesis on how big your fucking foot is? No, you're measuring the shit. Oh,
Yes.
it's 8. Oh, it's hang on, dude. It's 8 inches. I just measured it. The guy put a little ruler next to it, and he knows that I wear a size 8. All right, good. Now the next thing we need to do is measure the fucking globe. So what are we gonna do? Well, let's go out and see if the Earth is curving away. We don't need a hypothesis. It is not a how and why question. It is a what is question. Do you understand?
Yeah, and we
All
put two
right. Now
sticks.
we're on the
We
same page.
put two sticks.
Go ahead.
Right. We put two
Go ahead.
sticks in. We put two sticks in Egypt. One in North Egypt, one in South Egypt.
Yeah.
And we say that the one in the North Egypt is going to have a shadow of this size, and the one in the South Egypt is going to have a shadow of this size. Now,
Yeah.
we're going to put another stick next to it, right? And we're going to say, well, this stick, they're the same size and everything. This stick is going to have this size of the shadow, and the other stick in the south is going to have a shorter angle of shade, because this one, like I'm predicting, if the Earth is flat, right, we should see a different type of shadow being cast than if the Earth is globe. So we're gonna see what do we get, and we get two same shadows of the same distance, right, of the same length, that matches what the assumption would be for if the Earth is a globe. That would be one easy experiment that you can do if you have enough money and gas to go and measure.
Okay, no problem, my friend. Interjection. Right, this has
Yes.
been done. This has been done by the
Yes.
Chinese. They came out of a flat
No,
Earth.
it's been done.
Yes.
It's been done by Europeans. It's been done by Greeks. The Greeks
You're
measured
not,
it.
you're not listening to me. This is now becoming not a conversation where you're just starting to talk. Do you not think that we've heard about Aristophanes before? This was done by the Chinese. You have to understand that Aristophanes made a load of assumptions. The distance to the sun, for example, the path of light, for example, being parallel, for example. He used the maths associated with a sphere because he had a presupposition that the Earth was a sphere, so don't be surprised at the end of his results he came out of a sphere. The Chinese did this.
But it would be different if he was not expected.
I have not finished. The Chinese did this without any assumptions apart from, well, the Earth's flat, distance to the sun and divergent light rays, and guess what? They came out of a flat Earth. This isn't proof of anything, my friend. It's like you've never walked away. My friend, I still have not finished.
Right.
It's like it's like you've not walked underneath a light before and seen the shadow directly underneath your feet when you lift them up. And as you carried on walking down the street, you saw the shadow increase. You do not, and Aristophanes did not know the distance to the sun, for example, but he assumed that he did, and he assumed that the light waves were parallel. But we understand that if the light source was closer, we'd have divergent light rays, giving us the same result as you would get. So proof
Why would hold on? So he measured it on the same date at the same time.
No one cares, dude. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. No one cares. You know why no one cares?
So you can just yell "no one cares" at like a very important variable, and
no,
that's
it's not important.
Okay.
It's not important because let me explain.
So
let me explain why.
Let me ask.
No, you're really not. No, you're really not. Here's why it's not important. He's not measuring the elevation change or drop over the distance. He's only measuring the shadows that are coming from that light hitting those poles, and then you get the angle. So what? Now the question is, can it happen on a flat surface? What you just entailed right there. Can it happen on a flat surface just the same as it would on a curve? And if that's the case, then has anybody ever said that? Of course. Neil deGrasse Tyson clearly stated that you can actually do this, right, on a flat and stationary Earth with the close and local sun. So the sun's the one close and local, and the shadows would be the same as it was on a curved Earth. Therefore, disproving anything that you have to say and basically hand waving, dismissing the idea that you can only use sticks and shadows to know that the Earth is a globe
because if it can be used as on a flat and stationary Earth, then your whole point of what you're trying to get to is not going to point us to the fact that it can also prove the Earth being a globe, because it can do the same for globe that it can do for flat Earth. Same thing. So it's not evidence that the Earth is a globe. It's a story that can be said, but it's not evidence for it, because you could be also showing a flat and stationary Earth and it could work just the same, exactly the same. So it's not evidence for that. Sorry. And please stop using it, because like I said before, it's not evidence for the Earth being a globe. Because if you can use it on a flat surface, once again, it's not evidence for the globe. Do you understand that? Glennon.
No, you're wrong. Like that would be.
Okay, so now that you say that I'm wrong, you're going to have to provide the evidence of why you said that. And also, if anybody has the information where Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying that the Earth could also be flat and stationary and use Eratosthenes, somebody please put that in the 24/7 Flat Earth chat. If not, I'll go dig it up. But he's just wrong right now, and he's not going to continue unless you concede that you can do it on a flat and stationary Earth. That's what I need to hear you say, sir. Go ahead.
He won't even concede the part about stationary.
No,
That's the really cringe thing. Like he'll say, "Oh, go ahead."
Yeah. No, I'm just gonna
You
ask
could
him.
measure different. You would measure difference in shades. Come
Sir,
on, man. Let me
can this happen?
speak.
Sir, can this happen on a flat Earth?
It would
Eratosthenes.
behave differently. We would
No,
see
it wouldn't.
different
It wouldn't.
results.
It wouldn't. It wouldn't. It wouldn't. It would be
It
the
would.
same.
That's the point.
No, sir.
It would. The
No.
difference would be
No.
noticed because of
Okay,
the
so
angle
here's
of the
what.
shadow.
No. What I'm saying is that on a flat Earth, hang on, Mark, relax. On a flat Earth and with a close and local sun, could the results be the same? Yes or no? I need you to answer a yes or no to that. Here you go.
Thanks. No, the results would not.
All right, you're incorrect. Let's go look at where Sasha just posted right there. Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about space astrophysics. Is that the one where he talks about Eratosthenes? Let's see. Let's bring up that one if you guys have it.
Nathan, Chinese one.
Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No, I dropped the Chinese Eratosthenes experiment.
Oh, it's a little further up. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can do the Chinese experiment that they've done. It's not an experiment, by the way. But so we go to Cambridge.org. I'm gonna draw your attention to 11 minutes after the hour. The post that Jedi put. Let's see, and I'm gonna kind of read you here a little bit. Let's see. Let's see. Do you know where in this document that it says that? Oh, I'll look for it if you don't know.
It's a large document, mate. I do apologise.
Well, I do want to just point out the fact that you'd get the same results with the close and local sun, according to the globe. And so, oh, Sasha, you put it up. Okay, so Sasha's got it. See the YouTube video. Hang on a second. Let me pause this. Oopsie. I'm going to see if I can put it through my microphone, if it'll play. Give me a moment. Yeah, we don't want to just be giving out misinformation, and it's not coming from us either, so. All right, give me a second.
There's a famous experiment conducted by Eratosthenes.
Minute 122.
All right, listen.
And the two cities in the old world, and one of them, they knew that at 12 noon on a particular day of the year, that the sun was directly overhead and you can see the bottom of a well. How can we use this observation to see if Earth's surface is curved? We needed another well. Turns out we can't see the bottom of both wells at the same time. What might explain this? Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth with a sun that's small and close by so that the light hits the second well at an angle. Or second, We could have a curved Earth with a sun that's big and far away, so that all the light comes in parallel, but only one well at a time is lit all the way to the bottom. Turns out with just 2 wells, there's enough wiggle room for both explanations to fit our observation.
That's all that I needed to present. That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. For you, Blennon, what say you, sir?
I'm sorry, what was that supposed to prove?
That you're wrong. That you're fucking wrong. How about that? So egg on your face now? Much? I think so.
He's not gonna accept it. He's not gonna. I'm looking. No, I don't. Cause I
What?
genuinely.
What? You just kept going on and on about how it's not this. You kept going on and on about how it's.
Just let me finish my thought before you.
No, actually, no. We're not going to do that. What we're going to have you do is be honest with the room and admit that you were wrong.
Yes, say you're wrong.
And just say you're wrong. That's what the only thing I need to hear from you right now. I don't want to hear anything else. Admit you're wrong.
You can say it in Latin. Say mea culpa.
Just admit you're wrong.
You
It can happen.
Anything. I'm sorry.
Admit you're wrong. Admit you're wrong. Admit you're wrong.
Are you a child?
Admit you're wrong. Admit you're wrong.
This is how my niece
concede,
acts.
Sir. Concede.
This is how my niece acts.
Concede. I don't give a shit about your niece. Concede in this argument. You're wrong.
Someone who mentioned.
Shut up. Concede that you're wrong. This is the only thing I need to hear from you. Neil deGrasse Tyson said it can happen on both just the same. So now I need your concession because you said it wouldn't happen the same. Concede.
Can someone
Concede.
who mentioned?
Sorry, we're not going to listen to that. All right, so we're on to the next. For those of you who are listening right now, the gentleman said that it would not work the same on a flat Earth as it would on a globe Earth. Neil deGrasse Tyson outlined there in that interview with another guy. I guess they were having a conversation. And so there it is for you guys. It could happen on a flat stationary Earth or with the close and local sun. But he said so himself. You're not arguing with me, guys. You're arguing with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Now, Blennon wants to hold on to the fact that he was not wrong by saying that it would be different. So he was just disproven by somebody that's in a higher pay grade and a lot higher up on the food chain than he is. And he does not want to concede. So at this point, I don't want to entertain his ramblings on how he's not wrong. Because by this guy who holds master classes, and we're using him as a hostile witness, basically, that he disproves the other Glober who says that it would be different.
So. I think this move had to be pulled out because this guy won't listen to actual reason. Because if we circumvent all of this, if you just listen reasonably, but he won't.
It's pretty simple.
So we have to just, show him the way he thinks. Show him an authority so that he can just fucking shut the fuck up. But even then, he won't. He will not.
Typical sophist.
Yeah. So there you have it. So that's about it with Blennon. If anybody else, let's see, 8K's in here. Admasto. All right, I muted you, Admasto. But yeah, if anybody wants to chime in, listen. And if you choose to be dishonest, that's up to you. But I'd rather you be honest. If you don't know, just say I don't know. And we work better that way. If you say I don't know. Matter of fact, everybody here would respect you if you say I don't know. So yeah, no, I know. So the hostile witness disagrees with me and says that the Earth is a globe. I understand that, Manufactorum. But the fact of the matter on the case for Eratosthenes is that it doesn't disprove the flat Earth. What it does do is give people the assumption that you can have that the Earth is a globe. But it also could state that in the very next breath that it also can say of the close sun, a local, that it could be flat. So
it's not conclusive evidence for either model.
It's not conclusive, no. So
actually regarding that, is it relevant that it was stated that if we have only 2 positions, then you can make them work on both the same? But
it's
if you have more than those 2, it does not work on one of them.
No, it's the same. You want to hear it again, AK? I could play it again for you.
Say that if you have only 2 positions.
No. You want me to play it again?
If you
Do you
have
want me to
only
play?
2
I know. Well, let's not be confused. How about that? Let's not be confused.
It's not confusing at
Confusion.
all.
Confusion is the enemy. How about that?
No, it's not a confusion.
All right.
It's just
So let's
being accurate
clarify.
about
Let's
what she
clarify.
said.
Let's clarify because we don't want you to be confused. That's the last thing we want.
Oh no, I'm not
All right.
confused at all. That's
Yeah.
that's
Let's
not...
let's go. Let's go.
There's a famous experiment conducted by Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes.
Nice music though.
And there are two cities in the old world, and one of them, they knew that at 12 noon on a particular day of the year, that the sun was directly overhead, and you can see the bottom of a well. How can we use this observation to see if Earth's surface is curved? We needed another well. Turns out we can't see the bottom of both wells at the same time. What might explain this? Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth with a sun that's small and close by, so that the light hits the second well at an angle. Or second, we could have a curved Earth with a sun that's big and far away, so that all the light comes in parallel, but only one well at a time is lit all the way to the bottom. Turns out with just two wells, there's enough wiggle room for both explanations to fit our observation. Eratosthenes only had two wells, but what if he had added a third? With a third well, it doesn't matter where the sun is. No flat Earth model can explain the angles of all three shadows.
All right. Go ahead, Ernesto.
So he did just that. Turns out with just two wells, there is enough wiggle room. And then he also went on to saying, if you add a third well, the flat Earth does not work. That's
No.
what he was saying.
But
What he
what was done with Eratosthenes though? What was that?
Eratosthenes,
Yeah. What
the
did he do?
measurement
What did
is
he do?
just two wells. Yes.
Okay. So, how long have people been believing that before somebody could have said, hey, "Wait a minute, why don't we use a third one?"
How is
Was
that
that 2000? Was that because I want because for as long as they've been doing this, they've been believing because there's enough wiggle room, right? According to them.
How is no? Well, you also are kind of skipping over the observation of what does sunlight do in our perception, because it's evident that in our perception, sunlight is as close to parallel as you can get. We have crepuscular rays and anti-crepuscular rays. Crepuscular rays seem to converge towards the sun. Anti-crepuscular rays seem to converge to the opposite of the sun. This can only happen when they are perceived. Those rays are perceived as parallel.
You need to listen again.
What the hell is
Your
this guy?
brain farting, dude.
Why the hell would crepuscular rays look like they're parallel? They do not look like they're parallel. They look the opposite of that.
By definition. By definition.
What the fuck is wrong? Is this guy insane or something?
Yeah, it's a mass though. He's a resident like zealot.
Whatever you say, he'll say the opposite. Even if you're parroting a globalist, you tell, hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who thinks the Earth is a globe, is telling you two wells is not enough. Okay?
Not enough,
yeah. So he's telling you Eratosthenes did not prove the Earth is curving, and
If
he's
you were
like,
listening,
he's like, yeah, he did. Holy crap, dude! Wow.
Eratosthenes, not the extra fucking third point about the third fucking stick.
Yeah,
Eratosthenes
exactly.
did not prove it. That's the point. So stop saying Eratosthenes.
He That guy left. Let me see. Blennon, you gonna
Yeah,
capitulate or not?
I was confused because he said because that was what I was talking about, the ways to measure the curvature without many specialized equipment would be to do like that well
Yeah, and it wasn't conclusive. It wasn't conclusive.
so no, it was
No.
it was not there was not enough evidence to say with 2 wells, but if you increase the amount of measurement points,
So he was
there
wrong.
is.
So with
But
that,
I'm
with that,
not.
I
But
need your concession, Blennon.
my understanding of
We need your
curvature of
concession.
Earth is not based on like
We need your
a
concession.
Greek experiment.
Blennon,
Based
we
on
need your
other
concession. Then we need your concession. Then that Eratosthenes was incorrect. That he did
No,
not
he
prove that
wasn't.
the Earth
No,
was globe.
he wasn't incorrect. His measurements. So 2 things. His measurements by today modern standards.
He's not measuring anything. But he is measuring shadows, but he's not measuring the curvature of the Earth. He's just measuring the shadows. Let me correct myself.
So he was measuring the circumference of Earth.
No, he's just measuring the length of the shadow. He's not measuring circumference. He's not measuring circumference. He's measuring the length of the shadow.
Yes,
that's not
and
circumference.
To do that, so to do that, he wanted to measure the circumference. He wanted to measure.
You can't measure the circumference by measuring shadows.
No, he wasn't. He was. So this is what's called an inference. You have a.
I know that. That's something I know. Don't tell me that I don't know.
Okay, so in order for him to determine what the circumference is, he wanted to project what it would be based on a curvature. He wanted to find the angle of curvature. So when he measured that, he projected what the
He didn't measure that.
Is.
He didn't measure that. You know, he's only measuring the shadows on the ground. And now think about this. You didn't even. Yeah. Well, the well. It doesn't matter. Like he's measuring something due to the fact that he sees straight down a well. And if you're saying that he's looking straight down a well, well, there's no angle for that shadow to be cast. So there's nothing you know what I mean? There's no, you can't measure angles of shadows if there's no shadow cast, especially if you're looking down a well.
So the assumption is that if the well is going straight down, then if the sun is directly 90 degrees above you, it would cast a shadow inside the well. If it's not, then it would cast it at an angle. You're not really concerned with like at first, if you're just trying to determine whether it's curved or not, you're not really concerned about like the direct angle, right? But he measured the angle as well, and he used it to measure the circumference, which is.
If he looked down the well and there was no shadow, what shadow length did he measure? That's not a trick question. That's just the fact.
Okay. Have you ever seen a well?
Answer my question, dude. Answer my question. Answer
Yes,
my question.
You could. There's a well, and you
answer my question. Answer my question.
You can measure.
Answer my question. I'm gonna ask you once again. If there is no shadow cast, what is he measuring? Go ahead.
The angle at which the shadow.
There is no shadow.
What do you
mean? No
mean?
shadow whatsoever. It's 90 degrees above the position of the well. There is no shadow cast.
In cyan, but not.
All right, so we're gonna do it again. 90 degrees above the position of the well that no shadows cast. What is he measuring? Go ahead. What is he measuring?
It's fine that he has 2 places.
I know that. What is he measuring? What is he? Okay, it's simple. On the well, that the sun's 90 degrees above, shining down. What shadow is he measuring?
He's not measuring the shadow.
He's not measuring shadow.
Okay,
he's measuring the shadow in the other one.
Okay, so he's measuring the shadow in the other one. So how is he going to compare it to the angle that this shadow is not being measured?
Well,
because
if there's no shadow cast, if there's no shadow cast, if there's no shadow being cast at place A, and there is a shadow being cast at place B, he's measuring the difference.
Okay.
If the difference is from 0 to 1, then the difference is 1. That's what he's measuring.
All right. So out of that, how is he getting the drop over the distance?
What do you mean? He knows
because
the distance.
elevation.
He knows the direct
No, he
distance
doesn't.
between
No,
the
he
two
doesn't.
places.
He doesn't. Because remember this. Remember this. And now I'm just gonna say it again because you forgot. You're losing the plot here. Remember when Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "Well, he used 2 wells, and if he had put a third one, perhaps he would know." But so the third one wasn't invoked here. Eratosthenes didn't use that. So you think you're on something right now? You're not.
No,
because
I'm not. But
okay, so here's the
we've
thing.
measured like
No, you
we
didn't
done
measure
this.
anything. You're just
What do you
measuring
mean?
shadow. You just measured the shadow length of something, but you didn't measure the drop elevation change over the distance. So here's the thing, right? With only using 2 wells, it was already stated that there's wiggle room by Neil deGrasse Tyson with the close and local sun. Now he wanted to determine actually after that you use the third one. It could probably show the Earth's curving, whatever. But the thing is, Eratosthenes only used the 2. He didn't use 3. So he only used 2, which I'm telling you, you're saying, well, that's how he did it. One's at 90 degrees and one's not. I know that. But then what I'm saying here is that right there could also work for the flat Earth. That's what he said. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson understands already, who teaches people about this. So that being said, you're right now arguing for the case that it is measuring, and it's not. It's not.
No.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
we're like, this is one specific experiment. We've had.
It's not an experiment.
We've had thousands of experiments since.
It's not an experiment. You don't. Once again, I have to go through this like a baby with you. You don't do an experiment with the measurement. You don't go and measure your foot at the fucking shoe store and say, "Oh, let's do a hypothesis test on my foot. See how big it is." No, you fucking measure it.
So
no, it's not language, dude.
The experiment.
You know
the
what?
Experiment is the event.
No. You're incorrectly. You're incorrectly.
Part of it.
Dude, you're incorrectly using the word experiment. And what I'm saying here is you don't need an experiment. You need a measurement. And a calculation is not a measurement. It's not. It's not a measurement, bro.
Miggy.
What is a measurement then?
You don't know? See, this is the fucking issue right
No,
now.
I'm
you don't know what a measure. No.
What do you mean the? What?
Yeah.
What is...
See, you guys, you're confused, right? You're really confused as to what a measurement is because you all along think it's just somebody working something out on a piece of paper and not actually going into the real world and testing that information. Like if you do math, right? Let's say I calculate that from this distance to this distance, we're gonna have this many feet or whatever. But what you have to do after you do that calculation and you draw up your formulas and everything is you go and test the shit to go see if it verifies with reality. Then you actually say, okay, we just did our calculation. Now the measurement supports it. Do you understand the words coming out of my mouth, dude? That's how it works. So you don't just say, well, the calculation's the evidence. It's the measurement. No, it's fucking not. It's called calculation for a reason. So if you say that it's a measurement, then you're going to have to demonstrate how the calculation supports the measurement. Now do you get it?
All right, we can go through that.
All right.
Sure.
So that's what I mean. And for you to understand, to the whole room, you have to understand when you invoke measurement, we're talking about if you think of something, a calculation, or you draw something up or put it in sand or whatever the fuck, then you're going to have to go to the earth and verify the calculation by demonstrating that the measurement lines up with that. So that's what I'm saying. So now let's get back to the point. When did anybody verify the rotundity of Eratosthenes' example to be measured curvature? Blenheim.
Right. So we have, let me see. I just want to find all the experiments we've done.
Not an experiment.
I mean, I literally posted what a definition of an experiment was.
Almamu's arc measurement, Poseidonius's arc measurement, Swedish-Russian arc of Meridian expedition, Picard's arc measurement, Dunkirk-Collier arc measurement, Dunkirk.
It's not a measurement; they're calculations, bro. Once again, to be a measurement, you have to verify the calculation in real world. You don't say, dude, like I'm trying for Blenheim to actually, Blenheim, you have to come through and understand this. I don't give a shit what somebody draws up on a piece of paper. It only makes sense
if you go out into the real world and it lines up. Okay? That's the only reason why it would make any sense.
That's the point of doing measurements. You have Al Mamoon doing measurements. You have
No.
measurements.
You're gonna have to wait. Dude, I don't want to derail from this point. Like, I'm so on it right
No,
now.
I
Like, he
will
needs
stay
to
on the point, totally on the point.
go ahead, dude.
Okay, you said we can measure that. For example, you will now need to do this. You need to put 3 sticks in 3 different towns and to have, or somebody did it, something like that. You will get the lengths of the shadows. Then you will do the math, and that shadows will tell you there is a radius of 3,959 miles. Then you will compare that with reality, all that shadows, if it really is giving the radius of 3,959 miles, or something is not matching with that shadows.
Wow. He's not gonna do that, bro. Like, and so he's just on about being in a Discord chat, thinking that he's right. Like, once again, if something was being done and being said about the Earth being whatever in a calculation, then it needs to go out into the real world and be demonstrated, Blennon. And what can we do with that information to verify that what he's saying is correct without doing sticks and shadows? I don't want to do sticks and shadows. I want to verify that he said, well, we measure sticks and shadows, so now we know that the Earth is a globe. Okay, so as a matter of fact, what would happen is that because of that information, we know that there's going to be a predicted value for the elevation change on an observation being made over a distance. So if you have a distance, let's say 15 to 20 miles, you're going to have a change in elevation due to the fact that the Earth is curving away from the person making the observation. Thus, the sagittal would be present and obstructing things in the far distance. So, that being said, how is it possible that Eratosthenes' measurement calculation, as you put it, is able to be verified and tested over the distance, any part on this Earth? Because then that rotundity is going to be displayed to us for sure at a predicted value. Can we see that?
I don't know. You're hung up. So you're hung up
on demonstration. I'm hung up on demonstration. I'm hung up on you saying, okay, yeah, Eratosthenes did that, but we're going to see how much elevation change there's going to be from me in like 15 miles or 20. And I'm going to present to you guys where the sagittal exists in reality, which is the leading edge of the sphere, which is when I look up into the horizon and ships start disappearing behind the Earth curve, I'll tell you exactly how many miles away that is from a 6-foot observer height.
The hump.
You could say that. What would that be? What would be the predicted value for ships disappearing? Yeah. All right. You think Eratosthenes did something. Now, what is the predicted value for ships disappearing from the bottom up, according to Eratosthenes? What would that be?
I don't care. Like, we have other.
No, we do care.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm saying, like.
Then why are you opening up your pie hole to say some shit you don't know?
I'm not.
Sit your ass down, then, Blennon. Sit your ass down. Sit down. We don't need to hear. Sit down. All right. On to the next. We're going to wait for the next person to chime in and verify, if they can, Eratosthenes' pre-assumption of the Earth's rotundity. Now, if the Earth is said to be a certain size, we want to know how much of that certain size is predicted over the distance of any part on this Earth. I'll go ahead, guys.
How can you measure a hump if it's supposed to drop from your position?
This is a problem for you lot.
Can any ball believers answer that one?
It's not a ball.
It's not a ball. What is it?
I think geoid is the correct nomenclature.
Yeah. Can you look up the definition of geoid for me?
I don't know why they do
Look
this.
out for the words imaginary and hypothetical.
I don't know why they do this.
Yeah, I don't know why they do this either, especially when demonstrated with one hostile witness and another experiment, quote unquote, because it's not an experiment, it's a measurement done by the Chinese that came out with a different result to Eratosthenes.
A spheroid is the name. A spheroid. Not a geoid.
Why do you
good.
becoming more fucking annoying, mate?
So
Every
it
time
says
I talk.
Spheroid is
time
a
I talk,
geometrical figure that best fits the Earth. Geoid is the actual shape of the Earth.
every time I talk, you decide that it's your turn to talk whilst I'm halfway through my fucking sentence. It's now becoming infuriating, Blennon. I don't understand why you keep doing that to me.
I don't have any beef with you, my friend.
Then stop fucking talking through me then.
I'm not.
Do you
Sorry if
understand
you
what I
feel
said?
that way.
Do you understand what I said? Can you
Yeah,
repeat what I said?
you said that you're upset that I keep talking
No,
over
no. Yeah, when you started talking, I was halfway through speaking. Can you remember what I was saying before you decided to interrupt what I was saying? Can you repeat it back to me, or were you not listening?
Sorry, I zoned out right now, and no, I probably can't.
Of course.
I'm sorry.
So
I
you just
apologize for interrupting you. My bad. It was rude
Aw-
and mean, and I shouldn't have done it.
awesome stuff. So we've demonstrated to you with hostile witness Neil deGrasse Tyson, Aristosthenes isn't proof of anything. I gave you the Chinese version, which comes up with a flat Earth and not a sphere Earth, because they didn't make the assumptions that Aristosthenes did. So this isn't a direct measurement of what Mig is asking for drop over distance. It is not proof either way. Now, if you've got a direct measurement from point A to point B over the distance of an arc, where the sagittar, the leading edge of a sphere, is mathematically measured, then we'd love that, please.
That's all I'm asking for.
So, I just want to know, like, is this like the
You know
only
already. He
evidence?
told you. You know he told you.
Because I want
That's
to.
what we want.
Okay.
That's all we want.
Okay. So
Okay.
what I would Google is, and I'm gonna
No,
Google it
no,
now.
no, no.
Okay,
We're
I
not
didn't
Googling.
finish. What
We're
I
not
would want to
Googling.
search.
Sorry, we're not listening to you. Go and search for what you want. We're not Googling anything. You need to give us the demonstration of what he just told you. Pretty simple, Blendon. We don't need to hear anything else.
Why
That's
would
it.
I have to do that?
Because that's
That's
what's
not my argument.
required.
No, it's not. It's not.
All right, relax, dude. Yeah, but that's what we require for the demonstration of Earth curvature to be there present according to the prediction that the globe Earth is making. And you know, Eratosthenes is also presupposing. So all of that, Blendon, we need that to support the claim. Otherwise, you got nothing.
So,
It's pretty simple.
So why do you choose this one specific way of proving it? If we can have a
Because
more precise one.
No. This isn't your idea of precise is all fucked up. Precise is understanding that the drop rate over the distance would be there and predictable according to globe geometry. It's pretty easy. And that's why we want to know.
I'm not subscribing to any of these ideas.
I don't care, Blendon. It's not up for debate. You're not one. I don't care if the Earth is a globe or not. It's not up for debate for you. It's either accepted or rejected. Either you accept the Earth as a globe or you reject it, and you're well on your way to being a flat earther. But
Earth is not a globe. Earth is a spheroid. It is different than a globe. A globe behaves in a
who you're
certain
arguing
way,
at this point?
and we have
all right, shut up, dude. I'm not gonna argue over you. At this point, who are we arguing with? If you're saying that it's not a globe, it's just what everybody believes right now. You're saying that I don't know. You're really digging your own grave as farther down. You're making more than a 6 foot. Because like at some point you have to realize this isn't. We don't care. You can call it whatever you want. They're saying it's a globe, and you're now saying that it's not a globe. It's a spheroid. You're mincing words now. You're trying to sound like you're not saying what they're saying. You have no option. The only thing that's on the table right now is everybody believing that the Earth is a globe because they've been told that it was. It's not up for you to say what it is or isn't. It's established as that. It's pretty simple, Blendon. You either run with the program or you reject it completely and you're just making your own shit up, which I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear people talking about how they're making shit up. Nobody wants to hear that. You're running with the claim, advocating for it, for the position that the Earth is a globe, or you're not. Which one is it, Blendon? It's not up for debate, bro. Be honest. If you run with the globe, then you run with it. If not, then don't. But don't sit here waxing yourself intelligent if you don't know shit. You don't. You have to Google shit. That's what you've been doing.
Right. So
Right.
So the length of the day and
Nope. Wrong answer.
That's not a direct.
Wrong.
It's not a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, which is what we're asking now. He's bringing up fucking the length of a day. My goodness. How
Length of
many
the day.
assumptions are going to be in that one? I bet he'll beg the fucking question. And if the Earth is a fucking ball,
Yeah, we're not going to talk about length of the
So
day.
hold on. So are you concerned with like whether the
We're not talking about the length of the day, Blennon. You need to listen sometimes. We're not doing that. We're wanting direct measurement of the Earth's curvature with drop over the distance according to the prediction of the globe geometry. That's what we're looking for, bro. Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else, man. We don't care about the length of the day, the color of your shirt, a hot dog that somebody's selling on the street corner. None of that matters. The only thing we want to know is how we can measure the predicted value of the geometry of the Earth being a globe. It's that simple. Pretty easy stuff, huh?
So okay? So what do you use to determine?
Why are you asking me?
Because I am genuinely interested. I've not shown any antipathy or aggression towards it. I genuinely like.
I know.
What is your standard of like? What do you use to know that the Earth is flat? Like, what is your standard of
right.
proof for that?
Well, then let me just tell you, because it's hard for you to understand how to do this in 2023 with all types of technology. I mean, my God, we have the advent of it, right? Well, all the types of technology we can use, you don't know, and you're asking a flat earther, how do we do it? Well, how would you do it? Simple. It's easy to answer. Anybody can do this. It's so easy, right? Line of sight test. That's it. We go out somewhere and we see a target distance and we use something to demarcate the distance, whether it be an oil rig in the water or a peninsula or something out in the far distance. And then we use that as a known distance marker. What happens then is that we look over to the horizon, see how far away that is. We know the distance to the thing that we're looking at, making our observation from whatever point we're making on the beach, and using sea level, we find out what our elevation height is, and we look over into the distance. We say, okay, from me to my target distance would be the horizon, and I see something that demarcates the distance between me and the horizon. That would be, let's say, I don't know, 10 miles away, and then I know the horizon's farther past that. So what we get here is a predicted understanding of the globe geometry either is or is not validated in that instance, meaning that if the sagittale, the hump of Earth curve, should be between me and the horizon, or the horizon is the geometric leading edge of the sphere, then it would stand to reason that the geometry of the globe, as predicted, would then stand out to be exactly as they said it would be, where ships disappear from the bottom up. So my line of sight, right, when I'm looking off into the distance, should tell me how much this globe Earth is dropping away according to the math, right? Because we got the radius, the diameter, and the circumference of the Earth. So we can apply that to our data. And in doing so, we're going to either validate or invalidate the Earth's sphericity by way of understanding the drop over the distance according to their prediction that should be or should not be there. So if the Earth, now let me ask you this simple last question. If the Earth is not curving anywhere, Blennon, what is it?
All right.
Please answer. I'll accept an answer, please. If the Earth is not curving anywhere, what is it?
If the Earth is not curving anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
then the opposite of that would be that it's a flat plane.
Okay. So knowing that, and if we get any measured curvature from this line of sight test, right? The line of sight test should determine that. It should give us either the predicted value that the Earth is a globe by way of measuring the drop over the distance, which you didn't demonstrate, which now I have to show you. That's exactly what we're asking for. Now, like I said, if the horizon, because that's the leading edge of the sphere, is exactly where it's predicted.
No, it's not a leading edge of the sphere. The
Well,
horizon.
that's not according to
Well,
you,
we
Blennon. I'm
see.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No, so-
Yeah. The rhetoric states not you. You didn't say that. Maybe you may or may not know this information. We do. We know that this is the claim. The claim is geometrically that is where ships disappear over the horizon. At the leading edge of the sphere, that would be the leading edge. The horizon would be on a globe, geometrically. So it's not up for debate. You can't say that's not it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Anyway,
no, I can say, and I'll tell you why. Right, at a certain at a certain temperature, the air becomes denser than at warmer temperatures. The closer the air is to the ground, it'll be colder. With
Okay.
our eyes only, right, which are very fallible, if we're looking at a certain distance, most of us will see like an
But
invisibility field after some level, like a fog of war. But it's not that.
okay, I have to stop you there. You sound totally out of your league in this conversation. I don't know what you just said, but it sounded utterly stupid. That's not what we're asking for. Okay. According to, I know, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you want to go off and tell me something that you have no knowledge on, bro. Honestly, you're thinking that you're gonna save this globe, and all we're asking for the predicted value that the Earth is said to be, right? So we want to verify that. And if you're telling me with your eyeballs you cannot do that, you just screwed the pooch, meaning that you just like railroaded your own argument by saying your eyes are fallible. You can't know anything. So now what? We can't determine because according to you, we're not able to rely on our eyeballs. So you just sabotaged your whole position by that one fell swoop of saying that we can't determine because there's a fog of war that's in front of our eyeballs. That's why I stopped you because you just sabotaged yourself.
Yep.
There it is.
No,
Bye bye.
I'm sorry. That's not at all what I was saying.
Yes, it was. We just determined that. You said it out of your own mouth. Fog of war. No way to determine. Eyes fallible. I got you. I got you, man. We got it clear as day. That's what you meant. So, if there's any other point you got to bring up, because that one's not working.
So let's do an experiment, right?
No, we're not going to do it. It's not an experiment.
You listen to my idiotic rambling. I promise I'll keep it under 3 minutes, and then I'll just go on and continue with my work. But just let me try, because you keep interrupting me as like the way that I'm building a
Blennan,
point.
you
is
don't
to
know
give
what
a
you're saying,
context.
bro.
Let me finish.
You don't know what you're saying.
Okay,
You don't know
dude,
what you're saying, bro.
Let me finish. When I mentioned human eyes, I said that our eyes cannot
Mhm.
see as far away as they could if we were using some sort of an instrument, such as a telescope or whatever, right?
Can we
So
rely on our eyes?
yeah, let me finish. So I'll bring up like a Bedford.
I'm going to ask you a question. You have to answer mine. Can we rely on our eyes in what you're saying? Yes or no?
No, we would not be using our
Okay,
eyes
then
only to
why?
measure.
Okay, so if we're not using our eyes, how can we determine?
Right, we can use a
What?
telescope or whatever.
Aren't we using our fucking eyes to look through that thing?
Yes.
All right then.
Right. The reason why I
Well,
brought
then
it
we
up,
can't rely on our eyes, bro.
the reason why I brought it up is because it enhances our ability to see over the horizon.
Okay, you're saying a bunch of shit now. So you just said you can't rely on our eyes, and the very next breath you said we can use a telescope to rely on our eyes. Lennon, are you okay?
You said we could see over the horizon now. What the fuck?
Yeah, you can see. Not only can you trust your eyes when you're looking through a telescope, but you can now see over a horizon, according to this man. Ain't that right, Blend?
So yes. So given the perfect conditions, such as
given the perfect conditions.
I didn't finish. Didn't finish.
What's the
God damn
perfect
it!
condition?
I assume you're not a child and you can sit and listen for.
Okay. What's the perfect conditions? Go ahead and outline it without going into your rambling.
Flat with flat between 2 points with zero change in atmospheric conditions between the 2 points.
Okay, stop. I have to stop you. That ideal atmosphere does not exist. And of course, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms, but I'm using it so you can understand. That type of atmosphere does not exist. The atmosphere is constantly in flux. That bullshit that you just said does not exist. There's no perfect conditions where everything is static. Do you understand?
That would be true if I said that, but I didn't.
What the fuck? All right, stop. You did say that. Everybody heard you say that. It is not static and it is not perfect. There is no perfect conditions. Sorry, Blennon.
What I said, so you don't like you don't have like you can just you don't have to mute me every time because I'm not I've shown clearly that
That you
I'm
don't know
not
what
going
you're
to
saying.
interrupt you and I'm not being rude. So there's no need to just
All
like
right, stop. You're either gonna produce the information or not, Lennon. Go ahead.
Massachusetts, Old Bedford River, flat. It's calm. Like there's no movement of the river. Right.
Okay.
You sit from one point to another, say 10-mile distance, and if the
I
idea
was,
is
I was literally there 3 days ago.
if the idea is that there exists a curvature or a horizon, right, with good enough tools such as a telescope or whatever it is it's called that they use it to like see better, like outside of what our eyes only can see, right? And you should be able to see when a guy who rows his boat disappears. This
What
has
guy who
been
rows his
I don't
boat?
know, Dave. I don't know what the fuck his name is. It's Dave. He's rowing the boat, right? And you're watching him row his a little ass boat down the fucking river, and at a
Mhm.
certain point you stop seeing him. Why?
Well,
You can
if
go.
you're
You can go to Bedford River yourself
you're saying
with a mate and do it and retest it.
you're asking the question, at what mile should we start to see obstruction? So now we're getting to it. All right, so let's get to
6
it.
mile. So Bedford level experiment is 6 miles.
Okay, so now we got some predicted value number. You're see, didn't take long for us to get there. All right, so you're saying at 6 miles, that hump of Earth curve should start presenting itself to obstruct things bottom up. Yes or no, Blennon?
That's what they measured
That's
when
what
they were looking at. Yep.
That's what. Are you gonna? Okay, is this your final answer? I'm gonna ask you like the millionaire question guy. This is your
Yep.
final answer.
Yeah.
Don't you dare change it on me later. Don't you dare. All right. So he's saying at 6 miles, everybody. 6 miles, Earth curvature starts presenting itself. I wonder what the.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What's his altitude above the surface of the Earth or the
4
river?
meters.
4 meters.
13 feet, thereby reducing the effects of atmospheric refraction.
Oh.
Okay, that's fine. This is where I'm living at the moment, mate. Bedford River's just up the road from me. I was there 3 days ago.
Yeah, grab a mate, grab a rope.
Hey, you don't have to tell us. You don't have to
Quiet.
tell us. Settle down, Blennon. Go ahead, Jedi.
Literally, with binoculars, you can see as far as you can see, and the water beneath you is level. There's no curvature to be found. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Okay, so what's the experiment? What's the experiment you've
Not
done?
an experiment.
Okay,
It's not an experiment.
How did you measure it? Because obviously, like eyes can be, deceiving.
What?
Right?
Eyes can be deceiving. So his eyes were deceiving, and so okay, Blennon, your whole argument once again is sabotaged by you opening up your big old fat mouth and saying that your whole thing can be sabotaged because you can't trust your eyes. Yet when you stick fucking binoculars on them, you can trust them.
Yep.
Is that what you're saying?
You can trust what you see better than what you see with your eyes.
Better.
Yep. And
better.
let me tell you
no,
this.
I don't want to hear better. No. That's not what we're doing this, Blennon. See, when you are saying your eyes are unreliable and then putting binoculars on them, that automatically makes them better. Blennon?
Now, how good of a detail can you see 6 miles away?
I mean, the water beneath the observation was level, mate. I didn't see any curvature using my binoculars. I don't know what you're talking about. If you're talking about
Right.
Michael,
So the way that you
again,
would
you've
establish
interrupted
it.
me. Again, you've interrupted me.
Go ahead,
It's fucking frustrating speaking to him. I don't get it.
I know.
So I'm living in this area of the world at the moment. I went down to the Bedford River 3 days ago, and with my binoculars, I could see as far as I could see. There was no obstruction because the water that I'm looking at from underneath a bridge is completely level underneath my eyes. It's reflecting light like a perfectly mirrored surface as well. So my observation, I could see as far as I could see. Now, if you're talking about Mickelson Morley, I think I've got that correct, then you're just cherry picking. Because this has been done.
I
This has
don't
been
know
done
who that
quite
is.
some time. Well, I think you are. It's like this is where
Mickelson Morley. What is that? Is that like a name of an experiment?
it's not an experiment, and I might have the gentleman incorrectly named, but ultimately this was an observation. You know, the guy standing in the water, and he could see if the boat was there or not at a distance of
Right.
6 miles. But when
Right.
he did it, he was in the water, and his
Right.
obstruction should have been 3 miles away, but
No.
it wasn't.
If you lift it up to 4 meters, 13 feet to minimize the refraction, then you can see it.
You
Ah,
don't know
okay.
what refraction is.
That's not what they did. That's not what they did. Did they?
Okay. I
So
don't know.
have you done this?
You don't
Well,
know.
you don't know.
Ah,
My goodness.
That's what explains it then. Then why are you talking about shit that you don't know, Blendon? Why?
Huh? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? I'm
Yeah,
like
no,
someone doing an.
No, quiet. Here's what happened. He asked you something that you said you don't know. Then why are you speaking about the topic if you have no knowledge, Blendon? This is getting very tiresome. Every single time we get you on a point, you are saying, I don't know. Very tiresome. At some point, we're just going to have you sit down.
There's lots of if, or if you were to raise it above a
Sorry.
different.
Like I'm not familiar with the names.
I
he
know
mentioned.
that. That's why
I
I'm
don't have to
saying.
be familiar with the names he mentioned.
That's
No.
fine, but you're obviously you're not familiar with what they actually did either. They weren't at this altitude above the surface of the water. Fucking if statements.
So, right, but then when people went 13 feet above the water to reduce the levels of atmospheric refraction interfering
You don't know that
with
word.
the measurement.
All right, so here's a scoop. Here's a scoop. Go ahead and tell me what refraction is. As a matter of fact, define refraction, Lennon. Go ahead.
It's the way that the light bends after a difference after a certain distance because of the density of the
No.
matter.
Incorrect. That's not the case. That's not refraction. That's not refraction. Try again.
What is a refraction then? Because then
That's
I've been told.
That's not refraction.
I've been told. Okay, so
see,
what is refraction?
your misunderstanding of the word. It undermines your whole premise.
What is refraction? Can you help me understand it then?
I sure can. It's Snell's
Thank
law. It's the law of refraction. Go look up. As a matter of fact, go look up Snell's law and read it out, please, to everybody. I want you to read that out.
So I'm looking here at atmospheric refraction. Here's what it said. It's a deviation of light or any other electromagnetic wave from a straight line as it passes through the atmosphere due to variation in.
No. No. Go look at Snell's law. The law of refraction. Go look at Snell's law and read it, please. That's what I'm going to wait for you to do. Pick up Snell's law and read it out for the whole class because you are misunderstood on it. It's not what you just read. It's Snell's law. It's the law of refraction.
But no, these are two different.
No, it's not. There is no difference in what our understanding of refraction is. There's not a more advanced version. There's not a derivative. There's only the law of refraction. Stop saying there's a difference. Now go ahead and pull out the citation for Snell's law and read it to the class if you want to continue. Because you're not going to misrepresent refraction, not in this conversation. Go ahead, sir.
You're getting very angry.
No, I'm not. I just want you to admit that you don't know what it is, or if not, go ahead and please state what it is by reading the definition. Go ahead.
So
wait.
Snell's law, also
please
known
read it
as
for everybody so that we can hear you actually reading it.
Snell's law.
You misrepresented refraction for the last time. Now I need you to go ahead and
shut
read
up.
it what it actually
Snell's
is
law,
so that everybody
Snell's
understands
law,
that you know.
Snell's law, also known as
The citation is
law,
just look
the
up Snell's law.
The Ibn Shaw
That's it.
law, and the
Very
law
easy.
of refraction is a formula used to describe a relationship.
And it's not my
between the angle.
flat
I didn't
Earth
finish.
understanding or definition.
Not
That's just what Snell's
exactly.
law is. It is the
Exactly.
law of refraction.
This is how.
And if you say that it's not,
Wikipedia-
you are just incorrect.
This is how Wikipedia defines Snell's law, and I'm inclined to understand it the way that they do.
Okay, so you're not going to tell me what the definition is. You're looking up Wikipedia. 1 second. It's tiresome. It really is.
Yeah. It's literally reading off of Wikipedia as well. Got the same paper.
Let's see, where is it? Oh, let me go back.
Yeah, I don't think Wikipedia is a citation. Just saying.
No.
Oh.
Here, let me get out of here. Continue without supporting us. Okay. So let me go ahead and drop it. I'm gonna actually drop that in the chat for everybody. Okay. Let me drop that. I'm gonna drop this here. Okay, yeah, you can read what you just posted right there from Britannica. That wasn't what you cited before. Hang on, let me let you read that, and then read what I put underneath.
Sure.
ahead.
Like I have no
Read
issue
it, please. Yeah, read
hold
it,
on.
please.
I have no issue with using
Read it,
like
please.
whatever
Read it,
encyclopedia,
please.
but
Read it,
that's
please.
how I
Read it, please. I'm not gonna ask you again, Blennon, or else you're gonna just sit. Read it, please.
dude allow for some.
Read it, please, Blennon.
First of all, fuck you. Second,
No, I guess you're gonna sit. All right, I'm gonna read it for everybody since you don't want me to. I will. Refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave, but light's not a wave, as it passes across the boundary separating two media. Refraction is caused by the change in the speed experienced by a wave, light's not a wave, when it changes the medium. All right, let's look at your Britannica. Snell's law in optics, a relationship between the path taken by a ray of light, light's not a ray, and the crossing of the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances and the refractive index of each. This law was discovered in 1621 by the Dutch astronomer, mathematician Wilbert Snell. All right. So now I'm going to ask you another question. Hopefully you can answer it. Now that I read that, since you were too ashamed or probably didn't want to because now you got egg on your face, is the air multiple mediums or only one single medium? Blennon, answer that question. Multiple or singular? No, I told you, you don't understand what Snell's law is. You don't. You have no knowledge of what it is, and you're just talking out your ass. That right there, what I read, is exactly what it is. It's a law, bro. You can't. There's no way you can rebuttal that. So, are you gonna answer?
So okay. So
Is air, yeah, Blennon, is air multiple mediums or one medium?
multiple?
It's your answer. I'm not gonna. You said multiple. Now, okay, so it's multiple mediums. How many mediums is it?
I'm not. I can check what, but I'm not sure.
Okay, because you're not sure. So you don't know, and you have to check. So you don't know, and you have to check. That's what we're hearing right now. That's what we're hearing,
There's
Blennon.
three main groupings: coarse particles, fine particles, and ultrafine particles within air.
Within air.
Yeah.
Within air, meaning air is consistent of these constituent parts. Is it multiple medium, sir, or one medium?
So different. So the consistency of air, which is, I guess, different from one place of the Earth to the other. Will have
What the fuck? No, we're just talking about air. Is air multiple mediums?
That's not precise. That is not precise.
What is not precise? What is not precise? What?
To speak, it's not one particle. It like different
I
particles.
didn't say it was one particle, did I, dumbass? I said, is it one medium or multiple?
It's multiple mediums.
Okay, so what is a medium? Do you know?
Like a variable within this in this context, it would be one of the variables that interacts with the path of a wave.
Yes. So, in order for that to be the case, then how can we define a medium?
One of the variables.
I know that. That's very general. What describes what a medium is, Blennon?
Whatever we agree that within a certain parameters of measurements, we would corner off and say this is it. This is the medium.
You're just blowing smoke up everybody's ass right now. Like, so here's the thing. Whatever makes up a medium, the constituent parts of it could be considered a medium. So in your example, air is considered one singular medium. made up of different parts. Is it, Blennon?
If you want, sure, okay. If this is the way that you, if this,
So it's
it
not
doesn't change, it
multiple
doesn't change
mediums,
the
Blennon.
results.
So it's not multiple mediums, Blennon, as you so stated. So now we understand the very simple fact of the law of refraction, that when interacting with two contacting substances, as in two media, you will get refraction occurring. However, air is not multiple mediums. It's only one medium, Blennon. Yeah? We good?
I'm sorry, is your point that the Snell's law doesn't apply?
My point is, your idea of what you want to conjure up in your mind about what refraction is not the case. It's not a law. The way you're describing it misrepresents what everybody understands to be what refraction is, due to the fact that it's a law and it's not something that you can say, well, it acts differently this way. No, it's understood as this. Air, as you stated, you agreed with me, it's one single medium. You already kiboshed your whole argument by even agreeing with me.
Okay. Let me let me ask you something.
No, we're not going to ask me anything. You already know you're in the wrong by saying that air is multiple mediums, and you corrected yourself by agreeing with me and saying that it's one singular. That's it.
Is your point that
you're
this
done?
isn't?
You're fucking done, dude.
Is your point that like the Snell's law doesn't apply when trying to measure at
No, it debunks your horse shit that you keep saying it's multiple mediums.
But
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. So
what do you mean it doesn't matter? Huh? It debunked your horse shit of multiple medium. Yeah.
So Snell's law measures like interaction between two media.
Contacting media. Yeah.
Is there any other way to measure?
Oh my god, bro. If it's understood that way as a law, a fucking law, bro, how is it gonna change? How? It's a law. It's just what happens when two contacting media are something traverses beyond those media. You're gonna see a change in light within that.
Okay, like that's not an issue, but there's
yeah, it is for you. It is
this.
For you. What?
Yeah.
Is that a political law?
I don't know what this guy's on about, man. He's
is that political law? Or nature, or law of nature?
That's a natural law, but like, it doesn't change. It does not change. So like, whatever he's conjuring up in his mind is not what we see. We do see, however, in reality, Snell's law always at play. When two contacting media are in play and they interact with each other, we see the law in action. So, for example, if you have a cup of water and you put a straw in it, you see the straw as it passes through the media of water, that it changes how it looks underneath that water, and then it looks like the straw is in a different location.
Yes.
It's not. Yes. 1,000 times yes. I know.
I agree.
I know. And is water made of different constituent parts?
Yes.
Blend. Okay. Is the air made of different constituent parts?
Yes.
All right then.
But
then we understand. No. Okay. So you're gonna have to. Don't interrupt. So when we are examining media, we understand that they have different constituent parts. We're not disagreeing on that point. The thing is, when you have two contacting media and they interact and something passes through them, then we see a light change, and the object that we're seeing pass through the media changes. It looks different. However, air is one medium, and when we're looking across the way, the distance, refraction, as the way you're saying, it would invoke terrestrial refraction, which invokes also a presupposed understanding that the Earth is already having a radius value, which also is a begging the question of the Earth's radius. And then you use that information with the formula with terrestrial refraction to say that the Earth is using refraction to bend light on the surface in the air, which is total horse shit. That is not Snell's law. you're fucking using
it's
something
not.
incorrectly.
No, it's so Snell's law is used to measure
What?
another thing. Like this isn't how
No.
it's.
What the fuck, dude? Like, why are you deviating from our understanding and then using it to make some other argument up? It's not. This isn't like Blennan's argument for Snell's law. It's not. It is what it is, and that's how we understand it to be. You can't just make shit up, dude. You're not gonna do that here in this discussion. So you're done. You're fucking done. It's not. You said it was multiple medias. I corrected you. You agreed with me. It's only one media. Now we understand. So the air is only one media. You can't say that looking across the water over the air is going to do something to light that's going to make refraction be a factor and you not being able to see or see something in the far distance. What we do understand is that there's air turbulence that happens when we see something in the far distance that could affect things that are in the distance, like what people consider fairy fog. But that in no way, shape, or form breaks the law of refraction. That doesn't do that. So what your horse shit is trying to predict right now is how the Earth can be a globe manifesting itself in refraction, and it's not going to, because refraction doesn't state the horse shit that you keep saying. It does not. It's a law, and it only states what it states because we understand it to be that way. We can work with it. My God, sir.
This is so I'm because I'm trying to understand, but to me this is like applying like the acceleration calculations to like measuring distance. Like these
I
are
don't
two
need to
different
hear
things.
your fucking analogy horse shit, dude. You're either gonna have the claim, you're gonna be able to support, the claim by, and
Relevant.
it's not. It's totally
It
relevant.
is.
You invoked it. You said
No,
refraction.
yes, but you
Yeah.
invoked Snell's law. I invoked
Because it's the law.
No, but
Okay,
it's
so now I
different.
gotta mute your dumbass. It's not different. When you say refraction, that's what you should be talking about. To contacting media and something actually traversing that media. That's what you should be talking about. Atmospheric refraction. Get the fuck out, dude. You're totally off your rocker when it comes to like your understanding of refraction. It's not that. Sorry. You're way off, bro. Way off.
Yeah, bring
So-
up terrestrial reflection again.
You're way off. I already told you. You conceded the point that it's not multiple media. It's one single medium. You thought it was multiple. That's it. See, that's the problem with you guys. You're not equipped to have this discussion. Yeah, we give you the fair shake to actually go in and have it, but I'm not going to listen to you misrepresent something we already understand. So you're the one dude, fucking, you're the one misapplying shit. So it ain't me. I didn't invoke refraction. I wasn't talking about it. You did, because you want to make your globe fairy tale real. Yeah, keep going with that too, because that's what we're talking about. Two contacting media, bro. You keep reiterating the same point that I am.
No, but like, the
What?
different calculations are used to calculate the refraction between two different mediums. And
Oh, sorry.
All
Now I've
right.
got it.
That's you.
Yeah.
That's you, Jedi.
I mean,
Right.
look, we've already put R into that fucking calculation. What does R represent?
radius.
Ah.
Awesome. Thank you very much for begging the question.
You just begged the question in one fell swoop, my good sir.
What?
We want so let's put it like this. We want proof of R.
Huh?
We want
Jeez
proof of
Louise.
R. I don't understand what you.
repeat?
Yes. Can you prove R in your equation? Radius.
Yeah, you have to calculate the rest of the equation.
No. The R. I want the proof of R in the equation. Not calculate the equation. I want the proof of the radius value of the Earth in the first instance. With
Sorry,
the
no,
measurement.
R. Yeah, wrong. I misspoke. R is the refraction in seconds of arc.
No, it's not. You're fucked. No, it's not. That's the radius of Earth baked into the formula.
No,
You're
no,
fucked. Yeah. It's not refraction. How the fuck are you gonna, dude? You need to know fucking the radius of Earth. You're fucked, dude. You don't know. Yeah, you don't know what the fucking dude. Sit down, Blennon. Seriously, we'll get somebody else. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. Go look it up. You were wrong with multiple mediums. You're wrong here to saying R is refraction. Oh man, there's no hope for you right now. Just
well,
listen.
I mean, you can read.
Yeah, I know I can do that, but I want you to have a seat. Just want you to have a
Sorry,
seat.
has he changed his equation that we put in?
Yeah.
He's changed his equation.
We just want you to have a seat. That's all.
EMBO.
EMB.
Yeah,
Look. Yeah, he's
Bigger
next
than
on the
that.
chopping block. Next on the chopping block. EMBO. Where is he? Is he in here? Oh, he's chat skanking, bro. He's not even in here. What the fuck? Look at it. Look at this shit. Do we live in a fucking piece of glass? You dumbass.
No.
What the fuck, dude? He's doing that through a piece of fucking glass. Are we inside a glass? Are we breathing glass? This guy.
The same principles apply.
Dude, sit down, Blennon. Sit down. You're done, dude. You're there's no hope for you. You completely wrecked yourself in every way. You can't trust your eyes. You didn't know what refraction is, and you're trying to make up this horse shit that you're trying to use. You don't know anything, bro. You're so unequipped for this. Well, at least now you know because you engage, but that's it. You're too unequipped for this. Go do some more homework.
So I go back to I asked.
Sit
I don't know if I
down,
was talking
Blennon.
to you or not.
Sit down,
when I first
Blennon.
came in, but my question was like my first question was like, what's it?
Sit down, Blennon.
So
Sit
my
down,
question
bro.
was,
No. Sit down, Blennon. Oh, what else we got in here?
It's an hour and a half of him. Let's move on to someone else.
Yeah. You get a lot of airtime.
So you gave this guy an hour and a half. Did he come up with any globe evidence or just leaps of logic and guesswork?
Leaps of logic. All right, Larry's here, Blennon.
Oh, dear.
right. Well, my question was like, why does this matter to you personally on a personal level?
We want to
Because
know
the
your
globe's
feelings.
fake news.
Yes,
We want-
feelings. Yeah, feeling. We were talking about fifis, right? So
With
why does
fifis?
this- Yeah.
Oh shit.
What?
I don't know, man. I don't know, dudes.
I
I'm not
came
being-
somewhere
I'm
to
not
ask.
being
I
rude.
came somewhere to
You
ask
keep saying
people
that,
why.
dude.
I just want to know, like, why? So why? Because, I mean,
Why?
why does it matter?
You sound like the guy, the agent from the Matrix.
fine,
Why,
yes.
Mr. Anderson? Why? Why do you
Yes.
persist?
Yes.
Maybe because it's
That's fine.
stupid to think that water is curving. Maybe because of that.
Okay. So to you,
No.
He's trying to reason what you just said. Like, how can
Yeah, I am.
I'm trying to like figure this out.
Yeah, I am trying to figure this out. So to you, the guy with Yugoslavian flag, the flat Earth theory is important because the
Theory.
flat
Theory.
Earth.
my friend.
I don't
whatever,
care, man.
flat Earth.
I don't care about flat
The
Earth.
flat Earth. Okay.
Man, I don't care about flat Earth. I'm
Oh,
caring
okay.
about globe. I'm caring about globe Earth
Okay. Why?
because it's not globe.
Okay, but okay. Understood.
Okay. If I give you water with chemicals inside, and I have a clean water, but I'm giving you water with that chemical inside, what matter? Drink that water.
Okay. So if you are wrong, you would be poisoned, right? In the case of
Yeah.
the water. So
Yeah.
what would be if you were wrong about flat Earth? Like what
Your
would
mind
be
is
the result
poison.
of that?
Your
What
mind
would
is
be
poison.
wrong? What would be wrong? Put it like this: what would be wrong if all social education in the world it's not telling the truth? What would be wrong with that? I'm asking you now.
So what would be wrong?
What would be wrong? Tell me.
Okay, so if all social education, and I don't know how you define social education to be. Do you mean like social
Just get to the
sciences?
fuck that. Just get to the point. What would be wrong with the world? Nature itself would be fucking wrong, dude. Nature.
Okay, so
actual fucking nature. When you go out into the world, that would be wrong.
So how do you interact with that in your day to day?
how I interact with that. That means I have for example, one space agency, and it's in USA, and I'm from Yugoslavia. I don't give a shit for USA and NASA. Maybe Americans or world is giving a shit because we are going to space, we are doing everything. Then I realize they are lying. Okay, that's me. I realize they are lying because of the shit what they are putting on there on television. Then I find out these flat Earth, things on YouTube, and then I go, what the fuck? Who in 21st century thinks that Earth is fucking flat? He's fucking stupid. That's my opinion. That's me. Then I look into that, and then I look. They are not speaking about flat earthers. They are not some cult. There is no. Yeah, it is also some religious things because because it's a point of creation or something. But I was not looking into that. I was looking in that sphere. Okay, great. If it's sphere, it must be sphere. And then look at the devil, water. I never thought about that because I thought also it is curving for sure. Gravity, everything is working in space. Everything is correct. But when I check that in reality where I'm living, when I start to make my research about reality, I realize for myself this thing doesn't curve anywhere, and I can prove that for myself. I don't know if you can if you can come to that reasoning where you can prove that for yourself. No, this is no way that could be flat. This is curving, and by. For me, it's the opposite. This is no way to be curving. This is so obvious with all my research in the last 7 years that it's flat. Now it's on you.
Sure,
Okay.
sure. But so so for you, this is the flat Earth is about being told lies from, I guess,
And
official channels of propaganda.
if you want honestly, this is not some guy robbed the bank in New York and big bank robbery, you know. And we all speak like, wow, that guy robbed that bank, and maybe it is, maybe it is not. Oh, this is about all of us. And if somebody is telling you that you are living somewhere, it must be there. And if is that not true because you are living on this, and you can check that for yourself, what is going on? Oh, they made mistake in calculations. Oh, now you need to look to the light. Why you people not so honest and say, okay, if something has the shape, I need to look in geometry. I don't need to look into science. I look into this. Okay, this is not even enough for me. The science or that science, what that social education telling me, and it's on 1.22 miles. But my observation telling me it's on 10 miles. It's not only on 10 miles, it's on 20 miles, it's on 30 miles. But science, social education saying 1.22 miles. And it's not saying, and they're saying, and that's what you were speaking about refraction, that it's 1.23. That's what science, if you want to go into math, it's not 10 miles. There is no such a phenomena that you can see something, what you see. If you see something, that it is what it is not something doing that you see something behind.
Okay, so I'll let me know if I went too far with this. So I if I'm reading what you said correctly, is that because of this you've formed this disbelief in official channels of narration, specifically about globe like Earth being not a flat plane. But this also means, like, what else are they lying about, right? Is that the implication here?
Implication, yeah. They are lying. You
So
think that it's only I don't know.
so do you
Maybe
think
you are.
that let me just, I'm sorry, I don't I really don't want to interrupt, but
Okay, I don't want also.
do you think that, like, if everyone knew that the Earth was flat or whatever, like that, would this change anything, and what would it change?
Yeah,
Other
it
than
will
just like
change.
some
It will
scientific.
change. It will change. You know why? Because if you make a research in human history, but all, listen to me carefully now, all religions, they have no spheres in their religions. All of them. Do you hear me? All of them, and
Okay.
even they
So
have
it would be
okay.
so it would be
That
a
means
plus for religions, right?
I'm telling you what is in ancient history. You know what at least what we can approach. If is that also true? But all the deception, the all pictures, all drawings, what is coming, there is no spheres there. That mean,
Okay.
and there is you will find everywhere something like a stationary thing with closed things. If is that snakes or if is that whatever that it is,
So are
you
you
know.
saying that? So are you saying that
I'm
there's
not
flat?
saying, man, that is human history saying.
Okay, okay. Because
And you now put it in the last 100 years. Oh, why you think that Earth is flat when all people in history thought that it's flat?
so I'll give you my hot take that I think a lot of people have accepted recently and it hasn't changed a thing. So my hot take is that the official narration about JFK's death is incorrect. It's a cover up and CIA killed him,
But
right? And CIA,
I need to
let me
I
just
need to
one more
stop you
second,
now.
please.
I
Yes.
need to stop you now because this is conspiracy. Because I will never ever find out who killed John Kennedy because that was in 70s. I cannot reach the evidence. I cannot do anything. But the shape of the earth, I can do a lot of things with that.
Such as?
Such as drop over
Okay, okay. No,
distance
no,
on
no,
this,
no, no.
such
Sorry, sorry.
as
No,
listen,
I
listen
misinterpreted you.
carefully,
Sorry, I
listen
misread you.
carefully. This is very important. Such is drop over distance in reality. What every sphere has. Imagine this. Imagine that Earth is 100 times bigger than this one.
Yeah.
That sphere has no flat spots.
But so I'm sorry.
Do you understand me? Do you
I
understand me?
misinterpreted you.
Do you
I
understand me?
misunderstood you.
Do you
I
understand?
misunderstood.
You understand that, you will understand everything. The sphere bigger than this one 100 times has no flat spots.
Okay.
Do you understand that? The only thing, if you have 100 times bigger ball, you will have a bigger distance to observe or measure the drop.
All right, we got another guy in here. We got EMBO. Where's he at? Did he leave?
I didn't want to with
What?
JFK thing. I just wanted to say that like I think
JFK? We don't want
yeah.
to know about JFK, dude.
No,
We
no, no,
want
no,
to.
no. I know. But
Well, let's get back on topic. Shape of the Earth claim. Go ahead, Larry.
Yeah, we're looking for curvature of the Earth. We don't know. We don't want to get into the sociology of what would happen if people found out, right? Because we don't know what everyone's going to do when they find out, right? That's none of our business, actually. What matters is the globe is fake news. And we're trying to show you people that the globe that you see on TV, it only exists on TV. When we go outside and you look at the actual Earth, you know, the stuff that the earthworms live in, when you go outside and look at that and you make observations, the globe doesn't exist out there. It only exists in your mind, on paper, and on television.
so but okay.
All right. So
And if you don't want to talk about like your personally like
we don't want to talk about that. Let's see if there's anybody else in here that wants to talk about the shape of the Earth conversation. We're going to go ahead and pose it to the room. Does anybody have any evidence for the claim that the Earth is said to be a spheroid, oblate spheroid, with the measurements of radius of 3959 miles, circumference of 24,901 miles? Anybody here that would like to speak of that and how it's been verified? Please chime in. We don't want to talk about our feelings. Nope. We sure don't. Want to talk about evidence. Yeah, you keep saying that about 1,000 times over. We don't need to keep telling you, Lennon. If it doesn't matter to you, go watch Netflix. Then go away. Do something else.
I guess if the Earth was flat, would you want to know?
The better question.
What up,
I don't think they would want to know. You know, I think most people are so dependent on their social status. They couldn't allow these thoughts to enter their mind because they're afraid what the other monkeys might think of them. And if the other monkeys might disagree with them, they might ostracize them. And then they would be no longer in the in group. And how could they then provide for themselves and all the luxuries and all the things that they have to, purchase, right? They could no longer get these things. So what would they do? Well, they can't possibly let this enter their mind.
Exactly. It's like everyone wants to be Cypher from the Matrix. You know, ignorance, bliss. Anyway, good conversation, you guys. I was listening in. I'm about to hit the gym. But
Really? Session. Really?
What? I
Wasn't
love it,
best.
man.
I think you meant on our behalf.
I do like it though because I'm learning. I'm like learning. Like I'm learning to listen. You know, to like when someone invokes a certain word, you just like, wait, why'd you say that? And I'm just kind of like picking apart the conversation, so I enjoy it. But anyway, catch you guys. I'm just gonna be listening in.
Yeah, that's a good point, bro. Even if you don't ever go outside and look at the shape of the earth, if you're hanging around in this conversation, you're going to learn so much because this conversation is so decompartmentalized that you're going to learn about math, science, philosophy, astronomy. I mean, everything. And it's, you have to know about everything to be in this subject. It's like the difference between practicing Kung Fu and modern MMA. Thanks.
Per chance.
Anybody up for a challenge? Any one of these globers that are in here? Do you think the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and open up your mic. Let's have a
Yeah, I'm a
conversation.
global earther.
Okay, Neil. We got Neil in
So
here.
many people in here.
Yeah, 1 second. So you believe that the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it is, sir?
Yeah, I know it. I have
You know that it
tangible
is?
evidence.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. All right. So first of all, are we on?
What happened to the people in here?
Hello. Did you just hear me talking?
Yeah, mayhem. Wait
Okay.
a minute, man.
Yeah.
I know
All
you
right.
are so
Listen to
eagerly
him,
want to
bitch.
question me, but
No, we are going to question you. We're not. We don't wait for your approval. We are going to question you. We question everybody, actually. All right. So let's get back on topic, right? So I went ahead and unmuted you. Now that you're listening, can you answer the question?
Yeah.
Who has ever? Yes. You have something to say?
I said why the people in here is not talking.
They don't answer the question, sir. And well, I'm going to ask you the
Oh,
question
okay.
now. All right. So,
Okay.
who's ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history, pertaining to elevation change or drop over the distance? Who's ever measured it?
Oh, you mean who?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the name, but
I
my
got that 1 point.
company that I work with. Oh, mute this guy, man.
Who? I didn't hear your answer, sir.
Someone interrupting me. I said someone interrupting me just now. Let
I
me
didn't
repeat
hear your
again.
answer. I didn't hear your answer.
Hello, testing, testing. You can hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. Go ahead. What's your answer?
I mean, this guy is interrupting me, man. His name is I am correct.
I'm interrupting. What?
He's not interrupting. He just answered you right now.
Okay.
No, go
Let
ahead,
me repeat
Neil.
again. Okay, thank you. So I don't have the name, but the company that I work with, because we produce a terrain database
Mm-hmm.
that is gonna be mapping the Earth
It's gonna be.
and
It's gonna
also
be.
use that. Oh my God.
You said it's gonna be. They're not doing it now. I'm asking for the question was to answer it, please. Has anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth as an elevation change or drop over the distance? That's what I'm asking for. Please support.
Can we hear more about this company? Has it done anything
No,
yet?
no,
or is
no.
it
1 second.
one
I am
company?
correct. No, I'm asking
Yeah,
him a
no, I'm
question, please.
curious.
Let's not. Let's
Sure.
just have a seat, gentlemen. Let me hear his response. Neil, please.
Can you
Neil.
can I finish, please?
No, answer my question, sir.
So the one that is
Answer my question, sir.
I think it's a complicated
Go ahead.
answer.
Yeah, but let me speak to the guy. Please don't white knight for him. Please. Thank you, sir. Neil, go ahead.
yes, sir. The name you want the name?
Yes.
I don't know the name, man.
Okay. Okay. So you don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't know. That's the answer to that question. Okay. Fair point.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
So let's just hang tight. We're gonna ask some more people the question, and whoever wants to take the challenge can go ahead and unmute their mic, and we'll tell them the same thing until we get to the point where somebody actually answers the question, and then perhaps they can tell me. And it's cool. You can get into a little rage quit, say something snarky, and leave. It doesn't really matter. The end result is the same. We never get anybody who actually knows what they're talking about. So you guys being young could say something stupid and then leave. It never affects us. We've been doing this for years and asking the same question for years, and we don't get any answer for years. So
what about if
I
you
don't care
are
if you guys
asking
spiral and
a
leave.
different question?
I sleep just like a baby every day. So
Mayhem.
mm-hmm. What's up?
What about if you are questioning the right question? Is that a problem?
Ask the
Am
question.
I
For
questioning
example,
that? Yes, it's the right question.
for
It's a
example,
question. It's a question
yeah,
about
for
geometry.
example,
It's I'm just
no,
clarifying that I am asking the right question. The question that I'm asking for is specifically to deal with geometry, as in they're telling us that the Earth is of a certain size, right? It's public information, so we can look it up. When you go to Google and say, Google, how big is the Earth? The Earth is said to be 3,959 miles with the circumference of 24,901. So we know this information. Now all we want to know is how did they get that? How did they measure it? So that is why we know we're asking the right question. It's a question of geometry and direct measurement, and we're waiting for the answer.
May I
That's
just
why.
ask something? What do you
Sure.
think? How do you think they reached the conclusion? Do you have any ideas? Have you looked it up?
I'm asking the crowd. That's what I'm asking everyone.
Yeah. Okay. I just asked you personally, like directly. but
Yeah,
okay.
well, and that's what I'm. See, from my perspective, it is an unanswerable question. The person who ever done that is a ghost. They do not exist until somebody presents the evidence of the actual direct measurement and the person who done such. Then we have a case. Currently, right now, the case has not been even entered into the realm of evidence. There is no evidence currently. I await evidence eagerly. I do. I know if you say I got I know the person, I know exactly the way to measure, then let's talk about it. Here's what I don't want. I don't want Eratosthenes. By God, do not present that to me. I'm going to hand wave dismiss it. Straight out the gate. Because what I'm looking for is the validity of said calculations. The calculations are that the Earth is of a certain size. Okay, fair enough. How can we go measure it in the field? No, I know that it doesn't exist, Rupert Cow. They don't. So I'm asking them to bring me something they think exists. Let me clarify. They think exists, but I know it does not. However, it's their journey. They need to go on that journey. They need, well, let me go Google it. Here you go, Google it. Because right now you don't have the answer. I know that. But you don't know that. You think you know, and you think the answer is out there, upon further investigation, you're going to find out there is nobody out there. However, don't take that from me. Please do the research and find out. And exhaustively too. Go everywhere, don't
Can you
unturn
repeat the
every rock.
question?
Sure, I can. So the question is, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance or elevation change, from point A to point B, anywhere on this Earth? We should have a predicted value of how much curvature there should be according to the globe geometry. Is that clear enough? Parmesan? That's what I'm looking for, man.
Quite specific.
It is. Mm-hmm.
I would say it doesn't even need to be that specific. Just any evidence that shows a curve.
Yes. For the simple fact that if we're standing on a geometric shape, then we could measure the geometric shape. Even a small sample set will suffice, so long as we have a method. And like I said before, I don't want to get into Eratosthenes. If somebody brings him up, I'm going to tell you, I'll explain why it's not valid, but if you invoke him, I will go into that with you. At the end of such, I'll hand wave dismiss it with an explanation, and you'll understand why. I await that answer to the question, gentlemen, if you have it.
Any time now, boys. Awfully quiet for a room with 40 people in it. Surely at least half of you believe in the flying spaceship.
Yeah, but these space monkeys don't have the ability to speak when there's men around.
I mean, there should be a lot to talk about when we're on a spaceship, right? Flying
Instead of
throughout.
that person, you said, what other common answers do you get
Answers to what?
to your question?
Eratosthenes, over and over and over. They say it 9 ways of Sunday differently. Everybody says it differently. No one person. It seems like, was it some Roman guy 8,000 years ago? No, it was it's that guy, that one guy. You know his name, Arrow E, or I don't know his name.
Oh,
what
so
is it?
the sticks and shadows.
Yeah, but it's now 2 wells. Now it's 3 wells. Now it's 2 wells and a stick. Now it's 2 sticks in a well. They don't know. They don't even know. Let me tell you how much they don't know. They don't even know if the information is primary source, secondary source, or tertiary source. They don't know that. Or if that's source, or if that story even is valid to a real person. They don't know. They don't know where it came from. They don't know how it got here. The only thing they do is parrot what they see in Wikipedia. That's it. There's nothing that they can say about Eratosthenes that I haven't already heard or used in it, the argument to kind of, in some way, solidify a position. It's ridiculous.
Who doesn't love Wikipedia?
Parmesan, you brought up McToon.